Hello, this is the second part of Claws of a Lion by Neon Zangetsu. Link will be in the description. All author's notes have been removed between chapters. Also, any explicit NSFW scene will be removed. This part will cover chapter 11 to 20. I am returned. Tilda. Hatcher plot heiress was wroth. Jamie had never seen him this furious before, not in all the years since he'd become a Kingsguard. This recent spat frightened him more than he cared to admit, if only because no one knew what had set him off today. It was always something, be it the merest word or the slightest glance, the slightest tuff more than enough to set him into a downward spiral. Today was the worst he'd seen him yet. Ranting and raving and raging, he paced before the Iron Throne, one sleeve flapping loosely behind him like some sad banner. Shame they hadn't taken his, two-leg. Perhaps then he might be spared of this incessant pacing. The king had been itching himself greatly as of late, flaying himself bloody scratching. If he wasn't cutting himself upon the throne, he was suffering beneath this mysterious malady and his madness besides. It's all his fault. I know it is. That blasted lion. Jamie listened with half an ear as the king droned on. He imagined himself home at Casterly Rock with his family. Gods, it had been so long since he'd seen Tyrion. He must be walking and talking now. Would he even recognize him? Nathaniel and Cersei were probably having their own adventures, and father had been kind enough to keep him appraised of both. Nathaniel was off fostering in the north while Cersei was entertaining a suitor from the Stormlands. He didn't want to be jealous of them, really, he didn't. But they were living their lives while he… Lannister! Come here! Bugger. He shuffled toward the Iron Throne just in time to see Aerys lever himself off it. He'd cut himself again, judging by the bloody nicks visible through his robe. The king was, well, he was a mess, frankly. Didn't smell much better either. Truly man looked twice his age, dishevelled and unkempt, his fingernails grown long and yellow and crooked, those rheumy violet eyes, bloodshot and stained with milk of the poppy for his pain. Pity it did nothing for his temper. You know who did this to me, don't you? It's that blasted brother of yours, isn't it? Trembling fingers bit into his wrist. He cost me my arm. Perhaps I should take one of your hands and send it to him. Horror flashed through him, brutally suppressed. Calm. He wants to see fear. Don't show him any and he'll lost interest. If that is your wish, my king. Aerys granted him a snaggle-toothed grin. You hate me, don't you? Don't answer. Don't give him what he wants. Do not respond to him. I don't. Damn it! Yes, you do. A gnarled finger jabbed into his cheek, cutting him. I can see it in your eyes. Jamie saw the bleak, blackened bait for what it was and refused to throw himself on the hook beneath. Do it then. Strike me down. Aerys cackled at him, seemingly embracing his own peril. Free from this frail mortal shell, and I will become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. It burned. Not just the words, but the knowledge of his own powerlessness. He could strike the king down, but his life would be forfeit in the attempt. Even should he succeed, he would surely die. No father, no mother, no Cersei, nor Nathaniel, nor Tyrion. That would be the end of him. Dead and done destroyed, to say nothing of his reputation. He knew what they would call him. Kingslayer, Oathbreaker, man without honour. Yet would that not be worth it? His hands clenched at his sides, fingers curling into fists. Do it, Jamie. He could almost imagine Cersei's voice whispering in his ear. Think of how many innocent lives you could save. Be the hero you were always meant to be. Kill the king. He raised his right hand. Your son was asking for you, my king. A new voice interjected behind him. Pivoting, he beheld Sir Barristan Selmy striding forth, helmet tucked under one arm. Rhaegar? Those rheumy eyes looked past him for a moment. Blast it all! What's that boy want now? I cannot claim to know, your grace. Selmy bowed at the waist. He said it was most urgent. Aerys released him with a huff. Blasted boy's worse than Viserys, can't go a day without me. Muttering to himself, the Mad King scurried away. Was it just his imagination, or was the man limping? No, he most certainly was, shambling on his right leg. Perhaps the infection had spread to his lower torso at long last, as if fate would be so kind. Turning to face Barristan, he gave the older man a not-so-shallow nod. Thank you. You are most welcome. His fellow Kingsguard granted him one in return. His gaze strayed back to the Iron Throne with a sigh. It pains me to see him like this. He was a good man once. Was he? Jamie bit his tongue as Barristan bulled on, blind to his inner turmoil. Rhaegar will do better regardless. The son of a mad dragon, blind to his father's faults, a rogue who sang on the streets and who devoted himself to prophecies. Not bloody well likely. This time, he couldn't hold himself back. Will he? Barristan glanced his way. If you've something to say, say it. What's the old saying? Jaime cocked his head, struggling with a sneer for a moment. Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods flip a coin. He snapped his fingers. That's the one. Who's to say where Rhaegar's will land? For all we know, he might be worse than his father. Barristan bristled. You speak treason, sir. Do I? Now maybe Aerys was sane once, good once upon a time, he amended at the knight's frown. Let's not play pretend. We both know those days are long past. Whatever, whomever he was then, that man is dead. A ghost roams the halls, wearing his face. Glowering but a little, he massaged his sword hand, painfully aware of just how close he'd come to losing it. What happens when he demands your hand, His head tilted his way, considering his sword arm. Will you give it gladly? Barristan hesitated. If you so dislike the king, then why swear your oath at all? Something dark and ugly unfurled in Jaime's gut. Why? As though everyone didn't know. As if it wasn't so damn obvious. Bloody noble idiots. Because he wanted to hurt my family. He bit the words off in a silent snarl before they could escalate into a shout. Me, my mother, my father, my brothers and my sister. All of us. He nearly succeeded the first time, and he would have kept trying too if he didn't feel he had a Lannister in hand. Barristan the Bold didn't look so bold now. His face was ashen, his once healthy pallor reduced to a wan grey. This may be an honour for you, Sir Barristan, a duty for you, but not me. I'm the older brother. I took this burden, so spare mine. Barristan bridled anew. A Kingsguard forswears such bonds. And I have, Jaime effortlessly lied through his teeth. But my reason for doing it remains the same. Irked by the man's so-called honour, he decided to twist the proverbial knife just a little. My father was Hand of the King for years, as you well know. The things he told me. This time, he didn't have to repress a shiver because he had seen some of those horrors himself. His grace has only worsened since Duskendale. You know what he is as well as I. He's gone mad. For a moment he dared to hope he'd broken through to the man. And then, it is not our place to question the king. You will speak no more of this. His piece said, the elder knight pivoted upon one heel and stalked away, leaving him to stew. Jaime rubbed his wrist once more and released a deep, exasperated breath. This couldn't go on much longer. Something had to give. 0.0, 0.0. What in the seven hells are we doing way out here? Nymeria ignored the hound and kept walking, pausing only to peel back and duck under a low-hanging tree branch. The big brute didn't see it coming and walked headlong into it with an audible crack and damn near came crashing down, much to her amusement. It was the little things that sustained a girl in such a cold, boring climate as these. Oi! Watch where you're going. A girl knows where she is going, she sang back. A hound follows. Aye? He glared her, no less fearsome despite his healed visage. And where's that? A girl will tell you when she gets there. She kept walking, and at length heard him stomp after her. Lannister won't be happy about this. This is not for the master. This is for his lady. If he is to have a dragon egg still hasn't hatched yet, you little shit, then she must have a companion worthy of her. She finished without missing a beat. A girl brings a hound because the night is dark and full of terrors. For the love of... He shuddered a little, sparing a sudden glance for the trees. You sound like the Red Woman. Do you have to phrase it like that? Nymeria tilted her head. Interesting. He feared the dark almost as much as he did the fire. A girl did not think a hound was afraid of grumpkins and snarks. Not, Sandor muttered under his breath. Gimme something to swing a sword at any day. I'm no good at tracking shite. The hound did not understand, but he would soon. There, an indent in the dirt, a mark in the mud. Wolf tracks. Nymeria knew them well. The former faceless girl knelt low to inspect them and ran her hand over them. Fresh. Not even an hour old. They were on the right track. An eager look flashed across her smooth face, wild and intent. She was close now. She knew it. Grinning, she ran into the undergrowth. The hound trekked on after her with a sigh. You and that Lanceter are going to be the death of me. 0.0, 0.0. Cersei wasn't happy. No matter how gently Mother brushed her hair or how sweetly she sang to her, she simply couldn't master her temper tonight. To her credit, she had a reason to be cross. She had entertained Robert Baratheon and his visits for the better part of a year now without complaint. The boy was clearly smitten by her. Head over heels, really. Downright besotted, and while that made her feel good, she wasn't sure the same could be said toward him. He didn't quite have the debonair charm or sass of her brothers, and wasn't that a little worrying? She said as much to Mother. I miss Nathaniel and Jamie. Not Jamie and Nathaniel, Joanna tutted, teasing her. Oh dear. Despite her best efforts, the ghost of a smile touched her lips. Very funny. It faded a moment later as she contemplated her fate. Is this father's plan, then? To wed me off to the largest keep he can find? Is that all he cares for? Her brothers were off having grand adventures of their own, and she was here being, no. She dare not say it. She winced as the brush caught a snag. We need allies, darling. Cersei blew out a sigh. Allies are all well and good, but ow. Allies are all well and good, but ow. Would you have me marry a man I feel so little for merely to gain more? My sweet summer child. That's not the case at all, wasn't it? She was father's only daughter, so of course he'd use her to gain alliances. Just thinking of made her face twist in displeasure. I am a Lannister, not some broodmare. Dearest, I never said you were. Cersei huffed and crossed both arms beneath her breasts, refusing to look at her. To her credit, Mother kept brushing her hair, undaunted by this burst of anger, and after a moment spoke again. If you truly crave a proper match, then seek out a lordling who pleases you and present him to your father. But what if I don't want to marry? Joanna chuckled. You may say that now, but you may change your mind once you discover the more pleasurable aspects of marriage. Wait! Cersei tried to crane her neck away from the mirror and look at her, but Mother wasn't having it. A gentle poke in the neck steered her back as she kept brushing. Is that why Father sent Nathaniel to the north in the first place? To woo the Stark bitch? To protect your brother as well? Mother tapped the back of her head with the comb. Also language. You've not even met the poor girl. She hunched her shoulders, gripped her dress, and refused to look at her. Anyone who isn't us is the enemy. Wrong. She flicked her forehead. That kind of attitude will see you end up like the Mad King. She winced but pressed on with a sullen mutter of her own. But Father would like such a match for Nathaniel, wouldn't he? Perhaps, Mother tutted. But he's also entertaining offers from Dawn. Cersei reeled, and not from anger. Mother meant Elia Martell. But if Nathaniel was already wooing the Stargirl, that meant 2 wives? Or would Elia be a consort? Perhaps sensing her confusion, Joanna tutted and patted her head. We both know the customs of Dawn are a tad more flexible than ours. Cersei's face warmed with a rosy flush. That was putting it most mildly. Truth be told, she didn't know how to feel about all this. Nathaniel was the heir now. Jamie hadn't wanted it even before he swore himself to the Kingsguard, but she didn't like all these hussies clawing at him. Even now, the wolf and the serpent circled the lion, each waiting for a chance to sink their teeth deep. A strange, foreign feeling clawed at her breast at the thought, and bile rose in her throat. Worse still, there was the matter of those odd letters her brother wrote, though to whom he wrote, of whom she knew not, but Father had forbade her to speak of them. Mother's voice tugged her back to reality. We have a great many enemies, both within and without, those who would gladly tear us down. Remember what nearly happened to your Uncle Kevin? Cersei nodded. Yes, she remembered the ambush on the road. He'd barely escaped with his life. Such was the reason she wasn't allowed to leave Casterly Rock without her guards. The Westerlands were no longer safe as they had once been. There was even talk of her visiting the Stormlands, which may well become her new home, if Father had his say. She clenched her fists and grit her teeth. Did you love Father at first? Oh, yes. Joanna flashed her a small, serene smile, the very picture of courtly grace. Ever since I was but a girl. It's quite the tale. Cersei wanted that. She craved it more than anything else in the world. The power to command with merely a glance, to hold others in thrall with but a smile. Although she couldn't wield a sword like Nathaniel and Jamie just yet, she most certainly planned to learn. Learning at Mother's side was just as important. She could teach her things they couldn't after all. And so she nodded, eager to learn. Please, I want to learn. All right. Mother leaned back, idly draping both arms around her, her voice taking on the practiced lilt of a storyteller. But to truly understand how we came to be, we must go back to the beginning. An almost nostalgic sigh escaped her lips. I loved Tywin the moment I laid eyes on him. I often followed him from afar. He was younger back then, of course, as was I, but he was so terribly focused on the family, undoing his father's many mistakes and the like. Cersei nodded. The Rains of Castamere. Mother's smile became sad for a moment, as though she were recalling something terribly fond and sad. Yes, there's more to that story, but that is a tale for another time. Now where was... Ah, yes. Your father showed no interest in the fairer sex at the time, so it fell to me to seduce him. You seduced him, Cersei gasped, secretly shocked and delighted all at once. How scandalous. She loved it. Oh, yes. Mother touched a hand to her cheek, more than happy to feed her curiosity. There was talk of him marrying some Targaryen hussy, you see. Only rumours, of course, but at the time it was the talk of the realm. I didn't much like that. Neither did he, really. But at the time he was rather blind to my affection, and I unwittingly caught the eye of another dragon. The king. Cersei gasped. No. Yes, Joanna preened. Aerys was rather handsome himself back then, and not at all the monster he is today. His madness changed him, and not for the better. Remember that, dear girl. Just because you think you know someone doesn't mean they'll be that person. Cersei balked, all thoughts of brushing her hair long forgotten. You could have been a queen. Mayhaps you're right. There it was, the small, strange sadness in Mother's smile again. I could have been Queen of the Seven Kingdoms if I'd said the word, but I did not wish it, little dove. And in hindsight, I am glad I chose another. She drew her close and kissed her forehead. If I had married Aerys, you and your brothers never would have been born. Or they might have been princes and princesses, but Cersei saw her point and subsided with a sigh. Still, Mother clicked her tongue and leaned back into her. Poor Rhaella, she had no idea what she was getting into. She knew that name. It belonged to the current queen. An awful thought occurred to her. Was she the one that might have married father? Mother smiled and did not answer, leaving her to guess. Perhaps she was. Perhaps she wasn't. Cersei hadn't exactly studied the Targaryen histories, but didn't their kind die of unusual circumstances all the time? Half of them went mad after all, didn't they? She vaguely remembered Nathaniel taking a great interest in such genealogies. No, wait. She was getting distracted. That still doesn't explain how you pierced father's heart of stone. And what a heart of stone it was. Mother laughed. I had to go at it with a chisel, bit by bit, piece by piece. A word here, a touch there, a caress when he least expected it. Small things, tiny things, little acts that no one would take notice individually but over time built up until finally. Cersei leaned into her with bated breath. Finally? Here at last, Mother's smile gained an edge. It was a dark, stormy night when I crept into your Lord Father's chamber. Joanna began in the most smug of undertones. I had to sneak in, you see, for he had his quarters guarded at all times. There he lay on the bed, dead to the world, until I woke him with a kiss, pinned him to the bed with my hips, hitched up my gown and... Cersei shrieked and flailed her hands wildly, face flaming red in a fiery flush. Mother! And then, more quietly, you really hunted him down. As a lioness would a stag, she whispered, eliciting an incredulous giggle from her lips at the analogy. The rest, as you well know, is history. Do you understand the moral of this story now, my sweet? Reaching out, she took her chin in hand and forced her to look her way. In this life, if you desire something, you must reach out, take hold of it with both hands, and never, ever let it go. Take pleasure from the good things in life when you can, where you can. To not do so is to live a life full of regret. She nodded once she would remember those words, keep them deep in her heart, and hold them close, always. Good girl. Perhaps sensing her rising resolve, Mother nudged her. And now that we've finished our little story, perhaps you should look in on Tyrion. He misses his brothers. A pout swept over her lips. Must I? Joanna pinched her side. You're all he has at the moment, dearest. He's lonely. He's a dwarf. Yes, but he may not be one forever. What in the seven hells did that mean? Nathaniel's work, no doubt. Her brother was ever the meddler. Realizing her mother wouldn't yield, Cersei drew herself up with a huff. Very well, if I must. It wasn't hard to leave her sitting room and find Tyrion's chambers. They was just past Nathaniel's own quarters. She liked to sleep there sometimes when she had nightmares while he was away, but finding the door and opening it proved another matter entirely. She should. She had to. She must. He fingers closed around the handle as she took a deep breath and... Someone shoved it open, and a little blur hit her knees. Sister, look. Circe felt her heart wrench even as she stumbled, reflexively catching herself on a nearby wall. Her first reflex was to scowl, but somehow she mastered herself. Hello, little brother. Tyrion drew back, beaming. It's been so long since you came to visit. Would you like to see my books? He was a dwarf. There was no skirting around that. He'd nearly killed Mother to come into this world. Very well would have were it not for Nathaniel working his mysterious magics. Small wonder the maesters wanted him gone. Perhaps had Tyrion taken Mother's life, she might well feel strongly about this. But he was a dwarf and he looked so… Lannister! For an awful moment she could have sworn she felt a terrible, invisible weight pressed down upon her shoulders. You swore to us, Circe shivered. She had sworn on her blood, hadn't she? To the old gods and the new. To be better, and not just to Nathaniel. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and drew young Tyrion in her arms. Yes, I'd like that very much. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard. After all, Tyrion loved her. He was family. How could she possibly hate him? Wherever he was, she prayed Nathaniel was having a better time of things than her. 0.0, 0.0. No more. Naruto awoke in a cold sweat, guts gripping in the dark, words ringing in his ears. Who? No, more. Where was that voice coming from? No, more! Exasperated, he tore himself free beneath the heavy fur blankets, snapped his fingers, and conjured a small spark of chakra flame, one he flung hastily into the hearth. It struck the dry logs there and sprang to life, basking the room in fiery glow. Shadows flickered across his face, summarily ignored as he squinted about in search of the commotion. Because then, you see, he saw the egg. It was violently rocking to and fro where he'd let it lay, tucked into a corner, swaddled among a great many heavy blankets for warmth. Now, basking in the light of the fire seemed almost to strengthen the crimson shell somehow. Whatever was nestled within began making muffled noises of angry outrage as it tried to tear its way free. Again. It had only been a year since it tried to hatch. Was the little bugger that determined to be free? Really? He muttered under his breath. You just have to make things difficult, don't you? The egg thrashed violently anew. Striding over, he crouched down and laid a hand against its scarlet surface. Something thumped against his palm, etching a fine fracture against the doughty shell. It really was trying to hatch for real this time, wasn't it? What manner of magic was at work here? He didn't pretend to know. Blasted red woman. Wherever she was, Melisandre was laughing at him. He just knew it. Bloody immortal. If he never saw her again, it would be too soon. Any and all thoughts of the Red Priestess were soon forgotten, however, as those egg fractures splintered and became cracks, fissures, outright chasms now. It couldn't hatch here. If it did, it would be the talk of Winterfell. Aerys would know. And once he did, bracing both hands on either side of the egg, he tried to hold the egg together, only to pause now as the presence within began to fade. He could feel the life within flickering, weakening as it struggled to break free and failed. It wanted to hatch, no. It needed to hatch and feed, he realized. Not on chakra, but meat. If he denied it now, it would die. Logic, or rather the Lannister in him, said it would be best to let the hatchling die. They didn't need a quarrel with the crown right now. Yes, let the hatchling perish, and the king would lose any and all reason to come after him. It was logical. He'd never been one to follow logic. Nathaniel might have let a dragon die, but Naruto never would. Screw it, he plonked down before the egg and sat, crossing his legs beneath him. You'd better be worth all this. From there, he gave the egg a good hard jab with 2 fingers and widened one of the crack, the better to provide the hatchling ease of access. As though waiting for that very gesture, the egg burst. It did not break like stone, did not shatter like marble, it just burst. A red claw thrust its way out of near the peak of the egg, followed by another, and Naruto yelped. Oi! He caught the frantically thrashing egget before it could tumble out of the blankets and strike the ground, then hastily set it down atop his bed. And well that he did too, because the bloody completely thing burst open as something fiery and feisty clawed its way out to freedom. On the surface, it looked like some mad blend between the legendary dragons Caraxes and Melees, with a deep golden spine besides. A vibrant little lizard with scales of gold on red, a long-horned neck, deep crimson eyes, and 9 scaled tails twitching restlessly behind it. He balked at it for a moment. Well, damn! The hatchling threw its head back and howled to the heavens in a voice like thunder. I am reborn! The world heard not a thing of this naturally, only the pitiful squeak of a newborn dragon, the first of its kind in over a century. Not so Naruto. He heard the words, understood them. They reverberated deep within his mind with an all-too-familiar tenor, plucking at his heart as though it were the strings of a harp. Because, you see, he knew that voice. He hadn't heard it in so long, had nearly forgotten it, but with that cry it all came rushing back. A lone tear rolled down his cheek. Kurama? Of course it's me! The hatchling flapped its wings, shrilled at him indignantly. Who else would it be? No, wait, don't answer that. Quick as can be, he jumped onto him, scaled his chest as though he were the mountain himself, wound his way around his neck, claimed a perch on his shoulder and glared at him. Do you have any idea how long I was trapped in that egg? A while. Ages, came the indignant cry. If it weren't for that red woman of yours, I'd still be in the shadowlands of Ashai. And then, you didn't let me hatch for years. Years? I am starving. Bring me meat at once, or, so help me, I will eat you. His head was spinning. It felt as though the very floor would give way beneath him at any moment and send him plummeting into darkness. Approve it, he mumbled under his breath, still reeling. Poor prove that you are really him, really real, that this isn't a dream. Kurama arched back with a bemused noise. Are you sure about that? Firming his jaw, he glared at the hatchling that may or may not be his old friend. Prove it, Pipsqueak. Kurama absolutely hissed. Pipsqueak, am I? Fine. You asked for it. You love ramen. Shadow clones were the first real jutsu you ever learned, and when you were a runt, you accidentally kissed. All right. Naruto's thumb and forefinger came down, sealing his muzzle before he could embarrass him further. I believe you. Then gimme some food before I drop dead. How is this even possible? With an outraged noise, Kurama whipped around, bit down on his right hand and tore a chunk of flesh free, leaving him to recoil with a hiss. Ow! He glared at him as he gobbled it down and pinched one of his wings. Was that really necessary? Draconic eyes rolled in annoyance. Hush you. You'll heal. Now then. Starving. Give. Food. Fine. Here. I've a bit of last night's mutton on the table over here. Kurama launched himself off him with a demented roar. Banzai. What followed was a massacre. The leftover did not die well. Naruto left his friend feast, content to watch him for a time and be happy. Hopefully Kurama wouldn't grow too quickly. That the old fox had reincarnated with all 9 tails was a cause for hope, but he didn't want to get his up. Right now his friend was vulnerable. Eris, should he ever learn of his existence, would stop at nothing to have him. And he wouldn't give him up. They might be able to conceal him for a time beneath Casterly Rock, but sooner or later he would grow too big, and then they'd have to let him loose to forage and feed, and once he was seen, there would be war. Were there other eggs out there in the lands beyond Westeros, waiting to hatch? Could he hatch them? One dragon was already the medieval equivalent of a nuke, but if they had more... Hadn't his uncle Geryon Lannister gone off to Old Valyria in search of Brightraw, the family's ancestral Valyrian sword and dragon eggs? Perhaps he still lived? Or, no, he chided himself, don't get ahead of yourself, Naruto. Focus on the task at hand. Still, he had so many questions. How had Kurama found his way to this world before him? How had he wound up in that egg? Melisandre would have said her precious Lord of Light was the reason for their reunion. But even now he didn't quite believe her. There was something more to all this. Something he was missing. He just knew it. But what? It tickled his thoughts and drove him mad, to no avail. He supposed there would be time enough for answers later. For now, it's not safe for you here. Kurama lifted his head, idly licking his chops. I'm well aware. What are your plans? We have to get you back to Casterly Rock. He pivoted on his wobbly new wings to face him. I suppose I'll have a chance to meet your new family then. I dare say they'd very much like to meet you. Speaking of which, he should probably write to Tywin. Father didn't like surprise. Kurama waved his wings and gave him the dragon equivalent of a grin. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Naruto sniffled despite himself, nearly choking on his emotions for a moment. I really did miss you, you know. His scaly visage softened. And you. Good. He leaned forward to glare at the reincarnated fox. It was miserable growing up again without you. Leave me again at your peril. Kurama made a wheezing noise that might have been a laugh were he human. I could not. I have tried. Cheeky little... The door latch turned suddenly without warning. Nathaniel. Liana slipped in and closed it quickly behind her, clutching a candle, wearing a thick white shift for warmth. Are you awake? I wanted to see... Oh. She saw him and froze. Her eyes widened. Oh, Tild. Kurama pivoted and trilled once. Oh ho? Is this your woman? Or are you still writing letters to the Snake and the Dragon Queen? He gave him a side-eye look, to which he preened. Don't look at me like that, you. I was trapped in an egg, not dead. I've heard every word you said from the moment we were reunited, and... ACA? Oh my goodness! Liana was on him a heartbeat later with a delighted squeal, grinning from ear to ear as she swept him up into her arms. You're real. You're really, really real. Just look at you, she babbled happily, heedless of Kurama's startled squawk. Aren't you a handsome fellow? Did you name him? She kept babbling, looking between the two of them. It is a he, isn't he? Naruto coughed a laugh. Kurama's long neck swiveled her way. I'll thank you not to ask that again if you value your hair. Though she couldn't understand him, Liana sensed his intent all the same. Definitely a boy. He's so regal. But he needs a name. Every great dragon has one. Let me think a moment. Naruto leaned back into his chair and let the two off-tem go at it. Really? Liana was far too excited about this. Once the Mad King learned about Kurama, and he would sooner or later, there could be no hiding something like this forever. There would be war. Stop thinking about that. He shoved the reminder aside with a growl. Then let there be war. He wasn't giving him up. Best to focus on the positives for now. And then just because he was feeling so giddy, I was thinking Ruby. Kurama inhaled ominously. Oi! Liana beat him to the punch with a click of her tongue as she fussed over his handsome scales. Nonsense, Nathaniel. He's your dragon. He needs something royal. Something people will remember. The reborn fox reared back with an indignant hiss and nipped Liana's arm, causing her to recoil with a yelp. He didn't blame her. Credit where it was due, Liana didn't let go. He had to wriggle his way free and hop onto the bed under his own power. Kurama. Naruto made it as much a statement as a warning. Liana hummed. Well, historically most dragons do have the letter in their name and oh! Her lively eyes lit up a moment later as she rounded on him, practically vibrating in place. Such a wild northern girl. Can I say it? I've been studying High Valyrian. Naruto squinted, utterly at a loss. Say what now? Kurama puffed out his tiny chest. You may. The former waved a hand, curious to see what she was on about. Liana rounded on Kurama with a grin. All right, little one. Let's see if you have some fire in you. Dracarys! Oh, that was what she meant. How had he missed that? Kurama reared back, inhaled anew, and... Ugh! Blah! Coughed angrily, expelling a harmless ring of smoke into the air. Darn. He hung his head, slightly ashamed at his failure. This usually doesn't happen to me. Poor baby. Liana scratched his tiny head. Don't worry, you'll be flying and roasting your enemies in no time. Kurama hissed vocally at her. Damn straight I will. Liana crooned softly, unable to understand him. You'll do just fine. Pounding footsteps near the door alerted and alarmed then in equal measure. Liana, her father's voice boomed furiously. Is that you? What are you doing in there? And at the hour of the wolf, no less. Half the castle has been searching for you. His daughter winced. Father, wait. Naruto blanched. There was no time to hide Kurama, only to step forward and grab him. Too little, too late. Lord Rickard Stark burst into the room, blade in hand, saw the dragon nestled between him and Liana like a long-lost child. The shattered shards of an egg sprawled across the bed behind them, blinked at the sheer absurdity of it all. In an instant, his face drained of colour and he clutched at the doorframe to steady himself. Gods, he summed up eloquently. That's right, greater fragment of a god, right here. Kurama preened and spread his wings with a squeaky roar. Bow your shit! Liana tried to hold back a giggle and failed. It was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. With that, Naruto simply couldn't help himself anymore. He began to laugh. Point 0, 0.0. Not 3 days later, a raven arrived at Casterly Rock. Tywin opened it, gave the contents within a brisk read, paused, then reread them now for good measure. Dearest father, it should behoove you to know that we, I suppose, will soon be returning to Casterly Rock. Lady Lyanna expressed an interest in visiting the Westerlands. Also, I have a dragon now. Surprise! Be sure and burn this letter. Ever your son, Tilda Nathaniel. He crumpled the letter and swiftly consigned its contents to the fire of his hearth. Like father, like son, he too began to laugh. But his was a grim, bitter thing indeed. Joanna swept into the room alarmed. What is it, dearest? Tywin told her as bluntly as he could. I expect we'll need a great deal of sheep in the days to come. His wife began to laugh as well. Looking back, many historians and many maesters would ponder what led to the chaos that followed. This was it, right here. The moment, the instance, the dawn of it all. When the War of the Lion and the Dragon truly began. Chapter 12. Homecoming. Naruto prepared to leave Winterfell with all due haste. Most nobles would have dragged their feet well into the next day and then some, demanding a hunt or perhaps a feast before departure. Most nobles' nobles would have bragged and swaggered about hatching a dragon, such as not had been seen in over a century. Most nobles would have exacted heavy obeisance and tribute, or worse, from the small folk in the surrounding area once they did set out. Likewise, taking their sweet time, returning to the safety of their stronghold. Most nobles would have been dead by nightfall, caught by the king's men. Thankfully, neither Naruto nor Lyanna cared overmuch for pomp and circumstance. Life had beaten it out of them. They were quick and efficient, downright expeditious in their eagerness to depart. Even now in his lunacy, Aerys had eyes and ears everywhere. He knew it would only take a single servant catching sight of Kurama to unleash chaos. This far from Casterly Rock, they had few allies save the Starks, and possible betrothal or no. He couldn't reasonably expect Lord Rickard to face the king's wrath for his sake. If found to be lying, he would face capture and torture, wildfire at the very least. Death would be a mercy, and the Mad King was not known for such. No, the sensible option was to flee the coming storm before it could gather. Loose lips sank ships, to be sure, but his was ironclad. He saw to that personally. A surly Kurama was stuffed into a small box filled with hay, the former having multiple holes poked into it to allow him to breathe, and said box was subsequently stowed in his pack for safekeeping. Then they were off, gathering only what food and supplies their horses could afford to comfortably carry. Theirs was hardly a grand or glorious departure befitting a lord and lady. Rather than pompous fanfare and the assemblage of the castle household, here they were instead, skulking about in the early hours just before dawn. So early that not even the servants themselves dared to rise. Nor did they flinch at disguising themselves. That, at least, proved easier than packing. Well, for some of them, at least. Lyanna was all too happy to don a worn suit of armour and hide her appearance from prying eyes. Lady of Winterfell though she may be, she was a warrior through and through. Nymeria simply changed her face. He had no way of knowing just how many of those she'd taken from the House of Black and White, and she was set. Naruto had a tougher time of it. Unwilling to unveil his talents here in Winterfell, he found himself forced to rely on more mundane means, ditching his finery in favour of simple peasant attire, run mud through his golden hair to temporarily darken it, and likewise dirty his face. Alas, there could be no concealing the hound, however. Even without his signature helmet stowed away, the man was simply too large. In the end, they threw a hood over his head and called it a day. No one must know that Naruto Lannister and Lyanna Stark were fleeing to Casterly Rock, least of all why. Doubtless they would learn in time, but for now, secrecy was paramount. Although, "You don't have to come with me, you know," he said to Lyanna. "Yes, I do." The wild wolf of Winterfell briefly lifted the visor of her helm to squint at him as she helped him settle the last saddlebag. "Who will keep you out of trouble if not me?" He scoffed at her, incredulous. "You started half the fights we got in." She huffed indignantly, refusing to admit her fault. "Did I now?" A blonde brow rose. "Remember that brawl with the bear?" "Nonsense. That was all you. You're the one that—" She looked away with a sniffle, and he caught a glimmer of moisture in her eyes before she dashed it against the back of her knuckles. Silly girl, masking her feelings behind that Naruto boyish facade. They had to go in quickly, but Lyanna was keen on coming with him. "Visit," she said, "just for a little while." He knew she didn't want to let him out of her sight. "Fine. Clearly I must be mistaken." He sketched a snarky bow and lilted his voice to match. "Forgive me, my lady. I was a fool to ever doubt thee." It did the trick. She looked back to him with a watery smile. "We will allow it. You can make it up to us. Naruto Oro." He rolled with it. "Extracting favours from me already, are we?" The hound snorted in the background. "Sassy lass." Strong too. Lyanna shook an armored fist his way. I'll knock you on your ass one of these days, Clegane. Mark my words. Sandor rumbled a rusty laugh, bemused by her spirit. You're not half bad for a Stark. Naruto finished filling his canteen and glanced about. Where's Nymeria? Just like that, his smile died an ugly death. Getting ready? Naruto felt his brow furrow. Ready for what? Sandor didn't say. Strange. Hurry up! Kurama chirped angrily from the many-holed crate they'd tucked him in. I'm freezing my scales off out here. Lyanna giggled, and despite the direness of their situation, Naruto very nearly snickered him sleff. Mustn't laugh at his plight. To most, Kurama was just a very chirpy baby dragon. Sandor certainly thought so. Noisy thing, oi. He opened the crate and thrust a hand in to keep Kurama from poking his head out. Keep it down in there, you, before you give us a wah! He withdrew his hand thrice as fast with a hiss of pain and slammed the lid shut to rub at his wrist. Little B** bit me! Kurama hissed out a laugh in his crate. Serves you right. Clegane couldn't understand him, but he knew mockery when he heard it. Think you're funny, do you? Lyanna tutted. Be nice, Sandor. He doesn't know any better. Kurama most assuredly did, but he wasn't about to say so. Lannister. Crisp Footsed Peas drew his ear, and he turned to see Lord Rickard trudging his way. Oh dear. He didn't look happy. Had he changed his mind about this whole affair? Imagine his surprise then, when the man seized him in a crushing embrace. My people have set up way stations throughout the north, he informed them. They're manned by men I trust. You'll find fresh horses and provisions there. Ride hard, ride fast, and stop for no one. Naruto tried to pull away, only for Lyanna's father to cling to him. Keep my daughter safe. He growled the words into his ear, low and deep with warning. Treat her well, or I'll tear Casterly Rock down on your head. Lyanna yelped, gone red in the face. Father, no! Father, yes. Rickard released him with a grunt. Just making sure the boy knows what's at stake. She promptly thumped him over the head for it. Trying to scare him, more like. Stop that! Lord Stark took the blow with good grace. I know not what you mean. Like father, like daughter. It almost made him smile. And here he thought she got her stubborn disposition from her mother. Apparently not. He knew precious little of Lyanna Stark, her mother. But he didn't recall her being anything like this. Warmed his heart? It did. And so he bowed his head instead. I'll keep her safe. A Lannister pays his debts. Debts. The Lord of Winterfell balked a little at that. What debts? You owe me nothing save Lyanna's safety. I disagree. He shook his head. You kept me safe here all these years when you could have just as easily turned me over to the king. I won't forget that. Reaching out, he offered the man his hand in friendship. I wish you good fortune in the war to come. Lord Rickard blanched but a little, bless his stout heart, and gripped his wrist in return. Do you truly think it will come to that? With complete and utter certainty. The Lannisters had taken every step to safeguard against it, but Aerys was bound to overreach sooner rather than later. Thank the gods for Starks and their honour. Any other major house, Tyrell, Tully, Greyjoy, Arryn, or the Freys. Even the Martells, despite their good relations, couldn't be trusted with something like this. Most would have happily sold him up the river to gain favour with the Mad King. Once upon a time, he was sure the Lannisters would have done the same to the Starks, given half a chance. Revenge made for strange bedfellows indeed. That said, Lord Rickard Stark had proven himself a good and honourable man. Likewise, both Brandon and Ned were good boys. He hoped nothing happened to them. In the end, he settled for a small, sad smile. I wouldn't go south any time soon. Now then. Whirling, he tucked his cloak around him and glanced toward the rapidly brightening horizon. Where in blazes is Nymeria? We need to go. A girl is here, said Blackfire Girl practically appeared at his elbow, startling him. A girl was busy. She looked far too smug for his liking. What were you up to? Hunting for direwolves, she chirruped happily. And? He asked. Did you find any? She shrugged. Wolves will come to Winterfell again. Don't pull that prophecy shit. You're not the Red Woman. The little Blackfire managed to look offended, despite her disguise. A girl has never claimed to be. She has simply set events into motion. Care to elaborate? Silence was her answer. She hummed once, hefted her pack, and slung herself onto her horse. Was it his imagination, or did that pack move just now? No, enough delays and deliberations. Time to leave. Onto their horses they went, just the four of them, ready for their journey. Lord Rickard bid them a brisk farewell, opened the gates himself and saw them off. A long ride followed. They kept their hoods up, or helmet on in Lyanna's case, and rode hard throughout the day unceasingly. When a band of brigands set upon them, they rode right through them, swords swinging. When they passed peasants on the road with a broken cart, they did not stop. When wolves howled in the gloom, they rode harder. Anything could have been one of Aerys' traps or tricks, and they dare not take even the slightest risk. They rode and rode and rode until their horses nearly dropped dead, but they reached the first way station before dusk. By then the sun was nearly set. Naruto didn't fail to notice Nymeria fiddling with her pack as the rest of them made camp, but he was too tired to care. He kept the box holding Kurama close, all too aware of his friend's vulnerability, and fed him scraps of meat to keep him warm. The four of them turned in for the night with only a dim fire to keep them company. Dawn came, and with it they rode again. On and on they went, south and west, barely speaking a word to one another until finally, what felt like an eternity later. After a terribly long journey fraught with peril, he spied Casterly Rock in the distance. "Riders at the gate!" Tywin heard the distant shout and closed the ledger he'd been considering. A rare flicker of grim excitement stirred in his chest. He carefully quashed it, stowed his letters, and rose from his desk. He knew this mustn't register on an emotional level. Nathaniel's abrupt return meant a great many things, but there was an order to be upheld, and he would not ruin it by rushing down the stairs, tripping and breaking his neck at the worst possible moment. Already he could hear the commotion in the rock, servants bustling hither and yon like headless chickens as they made ready for a feast. That he would allow. Nathaniel was family, and returning with a great prize at that. Not just the Stark girl, but if his letter was to be believed, a dragon. An honest-to-goodness dragon, and wouldn't that change things? In his heart of hearts, the old lion allowed himself a rare moment of weakness as he stalked through the halls. With Jaime trapped in King's Landing, Tyrion was still somewhat difficult to connect with despite his utmost efforts, and Cersei had become obsessed with the art of the sword, much to his eternal chagrin. Nathaniel had always been the one to hang off his every word, absorbing every lesson taught like a veritable sponge. He was the centerpiece of his plans, his family, but more than that, it would be good to see him again. He had missed the boy. It had been years. He must be a young man by now. A nearby door opened ahead of him, and Joanna bustled out in a golden dress, shining like the sun. Less so little Tyrion holding his mother's hand. The boy saw him and studiously averted his eyes. "Hello, father." Tyrion grew taller every year. Perhaps he would not be entirely a dwarf after all. And yet, his birth had nearly ripped Joanna away from him, Tywin grunted, unable to muster a proper response. For once, Tyrion didn't sass him. Good. There you are. Joanna saw him, took a hold of his arm with her free hand, and bustled the both of them along. "Come, husband, Cersei's already waiting at the gate. Let us welcome our son home." His wife never failed to draw a smile from him, however slight. "I suppose we should. One of his cousins." "Riders approaching." Lord Rickard heard the distant shout and looked up from his letters. He prayed that the gods were good, that Lyanna had successfully escaped to the Westerlands with Lannister. He prayed for the safety of his boys so far from home. He prayed that cooler heads would prevail, that war would not come to pass. The door to his inner sanctum burst open in a rush, revealing the maester. One look at the man's face told him all he needed to know. Even so, he had to ask, "What colours do they bear?" "Riders, my lord. They bear Targaryen colours." "Aerys? Already? Surely not, unless—" Did he truly have eyes and ears everywhere? Rickard Stark exhaled heavily. He had prepared himself this. So be it. He grabbed Ice, ancestral sword of his house, slung it over his shoulder and stalked down the stairs. Each step brought him closer to his doom. He expected to find Aerys waiting for him in the yard, Kingsguard at the ready to take his head. If that was to be his fate for upholding the dignity and honour of guest right, then so be it. Should this come to a fight, he would not go quietly. Brandon was safe in the Riverlands, Ned in the Vale, and Lyanna could not be reached in the Westerlands. His death here would change nothing. One of his children would inherit Winterfell, and if he perished here, he could finally see his beloved Liara again. How he missed his wife. Rickard Starr walked into that courtyard prepared to meet his end. Instead, he found himself face to face with the Crown Prince himself, Rhaegar Targaryen. Of the King's Guard, he saw only one, Sir Barristan Selmy, and a few of the household guard besides. Curious. Lord Stark. The young prince had an affable air about him, yet he found himself tensing in his presence all the same as he dismounted his horse and removed his helmet. Well met. I trust you've been well? Rickard bowed his head as was customary, mind inwardly racing as said prince approached. My prince. Forgive me. We did not expect your arrival. Understandable. The prince laughed. My presence here is a rather well-kept secret, isn't that right, Barristan? His guard hummed once, non-committally. I still think this is rather reckless, your grace, even for you. Nonsense. Rhaegar beamed undaunted. The greatest risk brings the greatest reward. Still smiling, he rounded on Rickard. I came to pay call upon your daughter, the Lady Lyanna. He looked past him to Winterfell, this eager dragon, wholly ignorant of his own peril. Might she be within? His throat closed and words became a struggle. She is not here, my prince. Rhaegar seemed somewhat crestfallen at that. A pity. May I inquire as to her whereabouts? It galled him to lie, but lie he must, for the truth would see his dear daughter entangled in something far more insidious. I cannot say for certain. She keeps her own hours and goes where she will. She may return in an hour or a day, for all I know. I see, the prince seemed genuinely crestfallen. Another time, then. Although, he paused, seemed to consider something, chewed on the words for a moment more before sighing. Tell me, Lord Stark, are you at all familiar with the Song of Ice and Fire? Lord Rickard blinked, somewhat taken aback. I cannot say that I am, my prince. Then please give your daughter this when next you see her. He withdrew a small scroll sealed in wax and offered it to him. The very fate of Westeros itself may depend upon it. Tossing his head, he flicked a stray strand of pale hair behind his ear. I shall be resting at a nearby inn should you wish to pay call upon me. I will remain here for 3 days. Should you find your daughter before then, please send her to me. Yes, of course. Rickard paid his courtesies, but they were numb and distant, perfectly polite, giving nothing away until the prince finally deigned to depart. He watched him go with something akin to relief. Rhaegar may well be better a man than his sire, but he might not. Eris was sane once. Who was to say the son would not follow the father into madness? Chin lifted and back straight, he watched the crown and his host ride away into the distance. He counted the moments of their passing, one by one. Only once he was certain he'd gone did he dare react. His gloved fist thumped against the wall. Blast it all. Lyanna would have to hide in the Westerlands a while longer. He would never ever give his daughter to the dragon. His fate didn't matter. He would sooner die in fire. Lyanna must live. Chapter 13. How large will he grow? It's anyone's guess, really. Just look at him. A most impressive creature. See to it that you don't lose him. I won't. Never again. Never again? It's a long story. Humour me. No, I don't think I will. Tilda, here be dragons. The gates of Casterly Rock remained closed to them. Naruto was rather glad they did. He'd be a bit concerned if the guards let anyone claiming to be royalty waltz through. Unfortunately, that presented their little group with a bit of a conundrum. It had been years, nearly a decade, since he'd last set foot in this place, and at present the guards weren't terribly keen on obliging him. Not at all surprising, given he didn't look like the lord he'd been when he first left these gates. At present, their little quartet was filthy from a long, hard ride, covered in dirt, and in need of a good long bath. He was sure they smelled even worse. Thanks to his disguise, he didn't much resemble Nathaniel Lannister at the moment. Nor did Lyanna look like herself. She had long since shed her unwieldy helmet and armour in favour of plain peasant garb and wrapped up her long dark hair behind a worn bandana. Likewise, few knew Nymeria, which was undoubtedly a good thing given her many faces, meaning she could hardly shed her disguise and reveal her true face before them as a Blackfire. Not that she would, mind you. She'd only ever shown her true face to him and him alone. The Hound alone was impossible to miss, but his face was supposed to be horribly burned, which, and only a select few knew he'd been healed. So, of course, the guards thought Clegane was an imposter. So, yes, much problems. And they were all his. For the last time, he pinched the bridge of his nose in a vain attempt to stifle the rising urge to commit murder upon these loyal men of House Lannister, We are expected here. He even took the risk of pulling down his hood to reveal his dirty face and muddy hair in the vain hope he wouldn't have to blow his cover wide open. If you'd just send someone to the keep and ask for Lord Tywin, the Lannister guards remained stubborn, but the taller of the two made the mistake of opening his full mouth. Don't know no Lord Tywin here. Shove off, boy. Must. Not. Kill. These were good men. Loyal, too. Perhaps a bit too obtuse for his liking. It had taken them the better part of a month to make it here, and the journey had taken its toll. He just wanted a nice long bath, somewhere safe to stoke armor, and a nice long nap. Alas, that didn't seem to be in the cards today. We're sodding hungry, Clegane growled low and deep in his throat. Let us in before I bash your brains out. Nymeria clicked her tongue and laid a hand upon her belt knife. Not if a girl does stabs them first. Lyanna lifted her chin and held her tongue. Bless her. Yet her glare, well, pure stock, that one. He hadn't wanted it to come to this, but if they had to force their way through. What is the meaning of this? The guards jolted and turned to face the gate, which promptly creaked open for the newcomer. A grin split Naruto's face, because he knew that voice. Even after the better part of a decade, it was intrinsically carved into his mind. Tywin Lannister was much as he remembered. He didn't think much of anything could ever change his father. A bit leaner, perhaps, a little less hair, but relatively unchanged. It was good to have a constant in life. Father, meanwhile, recognized him at once. He could tell. A single glance was all it took. A mere narrowing of the eyes conveyed words unspoken. Even with the years that had passed, all the dirt on his face, and the mud to hide his golden hair, a father always knew his son. Naturally, he couldn't acknowledge him here directly. If he did, gossip would flow freely and reach Lannisport by sundown. Why was Nathaniel Lannister sneaking home covered in mud? Why had he disguised himself? Who were his strange companions? Word would spread inevitably, it always did. There could be no helping that, but it was paramount that they control the flow of information as long as possible. And so they perpetuated the charade. My lord, one of the guards tried to rally. We weren't expecting you. Evidently not, he grunted. Why have you not let these four in as I instructed? Silence reigned. Tywin scoffed into it. Are we so well manned that we can afford to discard able young bodies and skilled labourers? He leaned forward, looming, causing the shorter of the two guards to flinch. I thought not. He looked back to them, not quite able to hide his pride. I imagine it was quite difficult to travel so far, so quickly. Well done. Naruto knelt, and the Hound and Nymeria with him, as would be expected of peasants. Lyanna, proud, stubborn Lyanna, was a heartbeat too slow. The taller guard drew his blade and thrust it at her, trying to reclaim some small scrap of dignity. Kneel, boy, or I'll carve your lungs out. You'll do no such thing, Tywin tutted, looking to Lyanna. This one's a girl, you idiot. She bowed her head in quiet acknowledgement, unable to hide a smile. Dressed as a boy, I see. Tywin considered her for a long moment, mildly amused by the charade. Why? Lyanna played the part well, lifting her chin but a little. Safer to travel this way, my lord. Smart. He turned a glare on the guards. More than I can say for this lot. Come. Without so much as another word, he turned, clasped both hands behind his back, and walked away. The command, invitation, proved pointedly clear. Naruto sprang to his feet and followed after his father. Lyanna only a heartbeat behind, and the Hound and Nymeria closer still. Kurama shifted restlessly in his pack, not best pleased with his new bok. My apologies, Tywin murmured once he was certain they were out of earshot. We cannot be too careful. He shrugged a shoulder. Loose lips sink ships. Indeed they do. Wait, was that a hint of a smile upon Tywin's face just now? No, surely not. Had he imagined it? Planting a hand between his back, his lord father guided him up to the sloping path to the castle and into the main keep proper. A few servants glanced their way, but none said a word. And why would they? They were well and truly loyal for the most part. None here would dare betray him to the Mad King. Doubtlessly he'd learn of his return to Casterly Rock sooner or later, but that didn't mean they had to make things easy for him now, did they? In short order, he was bustled into a side room, where a servant offered him a bucket of water and a clean cloth to wash his face and clean the mud from his hair. It was no bath, but it would suffice for now. He demanded the same treatment for the rest of his companions, to their great delight. Clean clothes were laid out for him and Lyanna in the signature colours of House Lannister, naturally. And, in short order, the two of them were soon dressed as befit their station once more. Lady Stark looked rather nice in that red dress. Very nice indeed. He hoped she would wear the colour more often. He certainly didn't miss the way Lyanna looked over his rich golden tunic and matching trousers either. Thus refreshed, and with Kurama's box tucked securely in his pack, their little entourage emerged. Tywin took a look at the two of them as they emerged and nodded. It was just the once, and his words likewise. Better. More than enough. Lyanna couldn't leave it at that naturally. She flicked a strand of long dark hair over her ear, tilted her head, and placed one hand upon her hip to glare at the Lord of Casterly Rock. "Do I look like a boy now, Lord Tywin?" Naruto snorted, unable to maintain his noble demeanour in the face of such a remark. Seemed she hadn't appreciated that charade at the gate after all. Tywin took the taunt in good grace, never once smiling. "Not at all, Lady Stark," she huffed, content with his meagre praise. Nymeria muttered something unflattering beneath her breath. Tywin caught it and promptly pivoted to face her and Clegane alike. "You've both done well, keeping my son safe these last few years. I shall see you suitably rewarded for this." The duo perked up. Of course they would. Lannisters always pay their debts. Kurama thumped against his back, eager impatient to be free. Father looked to him, noticing his shifting satchel. "You have it then." He nodded once. "I do. Good." Rather than lead them up, Tywin ushered the four of them down deep into the rock. It took Naruto a moment to realize where they were going, and once he did, he felt a strange sort of nostalgia. Father was taking them down to the stone garden. He hadn't been in years, not since his experience with Elia Martell. A strange pang of longing kicked at his chest, nearly causing him to miss a step. So too did he miss that clever girl. Such wayward thoughts were almost immediately quelled as they reached their destination. Someone was waiting for him there, one hand resting against the heart tree. She turned to face them, and much to his confusion, he found himself facing a noble young lady wearing a golden dress, though he failed to recognize her. She wore a sword belt of some sort with a short sword sheathed within. Who was she? He was sure he would have recognized a ravishing beauty like this. Her piercing green eyes and long, flowing golden curls seemed rather familiar, but he couldn't quite place them for a moment. One of his cousins? No, he would remember someone like this. Who could this be? He soon had his answer. The moment she laid on him, her eyes lit up and an expression of almost childlike joy across the face. Nathaniel. Naruto felt his jaw click open. He knew that voice? Cersei? His elder sister raced toward him, lifting her dress at the ankles to run. He barely had time to blink before she was upon him, all but flinging herself forward in her haste to embrace him. His mind blanked as she drew him close and fiercely kissed his forehead. Familial though the act was, he sputtered a bit, especially when her lips lingered. It had been years he knew this, and yet even so he scarcely recognized the gorgeous young woman before him, holding him, crooning over him. Tywin coughed into a fist. "That's quite enough." Mollified somewhat, Cersei drew back, looking him over with wonder. "You've grown up, little brother. I barely recognize you." He sputtered for a moment, then rallied, not as Naruto, but Nathaniel. "I could say the same of you, sister." A pretty flush darkened her cheeks. "Have I—" Ahem. His sister pulled away and turned a sharp smile on Lyanna, only now noticing the Stark girl. "And you must be Lyanna Stark." "Indeed I am." Smile was sharp as she stepped forward, taking his arm in hers. "I've heard all about you." His sister's smile sharpened. "Only good things, I hope." Oh dear. But wait, if Cersei was here, then where was Mother? Someone barreled down the stairs behind him, ripped him from Lyanna's grasp, and dragged him into her bosom. "My dear boy." "Ugh, Mother. I need to breathe." Struggling was an act of futility where Joanna Lannister was concerned. He had even less of a chance escaping from her than he did Cersei. She hadn't seen him in years. Small wonder she was so delighted to see him. In the end, he ceased all resistance as he gave up, stood there and took his lumps, answering her questions as they came with a rueful smile all the while. "Yes, Mother, I'm fine." "Yes, that's Lady Stark." "No, I didn't get into any trouble." "Yes, I behaved." A flicker of movement caught his eye, cutting him short. "Because there, half hiding behind Joanna's skirts." His eyes widened. "Is that who I think it is?" Mother gestured. "Say hello, Tyrion." "Tyrion." It had been so long. He'd been a baby when he'd seen him last. Now he was a boy. Hardly a dwarf at all, really. Seemed those chakra treatments had taken well to him. He might need to continue them in the near future, but no, this is your brother, Naruto. Stop staring and say hello. Hello, little brother. He crouched down to observe the timid boy. I'm Nathaniel, you might remember me. I left shortly after you were born. The boy blinked up at him. I remember. Well. He speaks. Lyanna looked on indulgently, her quarrel with Cersei momentarily forgotten. He's such a darling boy, Lady Lannister. He is, isn't he? Joanna preened, glancing sidelong at Tywin. If only everyone thought so. Tywin cleared his throat to escape his wife's wrath. Let's see the dragon, shall we? Tyrion perked up. You actually have one? Now it was Naruto's turn to preen. No point in putting it off, he supposed. Slinging off his pack, he knelt, retrieved Kurama's box from within the satchel. After a moment's thought, he paused, fingers lingering over the locked latch. You might want to stand back a bit. Everyone, save Tywin, did as he asked. Naruto the latch and flung the box open with a shout. Let it not be said that the former Biju didn't know how to make an entrance. Kurama exploded forth in a burst of towering fury, hollering at the top of his lungs, and promptly alighted upon his outstretched arm. Fear me, mortals. It was everything he could have hoped for. All the ladies absolutely gasped at the sight. Naruto bit his tongue to stifle a burst of laughter. Cersei and Joanna crowded in, the latter holding Tyrion close so that her small son might see the chirpy baby dragon. Naruto lowered his arm in response, allowing his little brother a better view. The moment he did, the youngest son of Tywin promptly reached out to touch him, bold as can be. Brave little one, Kurama rounded on him with a hiss. You dare approach your doom, He paused, purring as the dwarf began to scratch his chin, eliciting a pleased noise from the reborn tailed beast. Yes, that's the spot. No, a little higher, there we go. Perfect. Chirpy little fellow, isn't he? Not one to be outdone, Cersei tentatively reached out to stroke his neck. I suppose he doesn't lack for courage. Here, let me try. Careful! Lyanna snapped at her. You have to be gentle. He may be fierce, but he's a fragile little baby. Do it like this. Kurama laid low and tried to hiss at her, only to dissolve into yet more purring. Ah, sweet bliss, Tilda. By the time Joanna began rubbing his belly, he gave up all pretense of resistance. Tywin remained seemingly detached, but closer inspection revealed a glimmer of awe in his eyes. So it's true then. Naruto couldn't help but grinned at him. Did you ever doubt me? His father didn't rise to the bait. He never did. Why does he have 9 tails? I don't know. He lied effortlessly as his old friend preened like a peacock and let the ladies and Tyrion fuss over him. I named him Kurama, by the way. How large do you believe he will grow? Should have expected that question. It's anyone's guess, really. Just look at him. A most impressive creature. See to it that you don't lose him. He shook his head. I won't. Never again. Tywin scrutinized him. Never again? Oops. That's a long story. You may humor me if you wish. No, he decided. I don't think I will. Mother craned her neck back to look his way. Can he breathe fire yet, son? Almost. Naruto made a pinching motion between his thumb and forefinger. We're working on it, and well that you should. Tywin stepped forward, raising his voice with the full weight and authority that was his command. None of what you see here is to leave this chamber. Cersei sulked. But father, none of it. His countenance was carved from stone itself and his tone harsher still. Aerys can no longer be trusted. Were he to learn of this, he would demand we turn over this dragon, and in less than a century House Targaryen may well rule the skies once more. Even if we were to comply, he may well try to take our heads. It would mean war, not just for us, but House Stark as well. His gaze burned into Lyanna, who to her credit returned it with equal fire. Do you understand? Tyrion studied his shoes. And if we lose this war, it would mean the end of House Lannister as we know it. Then we'd best not lose, father. He didn't miss the spark of defiance in his little brother's eye. Indeed, neither did Tywin. He almost seemed surprised, pleased even. We must make every preparation possible to ensure we are not caught unawares in the days to come. In that case, Cersei perked up. I want to learn how to wield a sword properly. Joanna shook her head. Dearest, that would be a poor idea, Tywin sighed. Granted. My love? Cersei will become even more of a target in the days to come. He took her by the hand when she looked fit to protest. Best that she learned to protect herself sooner, rather than later. His gaze strayed to Nymeria, who had both held her tongue and kept her distance. "You will see to it, girl, as a lord commands," Cersei preened, having won a point in her favour. "I want Nathaniel to teach me." Lyanna perked up, smile sharp. "I'd be delighted to do it myself. Naruto wasn't that dense. Best leave that with me." "Boo!" Tywin nodded once. "Then we are in agreement." Naruto whistled, capturing Kurama's attention where he lay. His old friend hopped onto his shoulder, spread his tiny wings, and roared triumphantly. "Let us begin!" Chapter 14. The Mad Dragon falters and Lion smiles. The Mad Dragon loses its wings, and the Lion laughs. The Mad Dragon crashed down to earth, and the Lion feasts upon his flesh. Thus did the Mad Dragon pass, not with a roar but a whimper, as the Lion stole his mate. And so he roared, that Mad Dragon once feared. But now they curse the Mad King's name, with not a soul to hear. Tilda unexcerpt. The laughing Lion Tyrion crept into the stone garden. The night was dark and full of terrors. For him, at least. He was just a child, after all, as he snuck down to the steps to the godswood below. Granted, most of his fear was due to father's fearsome guards. Tywin Lannister had selected no less than 4 of them. 2 would man the entrance, and 2 more would watch the exit. They were big, burly fellows, and they did their work well. The quartet always stared silently at him whenever he came and went, never once faltering in their silent vigil. He supposed that was all they could do these days, given the loss of their tongues. The Dragon Guard, Nathaniel called them, in his more affable moments. Father wasn't taking any chances here. He paid his debts. Frankly, the boy can do as he pleases so long as he doesn't get himself killed. These silent soldiers would never leave the Rock, but their kin would be well cared for in Lannisport until the end of their days. They watched him now in unnerving silence, steadfast in their duty. Their constant gaze made Tyrion wince a little as he delved into the dark. Frightening, wasn't it? What someone would give up to protect their family. A man could do no less. His family knew sacrifice. Father and mother forfeited their time with one another to hold the Westerlands together, protecting their vassals against an increasingly mad king. Jaime volunteering to be a Kingsguard to keep said king at bay. Nathaniel, shipped off to Winterfell for the better part of a decade, only recently returned with the lady of the castle herself, who might one day become his bride. Cersei dutifully entertaining the heir to Storm's End, knowing she might well be wed to him and shipped away for the rest of her days. Even his aunts and uncles were not immune to the weight of duty. All save Uncle Geryon, who'd sailed to Old Valyria in search of Brightroar, the family's Valyrian steel sword. He never returned. Nathaniel talked of going after him sometimes in search of that blade and other treasures besides, but father forbade it. For once, Tyrion agreed with father. He'd liked Uncle Geryon. They'd already lost one Lannister. They couldn't afford to lose another. And besides, none who sailed there ever returned. Who knew what manner of monsters dwelt there? Tyrion was still a child, and the 3rd son at that. There was little he could do to help his family. So he devoted himself to the dragon. Step by step he descended into the godswood, braving the dark with his trusty torch. The stone garden itself was normally lit with many such torches at night, replaced every few hours by the guards, those staring silent soldiers whom father could trust, but not this late, thus why he'd brought one of his own. But torch or no, father wouldn't be happy to know he was creeping about in the dark like a common thief. Then again, father didn't like him very much, did he? He never had. Tyrion knew why, of course. Mother and Cersei had done their level best to hide it from him, but it was merely a matter of asking the maester and listening to the occasional bit of gossip about the Rock. He'd been horrified to learn the dire circumstances of his birth and what it nearly cost the family. He'd nearly killed mother to come into this world. If not for Nathaniel's timely intervention, Joanna Lannister would be dead. Father would never forgive him for that. Tyrion didn't blame him. He wouldn't have forgiven himself either. Yes, understood his reasoning. He didn't like it, but he understood. The knowledge had pained him at first, but time dulled all aches. He buried in books and knowledge and clever quips, doing his best to learn about the world at large and master it, if only to mask the pain of his own existence for the sake of avoiding father's scalding glare. That said, father had been different since Nathaniel's return. Not nice, not kind, but different. Ordinarily, he couldn't bear to be in the same room as him, yet, as of late, he would linger. Most of the time he was grim and terribly imposing, yet at others he proved stiff awkward, as though he didn't know what to say to him. Tyrion wasn't entirely sure that was a good thing. He also wasn't quite sure he was a dwarf. Not anymore. Dwarves weren't supposed to grow all that big, yet grow he had, to Mother's great delight. It was slow, but he'd begun to notice over the years. Maybe he wouldn't be quite so short after all. Perhaps he would brow strong and tall, like Jaime and Nathaniel. He hoped so. But right now his thoughts weren't with them. They were with the dragon. He could hear him down there singing in the deep. Have you ever heard a baby dragon sing? It's a wonderful thing. Kurama, as Naruto had named him, dwelt in the depths of the stone garden, hidden away from the world as he grew. Tyrion liked to visit him often, at least once a week, to mark his growth. Nathaniel was down here just about every bloody day, but he couldn't be everywhere at all once. So he did his best to help, in the small ways he could. Scampering down the steps, he squinted into the gloom, aided by the light of his torch. "Where are you?" He heard a skitter in the darkness, punctuated by a chirrup. Rounding on it, he smiled. "There you are." A red blur burst out of the shadows and alighted on a rocky pedestal just before him. Gods, but he was getting big. Already the size of a cat and with an appetite to match. Sure enough, those bright, beady crimson eyes flicked to the pouch at his side and the meat therein. Tyrion whistled softly and went to work. "You really are a marvel, aren't you?" A questioning trill answered. Here he delved a hand into his satchel. "I brought you something. A nice juicy mutton chop, fresh from the kitchens. I snatched it when the cook wasn't looking." Kurama needn't be told twice. He ripped the morsel from his fingers and started ripping into it with reckless abandon. My Uncle Kevin once asked me what gift I wanted for my name day. He ran a hand over the little beast's scales as it feasts, smiling now when the crimson creature continued to consume its meal. "I begged him for one of you. Wouldn't even have to be a big dragon," I told him. "It could a little, like me." The dragon looked up momentarily at that, watching him intently as he prattled on, stroking its neck. Everyone laughed like it was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. And my father told me that the last dragon had died since ago. I cried myself to sleep that night, yet here you are. The baby dragon chirped once, as though to say, "Yes, I am. Clever little beast. I wonder if there are others out there like you," he mused aloud. Dragons, frozen in stone, just waiting to be born. 8 of the dragon's 9 tails twitched, Tyrion noticed. That really was a curious thing. He supposed they functioned as prehensile appendages. He'd seen Kurama use them as leverage to latch onto limbs and perches before, but he sensed there was something more significant at play here. What exactly? He knew not, but there was certainly something to be said about a dragon having 9 tails. Sometimes he dreamed he was a dragon himself. At other times, that he'd become a giant. He supposed they were better than Lyanna's wolf dreams. "I'd very much like to ride a dragon someday." Laying his torch down, he considered his brother's dragon anew. "I don't suppose you'll let me on your back when you grow bigger?" The dragon watched him intently. Was it his imagination? Or did the little bugger nod just now? No, surely not. Dragons were intelligent creatures, but they weren't that intelligent, surely. Or were they? Setting one fist to his chin, he considered the wonder before him. "Can you breathe fire yet, I wonder?" Kurama regarded him archly, horned head tilting in mild consternation. Remarkable that it could convey so much with a single glance. Tyrion knew the word he wanted to say. Gods knew Lady Lyanna. She would be Big Sister Lyanna soon, he supposed. Used it plenty of times to evoke a reaction from the dragon. He'd longed to speak them himself when it was just the 2 of them. On a whim, he tried to pronounce the word in question. Instead, he mangled it horribly. "Dracarys!" The hatchling reared back and made an offended noise. Tyrion blew out a sigh, disappointed beyond measure. "Yes, yes, of course. You'll breathe fire when you're good and ready." Without warning, Kurama inhaled deeply, whirled and spat at the ruined remnants of his meal, bathing the cavern in a ruddy red glow. His flames were strange. All red and gold fire, they devoured the mutton chop, roasting it from without and within. In a matter of moment, the meat was well done, to which the baby dragon dove in with relish. Come the end, Tyrion was left to watch here, still beating rapidly from that near encounter. And yet, for all his fear, he'd noticed something. Kurama's fire was the very colours of House Lannister itself, and with that, Tyrion began to laugh. This felt like destiny. 0.0. Are we sure this is a wise course of action? Tywin polished off the last of his letter and looked up from his writing desk. He wasn't surprised to find Joanna waiting for him there, standing by the hearth. Framed in the flickering firelight with her back to him, he nevertheless glimpsed the side of her face just so. Those bright green eyes almost seemed to glow with concern, match her golden gown. And still she gazed into the flames, as though trying to divine the secrets of the universe therein. Such a strange thing, fire. He could understand why the Targaryens were fascinated by it. But they were Lannisters. They had a higher calling. Surely she realized that. Is what wise? He inquired of her. She flicked a cross look his way. Do not play games with me, husband. You know of what I speak. Tywin fought down a rueful sigh, unable to rouse his temper against Joanna. She was his wife, his life, the one thing that kept him from strife. Should she ever die, then the best parts of him would surely perish as well. Which was the very reason he was avoiding her ire this evening. I said to... Rather than retort, he looked back to his letter, deemed it ready, and sealed it accordingly with a bit of red wax and his signet ring. This one would go to Dawn, and by definition, the Martells. He needed to be certain the crown wasn't courting them. Certainly not Elia Martell. Apparently she'd rebuffed Rhaegar once already. If young Oberyn's letter was to be believed, his sister had used a great many hard words and sent the young dragon home with his tail between his legs. Oh yes, he was well aware of the Crown Prince's movements. Such a shame he'd failed to find Lyanna Stark in Winterfell as well. Truly a pity. Aerys was mad, not a prophecy-stricken fool, unlike his son. He'd realise what was happening sooner or later. But for now, yes, this did put a smile on his face. Tywin. Right, Joanna. Mustn't lose focus. His beloved wife had crossed the room at some point and planted both hands on his writing desk. Now she glared at him. You cannot send Tyrion to Foster in Highgarden. Would you rather I send him to the Vale? 2 of the young Stark boys are already there. She slammed a palm down. I would prefer you send him nowhere at all. Ah. And so they circled back to this again. What would you have me do? Drawing himself back, he sat up in his chair and met her stare evenly. Keep him here? We need to establish connections, and both the Arryns and the Tyrells each have large armies to field in the war to come. And both are loyal to the Targaryens. She bit back. You do not care for armies, husband. You simply want Tyrion gone from your sight. Tywin clicked his tongue and fought down a wince. You delude yourself. Joanna stared. She stared hard. Tell me I'm wrong. His face closed down. He nearly killed you. Joanna tilted her head just so. Yet here I stand. He scowled at her. You're not a Mormont. Don't use their words. Would you rather hear me roar, then? A rare flash of ire danced in her eyes. I'm quite capable of raising my voice when it suits me, as you well know. Bloody relentless woman. She'd be the death of him someday. He just knew it. But for now, he slumped with a sigh. That will not be necessary. He shall remain here, if that is your wish. Triumph gleamed in her eyes, hot and heady. Naturally, like any true lioness, she pressed her advantage. Tyrion is your son, my love. His mind is focused, his will strong, and his tongue sharp. He's much like you, even if you do not wish to see it. Did she think him blind? Of course he saw it. Tyrion's wit was undeniable. When faced with any problem, he always came up with the most remarkable solutions, even if they were sometimes unconventional. Such was why he'd put him in charge of Casterly Rock sewers even at such a young age. He was smart. In time, the boy might be even more brilliant than Nathaniel. And yet, he could not bring himself to acknowledge the boy. Some small part of him wanted to. But then he remembered the blood, Joanna's screams, the sight of her slipping away as the light dimmed in her eyes. He turned away with a pained noise, unable to countenance it. Let us speak no more of this tonight. Joanna remained relentless. And what of Nathaniel, then? Surely you don't intend to send him far afield once more? I do not. He had briefly thought of sending him on a sojourn to Dawn to placate the Martells. Oberyn's sister Elia seemed particularly keen to rekindle her acquaintance with him again. But the Dornish likely wouldn't give Nathaniel back anytime soon. There were many things a man could resist in this life. Dornish women were seldom one of them. If he sent Nathaniel south, Lady Lyanna would insist upon joining him, which meant Cersei would have to tag along and he wouldn't see the three of them for years. Besides, they had a dragon to rear. The future of House Lannister would be decided into coming months, if not years. Every fibre of their being must be focused on that. Joanna's hand cupped his cheek. "You're lost in your head again, my love." Perhaps he was. "I do have another concern." Her lips twisted. Since his return, Nathaniel has spent much time with Cersei these days. Almost every day. Tywin shrugged it off, not seeing the harm. What of it? They haven't seen one another since they were children, and he's teaching her the art of the sword, as you recall. He didn't miss the brief flash of displeasure in her eyes at that, but the deed was done. To go back on his word now would not only enrage Cersei, but it would make him seem weak, and weakness was something they could ill afford these days. Frankly, the boy can do as he pleases so long as he doesn't get himself killed. Joanna bit her lip, and he sensed she had more to say on the matter, but chose not to prod her. "Are you concerned for Jaime, then?" "I am," she confessed. "The sooner this madness ends, the sooner he will return to us." "I know." He reached across the table and laid a hand on hers. "He's a Lannister. He'll do his duty. And once this war begins, it won't last long." His wife huffed, threading her fingers through his. "Do you truly believe we will triumph?" Tywin raised an eyebrow. "Have you ever known me to lose a war?" "No." She raised his hand to her lips and kissed him. "But for every day we delay, Jaime places himself in further danger. Perhaps I should go to King's Landing, reason with Aerys. He might yet see reason and release our son." A rare ember of fear sparked in Tywin's chest, and with it an old memory of their wedding night. "Out of the question." He yanked her hand back down to him. "Have you forgotten what he nearly did to you that day?" Joanna lifted her chin, ever the proud lioness, ever fearless. "I have not, dear husband. It is not him for whom I am concerned. As you've said time and again, he may release Jaime if you ask it of him, but he'll likely take you in return. And once he has you, he'll never let you go. Jaime is a Lannister. He will endure." She smacked his chest. "He is your son, just as Nathaniel and Tyrion are. And he chose this path to protect them." He pulled her closer. To protect us, to safeguard the family." His wife stomped on his foot and whirled away. Tywin let her have her distance for a moment, knowing he deserved it. Her anger vexed him regardless. He rather enjoyed this side of her. In public, she was ever the calm, dignified lady, but in private, she didn't hesitate to bare her fangs. But now was not such a time. With her questioning his every move, he felt his own resolve waver, if only for a moment. "I am trying to protect them, Joanna." She paused at the threshold, one hand gripping the door handle, on the verge of storming out the room. "You've an odd way of showing it." "Have I not?" He stood, voice pitched to carry. "I did everything I could to safeguard them against the horrors of this world when they were children, but they are children no longer. Tyrion still is." A muscle jumped in his jaw, but he furiously wrestled it down alongside his temper. "That may well be, but Tyrion will not be on the front lines of this conflict. You know who will." Joanna tucked her chin into her neck and refused to look at him. "I will do terrible things in the war to come." Tywin circled the desk, took her hands in his and drew her against him, sighing but a little when she buried her head against his chest. "It's not a matter of if, but when." It was unheard of for him to plead to anyone for anything, and he only ever would here with her. But plead he did now. "I cannot fight these battles alone, not without you. Please, help me keep them safe." She made a noise that might have been agreement into his shoulder. One could never be certain with her. And so he continued speaking. "Sooner or later, Aerys will overreach himself," Tywin said. "If not him, then that fool Rhaegar. I know not against who, or where, or how, but it will happen. And when it does, there will be war. The other kingdoms are already restless. It won't take much to have them choosing sides. And in the where to come, Aerys must die, as shall Horace, Rhaegar and Viserys. Nothing less than complete and total eradication of his wretched line will allow our house to survive." He could hear the tremor in her voice. "Viserys is even younger than Tyrion, and he will absolutely swear revenge if we send him into exile." Here at last she looked up at him. "And what of Rhaella? The Queen's part in this remains to be seen." Tywin forced himself to be stern once more, to sound certain when he was anything but. Whatever sentiment you feel for your old friend must be set aside. She made her choice long ago, as did we all. Yes, and now our son woos and writes poetry to her. She flung up her arms. The irony is not lost upon me. Tywin chuckled ruefully despite himself. Does such a match trouble you? She waved a hand. It's not that. Then what is it? Nathaniel is nearly of age, and any work he does with her will be to our benefit when war breaks out, no matter who he chooses. I do not wish for our son to break her heart. Was that her sole concern? He nearly laughed outright. Highly unlikely. That boy is kind. Kinder than I wish him to be. He's the reason we've won Winterfell and Dorne to our side. Joanna squinted at him. You're plotting something. I am, he confessed readily. Can I trust you not to shout once you've heard it? She nodded, and he leaned in to whisper into her ear. Once he'd finished, Joanna stared at him for a long moment. You are setting a dangerous precedent, husband. Would you have Rhaella noble and dead with her husband, or happy and estranged? You cannot have both. She buried her head in his shoulder. I mislike all of this. Tywin sighed. As do I. Rhaella had been, not a friend. He'd had few of those in his youth, and she wasn't one of them, but she had been an acquaintance. He had known her. Might have married her, had now he pitied her all the same. But he would never admit it. Once, shortly after he'd seen the first signs of heiress madness beginning to boil, he had suggested she take ship to Essos with her son, or perhaps further still to the Shadowlands of Ashai. Eris was many things, but a suitable match for he was not. Rhaella ignored him back then, and now look what came of it. A mad king sat the throne, his son deluded by prophecies, the realm riven by chaos. He had warned her, blast it all, he'd warned her, but she hadn't heeded his advice. That his second son had chosen to communicate with Rhaella wasn't lost on him. 7 hells, in another time, another life. Perhaps he would have married her himself and brought her home to Casterly Rock. Perhaps he could have saved her. But he'd always loved Joanna first and foremost. And so he had left Rhaella Targaryen to fend for herself, watching from afar as she diminished amidst that pit of vipers, became weaker, lesser, was forced to bear a son against her will. Perhaps it could have been different. Perhaps his son could do what he had not. Perhaps young Nathaniel could free this broken dragon from her cage. Perhaps... Point 0.0. Rhaella Targaryen opened her eyes and found herself enshrouded in mist. That couldn't be right. She remembered despairing for the lack of letters as of late, before throwing on her favourite blue silk nightgown and laying down to sleep in her chambers. Yes, she could recall that much. She'd fallen asleep in the Red Keep, just as she always had. In her bed, not wherever here was. Long blades of damp grass tickled her pale cheek. Was she outside? And tickled her toes, further rousing her to wakefulness. Thusly baffled, the queen righted herself with a grimace. Panic mounted within her as she climbed to her feet, but standing only made things worse. Much worse. Twisting this way and that proved all for naught. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't make heads or tails of her surroundings. A fog-filled forest stretched around her for miles on every end. Of the sun she could see naught. Only that accursed foggy forest, the dim shapes of trees surrounding her. So close, yet just out of reach. Rhaella ran a hand through the mist, gasping a little as it tingled her fingers. Hello? She called into the fog. Is anyone there? And something answered her. A mighty lion roared in the distance somewhere behind her, rattling the world. A wolf answered with a howl all its own, echoed by that of a young dragon. A serpent slithered over her foot. Eep! And when she dared to look down at it, the viper bared its fangs at her. It was that which finally compelled the Dragon Queen to act, kicking the snake away and throwing herself at what she could only assume was the relative safety of the trees. Choking down her panic, she darted forward, flinging herself against the bark. Naturally, her first instinct was to climb to safety, but try as she might, she couldn't find purchase against the tree. She soon saw why. Before her very eyes, some small semblance of the mist cleared, allowing her to see that which she clung at. Pale of bark, a mighty face carved into the centre, long branches straining toward the sky, leaves of blood red falling from the heavens. Belatedly, she realised what it was. This was a weirwood tree. Panic bleated in her mind, hot and heady. Where was she? What was this? Be this some manner of a waking dream? Or a nightmare? Perhaps dreams are strange things, aren't they? Rayella shrieked and nearly jumped clear out of her skin. Flailing in the fog, she pivoted one heel, seeking the speaker. What is this? Who are you? Show yourself! A slim silhouette appeared. No need to shout. As she looked on aghast, a young man emerged from the mist, clad in a golden doublet with long red riding breeches and black boots. His eyes were bright and piercing, his hair the colour of spun gold, and yet for all the power and charisma he exuded, his smile was unusually kind. She hadn't laid eye on him all her life, yet something in her heart sang at the sight of him. Who are you? You know me. She'd never heard his voice before in all her life, yet somehow his words sent a shiver through her all the same. I've been writing to you for a while now, guiding you. Her heart hitched beneath her breasts. I do not know you, sir. Yes, you do. The blonde laughed softly. It was a rich, resonant rumble. You know me, he repeated, drawling the last word. We're old friends now. Are we? She squinted him. We haven't met. Oh, but we have, just not in person. He winked once her way, paused, frowned now as his body flickered like some insubstantial ghost gone come morning light. Blasted jutsu, he muttered under his breath. I wish I could reach further with this darn thing, but this only seems to function for those I have a close bond with. Counting down on his fingers, he shook his head. And even there's the matter of distance. Doing this is actually pretty draining. Forget about Dawn. I could barely reach you in King's Landing. He was rambling, yet something his voice calmed her. Tell me your name, good sir. There's no need to. The bemused blonde shook his head, and for a moment his voice lapsed into something more. You already know who I am. All this trouble was worth it to finally see your face. I've never put this much effort into talking to someone before, and yet here I am, moving heaven and earth for you. His head tilted just so, a bitter smile crossed his pale face. Don't you think that's weirdly fucked up? Her heart hitched. This couldn't be her paramour. Surely not. Clasping her hands together before her stomach, Rayella lifted her chin and stared him down. Tell me something then. Something only he would know. A blonde brow rose. Going to make me repeat what I wrote to you now? She stared at him, lips trembling, not daring to move. For some reason that amused him. He did it. Crossing both arms before his chest, her strange dream friend casually recited every single thing he'd ever written to her over the years, word for wicked word, until her face burned from shame. She didn't want to believe him at first, couldn't bring herself to trust in what he was saying until he proved himself. It shouldn't be possible. She had been the only one to read those letters, and she'd burned them almost immediately thereafter to make certain no one else ever would. And then, with but a smirk, he proved himself beyond all semblance of doubt. Is your lord husband enjoying his little itching treatment? That was a very difficult disease for me to recreate, I'll have you know. Rayella hiccuped once, hand before her face to cover her mouth, eyes shimmering with tears. It really is you, isn't it? Her eyes widened as she realized who he was. You're Nathaniel Lannister. Tywin's son knelt, took her hand in his and kissed the back of her knuckles with infinite tenderness. I am, as always, your loyal servant, my queen. A crack etched itself into the wall she'd flung up around her heart. Said crack widened into a fissure when he squeezed her hand. Nathaniel Lannister might have been a boy when they first began communicating, but now he was very much a young man. All to the better. She needn't feel as though she were robbing the proverbial cradle. More than that, he'd not made a single demand of her yet. He simply knelt there, holding her hand, rubbing the back of her fingers in quiet comfort. Such a kind and gentle gesture. Somehow that hurt her worse than any words could. She felt her eyes begin to water and sniffled as she hadn't since she was a little girl. How is this possible? Now you're asking the right questions. The Lannister lord chuckled at that. It was a surprisingly boyish sound as he released her hand, why so soon, and climbed to his feet. As to your answer, it took a week of preparation, a bit of weirwood, and no small amount of my own blood and chakra. He cast a glance for their misty surroundings and adopted a grin once more. It took multiple tries, but I suppose 9th time is the charm. That wasn't how the saying went at all. It felt like he was hiding something from her. Chakra? Is that some manner of magic? He beamed. Of a sort? Impossible. She shook her head, violet eyes blinking, pale hair swaying. Magic is long gone from this world. It was, but no longer. He smiled. I thought it time we had a meeting face to face. In the flesh. He looked down at himself ruefully. Well, not quite. Semantics. She drew in a shuddering breath. This is a dream. None of this is real. Do not mock me. You're right. It is a dream, you know. Nathaniel bobbed his head in sage agreement, confusing her even more. One we're both having at this very moment. And it's very real. Eris can't see you here, he can't touch you here. And most importantly, he can't hurt you here. Raella touched a hand to her throat, swallowing a sob ever so softly. Eris hasn't touched me in years. I've been drugging his meals. Really? Nathaniel beamed, delighted by her confession. Good on you. You didn't mention that in your letters. No, she had not. It was something she'd held on to just in case. She must be certain of his intent. How'd you do it? He asked. Milk of the poppy, she confessed. Varys helps, on occasion. Nathaniel's brow shot into his hair. The spider? I wasn't aware he disliked Eris. Her lips twitched, recalling the eunuch's instructions. Continue your correspondence. That was all. No sinister scheme, no perilous plan. Simply continue speaking with the young lion and determine whether he was suitable. Suitable for what, the spider would not say. Raella had an inkling. He despises him. The admittance lifted a burden from her heart. I believe many of us do. Eris has lost a great many friends at court as of late. Nathaniel hummed and thumbed his chin. And Rhaegar, the son who had been forced upon her against her consent, just like Viserys. The son who thought himself the prince who was promised, the chosen one meant to unite the realm. The son who had rode north to seek a Stark, only to return despondent. The very same son who even now was like to do something foolish and get the lot of them killed. Raella lifted her chin. I do not wish to speak of him. The Lannister lord nodded once in understanding. Then we won't. And there it was. More proof provided. Another unspoken test passed. An impostor would have claimed he knew about her drugging the Mad King's meals, the spider and more, all to earn her favour and worm his way into her graces. Nathaniel Lannister merely shrugged and congratulated her for doing what she must to defend herself. If she hadn't been sure before, she was now. Perhaps the young lion saw her fear. Maybe he simply had a keen eye. Regardless, he stepped closer to her. It's all right. You're safe here. No one can harm you. Safe? Nowhere was safe. Even here in this strange place, she didn't feel entirely secure. She whimpered. Don't do that. Don't give me hope. Her lion granted her a small, sad smile. I'm sorry I couldn't bring it to you sooner. Hope was such a strange thing, wasn't it? Harder than diamond, yet more fragile than dragonglass. With just a little bit of hope, the last of Rhaella's walls came tumbling down. She began to weep. My lion! Her body betrayed her wholeheartedly and raced forward to drag him into her embrace. To his credit, Nathaniel didn't resist, only rocking back a bit on his heels as she crushed his body to hers, nearly burying his face in her bosom in her haste to get at him. Muted laughter was muffled into her shoulder. Hugs are nice, aren't they? Hugs were very nice indeed, but she craved more than that. She wanted very much to kiss him, but she was afraid. This was their first time meeting, and only in a dream. He might not feel the same. He might care for her the way she had come to care for him. What if she had read the signs wrong? What if she was mistaken? What if everything went wrong? No, she couldn't. Raella absolutely did not dare, if only because her heart would shatter if she was wrong. Fool of a boy, she muttered into his shoulder instead. You're a Lannister through and through. That remark seemed to please him somewhat, judging by his hum, yet when he sought to draw back, she clung on to him. May we remain like this for a while? As long or little as you like. He cast a glance about. I'm not quite sure how time works here. Those piercing eyes regarded the mists with intent. We could have a few minutes or a few hours, depending how long we're asleep for. Rhaella drew back to squint at him, mildly incredulous. You've not tested this before. He granted her a boyish grin, simple and clean. This is my first success. Her face warmed. And your first thought was to see me? I promised I would save you, didn't I? With that, the queen felt her heart lurch anew. She was not an old woman, but neither was she young either. Blast it all. She was nearly old enough to be his mother. And yet she found herself desiring him all the same. Someone like this. She was meant to have a husband like this. No, she craved a husband like this. Not the monster Eris had become. He was younger than her, and she would only ever grow older. It was not fair. A hand patted her shoulder. You look tired, Your Grace. Don't you have enough energy? Here, take some of mine. An odd energy surged through Rayla's body in that moment. In hindsight, she couldn't quite explain it, only that it was suddenly everywhere at once. Racing up her spine, warming her belly, tingling her toes, sending a warm flush to her cheeks. She squinted down at her unlikely paramour. What did do? What I always do. I helped. He clapped his hands suddenly, startling her. Let's start with your fears then, shall we? With a wave of Nathaniel's hand, the misty surroundings of the dream began to blur, fog fading to conjure the red keep in its place. In a matter of moments, she found herself standing before the Iron Throne. No, not here. Please, not this place. Sure enough, when she turned around, she found Aerys sat atop that ghastly chair, staring hatefully down at the two of them in all his ghastly glory. Rhaella flinched at the sight despite herself. Must he haunt her even in her dreams? Woman! The dark spectre of her dreams sneered at her venomously. Why have you brought this lion into our halls? I should have you whipped! She recoiled. Please make him go away. Shh. Naruto stalked up the steps to Aerys, taking them two at a time, and seized the squawking king by the robe. When the king tried to protest, he struck him in the skull, stunning him. From there, he turned and dragged the dazed dragon down the throne with one hand, uncaring of the cuts and bruises he inflicted upon the way. He threw him down at Rhaella's feet, Wit. You dare let him strike me? Sputtering, the one-armed monarch drew himself upright. I am your husband. I am your king. For an awful moment, he seemed to tower over her. Remove your dress at once and submit yourself to me. Ugly yellow fingernails clawed at her groan as she shrank back. I shall plant another boy in your belly. Perhaps then you will behave. An open palm cracked across the face of Aerys, obliterating an eye and tearing 3 teeth free to send the Mad King crashing down on his arse. Rhaella balked at her hand, palm still extended from the blow. Nathaniel hadn't been the one to strike him. She had. Feels good, doesn't it? Nathaniel stepped into her from behind and planted his chin upon her shoulder. See, that's the thing about dreams. He conjured a sword out of thin air and pressed it into her hand. You can do whatever you want here. Wrapping his fingers around hers, he showed her how to hold the strangely weightless blade. Let's call it therapy. Stepping back, he gestured to the fallen king where he lay. Kill him. He spoke softly, the words the darkest seduction. Kill him now. Aerys garbled something where he lay. It sounded vaguely like a threat. Rhaella hesitated. I can't, Nathaniel tutted. You're only as weak as you allow yourself to be. Her nightmare laughed at her through broken teeth. She won't kill me. She's weak. She's nothing without me. Is she now? Nathaniel scoffed. She's stronger than you know. He looked to her. Do it. Rhaella grimaced, hefted her borrowed weapon high over her head, braving the blade with both hands as best she could. Nothing without me. Her fears rasped the same tune over and over, a broken instrument without tune. Nothing. She brought the sword down on his neck with a snarl. It was a clean cut. Through and through, far more powerful than she had any right to be. The king's head fell from his shoulders, struck the flagstones, bounced once, and lost its crown. Bereft of the one who once wore it, his golden circlet rolled away into the darkness, lost in the dream. She reached out for it in vain with her right hand, and to her surprise, said crown materialized within her grasp. Nathaniel sketched a sweeping bow and applauded her work. Long live the queen. A tiny disbelieving laugh leaped from her lips. This really is a dream, isn't it? It is. She looked back to the throne, dream sword still in hand. Can I kill him again? As many times as you like, he promised her. I'll help you conquer every negative emotion holding you back. But first, a snap of the Lannisters' fingers rendered the king's corpse so much dust on the wind, which soon faded away on an unseen breeze. The rest of the scene shifted as they eschewed the Red Keep altogether, leaving King's Landing behind completely. And in its place, she didn't know where this was. The smell of fire and sulphur assailed her nose, accompanied by the cries of countless dragons. She looked up and found them wheeled high in the skies above, threatening to blot out the sun in its entirety. Each had a rider of their own, and there on the horizon so many large buildings and castles. There, he hummed, inordinately pleased with himself. That's much better. I wanted to give you a reprieve from the day-to-day and show you something fantastic. Old Valyria sounded nice. I've never seen it before, but I've read enough books to get a good idea of what it was like. It looked even better than she thought it would. Something screeched overhead. Riella looked up. A great crimson dragon swooped down, swooping is bad, and landed before them with a thunderous crash rattling the very dream itself. She had all of an instant to comprehend its majesty, a panicked moment to notice the horns, its great long neck, and those 9-scaled tails, before it was upon her. It charged forward! The queen balked and raised both hands, expecting a fiery death in the dream. It never came. Rather than devour her whole, the beast butted her with its snout ever so gently, driving her back a step. When she didn't fall, it repeated the gesture, forcing her to catch its snout in both hands and stand her ground lest she be bowled over entirely. Oddly enough, that seemed to please the crimson worm, who promptly leaned into her in recompense for her temerity. His scales were sharp, like running her hands over sandpaper fused with broken glass. Woe to the creature that tried to bite him. They'd tear their mouth to shreds. He seemed awfully detailed for some spectre of a dream. Sinister scarlet slits regarded her for a long moment, and she fought down a shiver when she saw the intelligence behind him. This was a dream. She knew it was. Nathaniel had said as much. None of this was real. And yet, for a moment she couldn't help but be struck by the awe of it all. Magnificent, she murmured, stroking his snout. I've always wanted to meet a dragon. It's a shame you're not real. The dragon snorted once through his nostrils, blasting her hair back. You'll see soon enough. Had she heard a voice just now? Nathaniel thrust himself between them before she could dwell on it. Hey, hey! He wagged a finger at the beast. What did I say? You can't just go dropping into her dream like that. You'll scare her. The mighty dragon reared back and huffed indignantly at him, making a decidedly human noise. Excuse me. The Lannister lord planted a fist on his hip. Care to say that again? The dragon clicked its jaw at him, conjuring a baleful red spark. You want to lose your desert privileges? The dragon laid its head down in defeat. That's what I thought. He scratched its chin, voice roughening for a moment. Come on now, Karama. I know you wanted to meet her and all, but this ain't the way. You're not even this big yet. That's cheating! Riella dared to peer past him. And who is this? Nathaniel craned his neck back to look at her. Someone you'll meet soon enough. His simple declaration stole her breath away. I'd offer you his first flight, if you like. First flight? But that would imply that actually had a dragon. Oh dear. Here at last, her resolve failed her. Another time, perhaps. Suit yourself. He looked back to the worm with a whistle. Back you go, Karama. The scarlet terror beat its wings once and winged away, the backdraft of which nearly levelled them both. Riella watched him wheel away into the dream, leaving them alone once more. She had an awful inilkine that she had just paid witness to something remarkable, something her ancestors hadn't seen in years. Only then did she dare look to her love. Will I remember this when I wake up? Every bit of it. His smile warmed her more than words. And yet a question gnawed at her. She stared at him for a long moment, breathless and incandescent. Who are you, really? All this magic, everything you've done, it beggars belief. You're most than just some Lannister lord, aren't you? For some reason that made Nathaniel smile. It was a small, sad little thing, and she felt his pain through it. Riella backpedaled verbally. I meant no offence. He held up a hand to reassure her. None taken. It's been a long while since someone asked me that. But why not? Nathaniel shrugged a shoulder. If there was anyone I'd share this with, it would be you. After all, your people lost their home just as I was forced from mine. You asked who I am. Well, he waved his hand once more, and their surroundings shifted, the vista of the Red Keep falling away to reveal a village overlooked by 4 stone faces. A boy walked past them, a boy who both was and was not Nathaniel. She didn't fail to notice the faint resemblance between them. Nathaniel noticed and smiled indulgently. Let me tell you my story. 0.0. 0.0. The next morning, the Queen awoke feeling younger than she had in years. Her body was veritably buzzing with energy, so much so that she found herself vaulting out of bed without a care in the world. For once, her body didn't protest. Curious. Paying the thought no mind, she stretched with a languid sigh, taking a moment to revel in rare relief. Nathaniel, or Naruto, she supposed, having learned his true name, had been right after all. She did remember the dream, every bit of it. and the subsequent story that followed. What a story it was! She'd been both honoured and saddened to learn of it. Such a life he had led. Cold stone greeted her bare feet as she found the floor, causing her to hiss indignantly, skipping across the room to find her slippers. Clutching her gown close to herself for modesty's sake, she padded toward the door, intent on finding some breakfast before the rest of the castle roused itself. It was always wise to find food before Eris started skulking the halls. Unbidden, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror as she rose and froze. Wait a moment. Who was that stranger staring back at her? Full lips parted, forming a small O of confusion. Rayla blinked at herself. She blinked hard. Her reflection blinked back, looking just as flummoxed as she felt. Aghast, she laid a hand upon her left cheek and balked at what she found there. Sure enough, her other self mirrored her movements perfectly. Her hand flitted left once more, then right again. Therein lie the problem. She very nearly didn't recognize herself. No, wait. She did, but it was a young woman staring back at her, lively and surprised. Because, you see, she looked younger, as though someone simply stripped a decade from her overnight. The lines of age were gone from her visage, seemingly smoothed out overnight, the crow's feet absent from the corner of her eyes, and when she looked down and ran a cursory hand over herself, everything felt firmer, for lack of a better word. Properly in its place, just like before. A hysteric giggle fled from her lips before she could think to hold it back. Don't scream. Mustn't scream, she'd attract the guards. How had this happened? How? The answer came quickly. Nathaniel. He'd done something to her, hadn't her? You look tired, Your Grace. Don't you have enough energy? Here, take some of mine. What mad manner of magic was this? Had he given her some of his life force? Was that possible with magic? She knew naught, and it frightened her, but also excited her. Could he make her even younger, perhaps? Restore her to her prime? Absently, she ran a trembling hand through her pale hair, noting how smooth it was, that it no longer felt as stiff and lank as it had before. That settled it, then. She was younger. It was subtle, not enough to notice straight away unless one knew what to look for. But for one who knew herself as well as she, there could be no denying what her reflection told her. He had done this for her out of the kindness of his own heart. Something settled into the back of Rayla's mind, a steely resolve. She had lost a lion once, long, long ago. This time, she wasn't letting go. 0.0, 0.0. Circe flew backwards. It was not a particularly pleasant flight for her. She landed hard on her back, skidded across the room, and didn't stop until she finally struck a wall. Even then, she didn't dare dally. To stay still on the floor was to ask for another attack. To hesitate meant defeat. Oh yes, hesitation is defeat. And she knew a great deal about that. Sure enough, her adversary's sword sought her out, sweeping in for her head. Tumbling into a crouch, she dodged his blow, dragged herself upright, and assessed her injuries. Her right arm ached abominably, and she knew it would be bruised on the morrow through no fault but her own. Blunted blades or no, they still hurt, far worse than wooden weapons, and she'd been sloppy. It didn't stop her from rising to her feet, because rise she must if she was to get any better at this. All the while she could feel his eyes upon her, sharper than any blade. He could disarm her with but a flick of his wrist. Such was his skill. Nathaniel kicked the blade her way. Pick it up. Didn't need to tell her twice. A shame he didn't have that darling dragon with him today, but she knew why he couldn't be allowed free reign of the castle. No, these days Kurama dwelt solely in the stone garden, under heavy guard. None were allowed below without father's express consent. One servant had tried to sneak a peek at the little dragonling. Once. Their head was currently decorating the battlements. None had tried since. Pay attention, Circe. Gritting her teeth, she dragged her sword arm up and adopted the stance she'd been shown. Sword held in her right hand, shield clutched white-knuckled in her left. The mere act of holding them up wore down on her stamina more than she cared to admit. Why did weapons have to be so heavy? Lyanna made this look easy. His sword slashed in at her hair, and she nearly lost an inch. In truth, she would have cut her hair if she could have got away with it, but Nathaniel and Tyrion had despaired at the idea, making such a fuss until Mother put her foot down. It wasn't fair. She was older than him. Why was he so much better than her? Nathaniel stared at her intently, and the intensity of his gaze reminded her to strengthen her defenses. Good. He saluted with his sword in a mad flourish. Prepare yourself. On guard, Tilda. Circe tried to prepare herself, she really did. Alas, she had much to learn. He led with a lunging thrust, and her first instinct was to block with her shield. It was a good instinct, but useless where her brother was concerned. His blunted blade bounced off her shield, true enough, but it did nothing to stop him from sweeping her legs. To the hells with dresses, give her a tunic and breeches any day. Down she went, tumbling to the floor. A shadow fell over her and she lashed out wildly against the follow-through, slapping his blade away. Unfortunately, in seeking to parry, she failed to anticipate his next move. His blade wove a steel cage around her, a blinding blur of motion. She sought to thread her way through it as best she could, but that too proved a mistake. One did not sail into a storm, they ran from it or outlasted it, and she could do neither. An overhand smash ripped her shield out of her grasp, disarming her, forcing her to brave her blade with both hands just to stave him off. Each block rattled her bones. But that was good. She wanted this. She wanted... Circe grinned, took a hit on the shoulder bait him, and dove in. Ha! She smacked Nathaniel's flank with her blade and danced back out of range. I finally hit you. She missed Jamie. A part of her always would, but Nathaniel was different. He understood her. He hadn't scoffed when she wished to learn the art of the sword, and he was a good teacher. Most men would have balked if they got hit by a girl. Nathaniel gave her the biggest smile. Not bad. Reckless, but not bad. Pride fluttered to life in her chest and took wing. Ah, yes, that's it. Praise me more. A girl still sees mayholes, Nymeria snapped from the sidelines, ruining her high. Wretched little no, be nice, Circe. You're not the one fighting. She managed a saccharine smiling that had the Blackfire girl scowling her way. I'm sure you have holes of your own. She's right. And then he agreed with her. The gall of it all! You essentially took a fatal blow just to land a hit on me. That's not a good trade. Circe sulked, huffed, and, with an effort, wrangled her temper back under control. Taking a deep breath to master herself, she refused to look at the faceless girl. It wasn't fair. Was a little praise so much to ask for? She wasn't used to this, wasn't skilled like them, wasn't... Still. Nathaniel's gloved hand descended upon her head and tousled her hair. You're improving. Well done. Her heart went thud-thud-thud as her face flushed. However, with a flick of his heel, he swept her legs, sending her sprawling again. All right. She needed to work on her footing. She got it. You do realize this means war, little brother. Lyanna watched intently. Sometimes she even deigned to join in on their little bouts. The Stark girl was better than her. It called her to admit it, but admit it she must. She had an earlier start and the benefit of a master-at-arms in Winterfell. Circe had none of these things. She was forced to build her foundation from the ground up, and each lesson was often a painful one. Yet for all the pain and suffering, she loved it. Pain was a terrible teacher, terrible but effective. For every injury she took, she learned. Slow and steady wins the race, so don't rush and keep your pace and all that. Easier said than done. She needed to learn and learn quickly. It was the only way she could make herself useful to him. There was talk of tourneys and feasts and celebrations, all dutifully denied. She knew why. Robert Baratheon's visits, once a constant in Nathaniel's absence, soon ceased with her brother's return. Not for lack of interest on Baratheon's part, but because the roads were no longer safe. The realm made ready for war under the Mad King's nose, and sides were being chosen. A shame. Robert had been eager to meet Nathaniel. They would have gotten along swimmingly. Nathaniel clicked his tongue, commanding her attention. Again, Circe sprang to her feet and flung herself at him. She would grow stronger. She must. She would be of use to him. So she swore. In her darker moments, she oftentimes wondered what it might be like when her skill exceeded him, when she was the one disarming him, pinning him to a wall, and thump! Her brother's blade bounced off her thigh, shattering her thoughts and drawing a yelp. You're holding the sword too tightly, he chided her. Was she? Circe adjusted accordingly in the hope of earning his praise, only for him to sweep the blade from her grasp, catch it in his free hand, and scissored them both over her head. Now too lightly. She released an excited breath, face red. Again. Nathaniel drew back and released her. Are you enjoying this? Adij 0.0. Are you enjoying this? Sometimes Naruto wondered if Circe was. No matter how many times he bested her, she got right back up again. That either implied some love of pain or determination on her part. He hoped it was the latter. It would be rather awkward otherwise. Credit where it was due, she wiped some blood from her nose, turned head aside, and spat. No wonder Robert Baratheon loved his sister. Men adored a woman willing to tousle with them. You have no idea how long I've wished to swing a sword. Brandishing her blade, she moved to circle him, and he matched her in return, hanging off her every word. This is a dream come true. Break every bone in my body if you must, shatter my spirit, but I will learn. His heart thudded strangely in his chest, and he shook his head to clear it. Of that, I have no doubt. Lyanna coughed and they broke apart. He looked Lady Stark's way with a cheeky grin. She was watching intently, with a new friend sprawled in her lap. He remembered that night well. He'd awoken to a howl in the night and stormed into her room. Well, the results spoke for themselves. Behold, Nymeria had held up her prize. A girl brought it here from Winterfell. A direwolf pup, young, perhaps a year old or so, enough to have been weaned. His coat was a fine shade of black, his eyes a deep and piercing blue. He took one look at it and it all made sense. Her cryptic statements way back in Winterfell, the occasional twitching of her satchel, and the squirrely behaviour since. Lyanna, of course, had been delighted. He's lovely. Can I keep him? Naruto frowned. Casterly Rock is no place for a wolf pup. I'll take good care of him. Lyanna. Please! I've never asked you for anything. Naruto faltered just a little. Lyanna kept staring. Blast it all, fine. But he's your responsibility. She, Nymeria coughed, correcting him. A girl checked. Lyanna swept the pup into her arms. I shall call her Shadow Tilda. Really need to work on your naming sense there, love. Naruto blew out a fond sigh at the memory and lazily deflected Cersei again. Dragons and direwolves and lions, oh my. What was next? Would his dear sister find a lion cub or something? Best not tempt fate. His sister lunged at him, and he parried lazily, tapping her shoulder with his dulled blade. A girl is dead! Lyanna chuckled as she stroked Shadow's inky coat. Nymeria hid a smile behind her hand. Cersei howled with anger, but she improved. 0.0. Jaime did his best not to smile. Truly it was a contest of wills. His mouth wanted nothing more than to grin, but he knew that to do so into King's presence would surely see him shortened by a head. Because, you see, Aerys had forfeited a foot, not through an enemy attack or in such worsening of his disease, but due to his own base stupidity. In a fit of madness, he'd claimed his right leg was the cause of his latest bout of incessant itching, and so commanded his Kingsguard to amputate the offensive limb at the ankle. None dared refuse him. No, not these days. Not anymore. Sir Gerald Hightower had been the one to make the cut. His grace had shrieked and spat and snarled like a feral beast. It was not a sound Jaime ever wished to hear again. It was still worth it to see Aerys hobbling about the halls with a peg leg. And now, in a bitter twist of irony, the king's other foot seemed to be showing signs of infection. So sad. Such a shame. What a pity. Surely the people mourned their monarch's failing health as he fell further and further into decline. No, so Jaime. He took wicked pleasure in the king's suffering. Every bit of agony he suffered was sweet ambrosia to him. Perhaps that wasn't knightly of him. To the seven hells with that. He longed for the day when he could drive his sword through the mad king's back. This man had forced him away from his family, and the seven kingdoms couldn't be rid of him quickly enough. Whatever had taken Aerys clearly wasn't grayscale, else the lot of King's Landing would have been infected by now. This was something else, something worse. A death by degrees, agonizing suffering drawn out as his body slowly succumbed to whatever was infecting it. No one knew what it was. A pox, or so Grand Maester Pycelle claimed. Though he had finally returned to King's Landing at the behest of Aerys, his efforts were only ever been able to treat the Mad King's symptoms, not the inherent cause of his disease. That was the beauty of it, you see. Because no one knew what it was. Nathaniel had done his work well. Jaime resolved to get him something nice for it when all this was over. But for now he listened, as rumours ran rampant through the Red Keep. Some said that the throne itself was rejecting the king, that it had cursed him in his madness. Who knew? Not him. He kept his mouth shut and his distance alongside it, content to appear loyal and faithful, to be seen honouring his vow. So many vows. Just the thought of them nearly made him click his tongue in open derision. They make you swear and swear, don't they? Defend the king, obey your father, protect the innocent, defend the weak. But what if your father despises the king? What if the king's gone mad? What if he massacres the innocent? It's too much. No matter what you do, you're forsaking one vow or another. Might as well forsake the king while he was at it then, do his best to subtly speed things along. And when the deed was done and Eris was dead, he could finally go home. He could see it now, a vision in his mind's eye. Everyone was waiting for him. So yes, outwardly, Jaime Lannister betrayed no semblance of emotion, as Aerys suffered and snarled and cut himself on the throne once more, issuing edict after idiotic edict, unaware of the hole he was digging himself into. He didn't even need a shove at this point. His and Rhaegar's incompetence did the work for him. He played the part, pretended to be the good Kingsguard, the loyal Kingsguard, the faithful Kingsguard. But in his heart of hearts, where no one could see, he wore the biggest smile, and the world spun on. 0.0. The Kraken observed the lion from afar, wondering, watching, waiting. For a moment of weakness, 0.0. Rickard read another of Lyanna's letters and smiled softly. His daughter was safe in the west, Rhaegar rebuffed. Now he had but to wait. 0.0. Elia saddled her horse. Her patience had reached its limit. She would wait no longer. Tonight, she and Oberyn would finally ride for Casterly Rock. 0.0. Varys was no stranger to chaos. Chaos was a pit, to be avoided at all costs, and so he sent off another one of his little birds. If a mad dragon must die for the sake of the realm, if the realm required a nudge, then so be it. 0.0. Resist. Must resist. She should resist. Yes, she really ought to resist. None of this wasn't decent. None of it was proper. And yet her thoughts were the whetstone of desire urging her on and on and on until she snapped. 0.0. Someone knocked on his door. Naruto answered it without thinking. He'd expect Lyanna. He was prepared for Lyanna. This was not Lyanna. Cersei. I couldn't sleep. Clad in nothing more than a golden gown, she squirmed past him, ducking under his arm to gain entry. I had to see you. Why? He turned, baffled. She met his gaze, and for a fleeting moment she wasn't his sister but a gorgeous young woman. No. That was a dark path, the same sort of debauchery that led the Targaryens to madness. Surely she wouldn't appreciate it. Have you slept with the Stark girl yet? The sudden inquiry question irked him for all the wrong reasons. She has a name. Lyanna, then. She clasped both hands and laid them in her lap. My question still stands. Have you? His lips thinned. We have not. Why? He sealed his lips further, refusing to reply. Good. His silence seemed to please her, oddly enough. I want to help you, little brother. Help, she said. He eyed her warily. What kind of help? Cersei leaned in and whispered into his ear. His eyes widened. What are you, even father would be furious. He would. We need only keep it between the two of us. You want to learn how to please Lyanna, don't you? When he didn't answer, she smiled softly. I don't know how to please Robert, she confessed. We can learn together, if you like. Wherever this was going, well, it sounded like a slippery slope. Dangerously so. She leaned forward and kissed him, her lips lingering on his. He froze, every thought fizzling out. In theory, he wasn't her brother. Not really. Nathaniel Lannister should never have been born. It was a flimsy argument, and he immediately rebuked himself for it. Kurama offered him the mental equivalent of a shrug. Don't ask me. This is your choice to make, not mine. Traitor. Cersei was aware of none of it. You always have to stop with her. You can never go too far, no matter how much you might want. But you don't have to worry about that with me. She was begging, almost pleading, all semblance of control gone. I want you. I need you. She looked away with a sigh. You must think I'm wretched, that I'm trying to corrupt you. I'm not. Nothing could be further from the truth. You've done so much to help me. This is all I can do. The only thing I can possibly offer you. You don't need to. I want to. He recoiled as she dropped her dress, baring her bountiful bosom and herself to him in her entirety. He averted his gaze quickly, cursing himself for letting it linger so long. What in the seven hells are you doing? Rather than retort, she stalked across the room and moved to his side. From there, she sat beside him, naked as the say she was born. Would you like to touch them? She tossed her head with a flourish and touched a hand to her chest, long golden curls falling over her bare bosom to preserving her dignity, if only just. I don't mind. He didn't budge, she giggled. I'm not trying to trick you, brother. He eyed her warily. Then why do I feel like this is a trap? It isn't, she insisted. No one else knows I'm here. This is just practice. Practice? He hissed incredulously, unable to understand her. Practice for what? Even as he spoke, Cersei stepped forward, took a hold of one of his hand and guided it to her right breast, gliding his thumb over her nipple. See? She arched her neck back and mewed softly as he caressed her. How could something that feels this good possibly be a sin? Her words were like poisoned honey, warm and sweet, lulling him into a false sense of security. He tried to speak, but in the same instant she dipped her head lower and kissed his neck, then his chin, followed by his cheek before she dragged her mouth to his. He did know how it felt, and that frightened him. His resolve hardened against it, and he drew himself back, hand and all. Stop manipulating me. Is that what you fear? Here at last, a rare flash of hurt flitted across Cersei's fine facial features. I'm being honest with you. She reached up to stroke his cheek. I have always been honest with you, from the moment you left Casterly Rock. Planting herself in his lap, she sat there, forcing him to look upon her in her nakedness. I know I can never be with you. Not really. Father will never allow that, but I can help you. A hand danced across his chest, unfurling a frisson of desire deep within. Everything you can't do with the Stark girl right now, you can do with me. She kissed him once more, tempting him not just with her body and her words, but with possibility. To me, I'll take it all. Your desires, your distractions, your depravity, all so you can better learn how to please her. Did she truly believe that? Or did she just desire him for herself? He couldn't be certain, and it concerned him more than he cared to admit. Cersei, the Targaryens had brothers lay with sisters for hundreds of years, she crooned. Why should we deny ourselves? When she dipped down to kiss him once more, he stubbornly turned his face aside. And children? Her face went rosy. Is that your desire? I can drink moon tea if you don't wish it. His face closed down as a muscle jumped in his jaw. She did not see it. Let me help you, Nathaniel. Or perhaps she simply did not wish to see. Ah! It was too much, too sudden, too soon. He tumbled out from under her, rolled off the bed and sprang to his feet, face red-hot, as he warded an arm between the two of them. You need to go. Now, Cersei smiled sadly. You needn't decide yet. We've plenty of time. Just know that I love you, little brother. She kissed his forehead, retrieved her robe, and left him with that. His bed had never felt so cold in all his life. Dark were his dreams that night. Chapter 15. Time for a story! Because sometimes people need reminding of things. Tilda an excerpt. The gods are cruel 2 weeks past. Naruto became keenly aware of that particular passage of time, if only because things had changed and not all of it in a good way. Credit where credit might be due, Cersei was a woman of her word. She not entered his chambers since that night and hadn't broached the subject of them being intimate again. She didn't have to. Oh no. His dear sister tormented him in other ways. Lingering touches here, a laugh there, and hugs. Lots of hugs. Did he mention the hugs? To say nothing of the host of temptations she lavished upon him. As he looked on, Cersei swung her arms around, clasped both hands behind her back, and swayed in place. Her shoulders swung to and fro unapologetically, and her bosom with them. Her eyes met his as caught him staring his and flashed with triumph. She moved to embrace him, and her body pressed against his. He could feel the fullness of her breasts nudging his chest, her lips ghosting across his forehead. Gah! Shaking his head, he returned his focus to the matter at hand. Today was a rare day without training, used not to practice, but to study. As the days passed, he began to measure Kurama's growth by the day. Well-fed and cared for, secure in the stone garden, he had all the room in the world to feed and fly until he grew gargantuan. Once he did, he would have an easy escape to the sea to forage and feast to his heart's content. And feast he did. He'd already caught a mighty hawk just the other day, feasting upon the foolish fowl when it dared try and roost in his weirwood tree, ignorant to the greater danger lurking nearby. He had devoured a number of seagulls before that. No, he was not contained and corralled like the dragons of old, and a result, he soon began to surpass his every expectation. And they'd been high to begin with. Little bastard was going to be big. Perhaps not quite the level of Balerion himself, But did dragons ever truly stop growing? The Maester of Old Town said yes, but he had good reason to take their stories with a grain of salt these days. Hells, they might be the reason the dragons never made a resurgence after the dance. He'd always found their decline suspicious, and so naturally conducted research of his own. He'd read the histories and studied the legends. The Black Dread himself had stopped growing shortly before his death, yes, but that had only been after Aeria Targaryen flew him to Old Valyria and returned with grievous wounds. Old Valyria! It had been haunting his dreams as of late. He could feel something calling to him there. Brightraw, perhaps? The Lannisters had lost it when King Tommen II sailed with a great many to those haunted ruins in search of treasure, and never returned. He found himself thinking of it often these days, not just the sort. A Valyrian steel sword from Old Valyria would be a fine prize, but so too would any eggs there. Perhaps that was greedy of him. Kurama was already miracle enough, a 1 in a million, but his vision had shown him at least a dozen dragons raging against the night. Kurama was but one, unless he started laying eggs, unlikely. Then he didn't like the idea of believing in fate or visions or any such thing, but if there was a greater threat coming to Westeros. Shaking his head, he jotted down another note in his journal and chuckled ruefully as Kurama preened ahead of him. That's right, foolish girls. Bow before your god. All shall love me and despair. Goodness, he's rather noisy today, isn't he? No louder than that pup of yours. A girl agrees. Kurama, of course, was delighted by it all. He couldn't get enough of the ladies and their attention. Or could he? By this point, he wasn't sure if his old friend was having them on or genuinely enjoying himself. He'd always enjoyed being the centre of attention, but this was a little ridiculous even for him. Case in point, today Kurama seemed to favour Nymeria, who, for all her skills at slaughter and slaying, had no idea what to do with a chirpy baby dragon. Ah! Careful! He looked up just in time to see the reborn dragon leap onto her back, causing her to stumble with a startled squawk. A girl, I do not wish to drop you. In a rare moment of solidarity, Cersei and Lyanna laughed at her plight. Kurama Kurama responded as only a former tailed beast could, ergo by curling around her neck. He really was getting too big for that and laying his head on her shoulder. From there, his 9 scaly tails curled over her like some sort of scarf, warming her against the morning chill as he released a pleased huff. A shaky little laugh fled from Nymeria's lips as she reached back to stroke his horned head. Nice dragon. Good dragon. Please do not burn a girl. Lyanna sulked when it became apparent that Kurama was in no hurry to leave his perch. I wonder why he favours her so. Naruto bit his lip to stifle a laugh. Why? Because she was a Blackfire. Because she had Targaryen blood. Because Kurama was a fickle creature who could sense negativity a mile off and gravitated toward whomever was feeling worst at the moment. Probably the last one. He might act tough, but at the end of the day, he was just a big softy. Curious little half-blood, his old partner remarked with a jaw-popping yawn. Loyal, too. That's rare these days. You should pay more attention to her, lest said loyalty falter. Naruto winced at the unsubtle rebuke, though only he could hear it. He really hadn't spent all that much time with Nymeria as of late, has he? He'd remedy that. Nymeria? The faceless girl perked up as he beckoned her over. She promptly strode to his side, taking great care not to dislodge the still sleepy Kurama from his perch. He hesitated for a moment as she looked up at, not quite sure what to say or how to say it or even what to do. In the end, he settled for what he knew best. He patted her head, idly noting he didn't have to reach down so far as he once had. She'd grown up. For all her insistence upon calling herself a girl, she was just as much a young woman as Lyanna and Cersei. How had he been so blind as to miss that? Stiffly, he congratulated her as he tousled her hair. Well done. Her face absolutely lit up with radiant joy at the simple gesture and the praise conveyed therein. She leaned into his hand with a pleased sigh. A girl lives to serve. Naruto noticed. It hurt him to see just how easy she was to please. She was one of his very first followers. If not quite the strongest, then undoubtedly the most lethal. He could have sent her on a slaughter spree against his enemies, and with her faces, none would know. Granted, he'd never once thought of using her as such. To do so would regulate her back to being a tool, but he'd taken her for granted as of late all the same. Maybe he ought to do something nicer for her in the future. Cersei looked away with a rueful sigh. only to note someone's absence. Wherever is Tyrion? I thought he'd be here for this. Lyanna preened. Off with the hound's sister. Realization dawned. Little Celine? The Stark girl grinned. Not so little now, I suppose. She's grown up. Cersei looked scandalized, but not at all in a bad way. As have we all. A rare, genuine grin split Naruto's face as he slipped back into his Lannister facade and deigned to join the conversation at last. Does Clegane know Tyrion's suite on his sister? He does! Lyanna clapped her hands in a rare burst of joy. He's been watching them like a hawk ever since they started courting. Isn't that sweet? No. Nymeria clicked her tongue and glared her way, mildly irritated by such a notion. A lion should not lay with a dog. Such is beneath him. Naruto rubbed her head again, drawing an annoyed noise from her as he ruined her pale hair. What does it matter so long as he's happy? The faceless girl, woman, looked down and chewed at her lip. Happiness won't save him from a dagger in the dark. Naruto forced a smile for her sake. Then it's a good thing we have you around, isn't it? For some reason he couldn't fathom, her expression hardened. It is not proper, he frowned. Since when do you care about proper? But if a lion can court a dog, then what of a... Say again. Nymeria tucked her head into his chin and stubbornly refused to look at him. Her face was terribly red. He was missing something here, he just knew it. But what? Kurama creaked an eye open from his perch around her shoulders. You cannot be that dense, Cersei tutted. Someone's crossed today. The assassins stomped a foot. A girl is not. Liar. If Kurama clinging to her wasn't indication enough, he didn't know what was. Nymeria surprised him abruptly by shaking herself free from his hand and stepping back. Irritated by the sudden movement, Kurama growled angrily, only to subside as she touched his head. After a moment's pause, he roused himself and let the blackfire shoo him off her shoulders. With a sullen grumble, he spread his wings and took flight, winging back toward the weirwood tree to rest. Lyanna's direwolf pup loped after him at a lazy gait, made curious by his sudden display, but he scarcely noticed. A girl has duties to attend. Because now Nymeria turned to him and bowed stiffly. May she be excused? He didn't exactly want to let her go for the day, but he could sense the burning need in her to be anywhere else right now and granted her request. I suppose. Cersei sighed. You should be more honest with yourself, girl. I agree. Lyanna nodded her way. It'll save you a great deal of pain in the future. Nymeria sputtered at their words. The faceless girl didn't so much leave as she did flee. Her retreat became a full-blown rout as she raced up the stone steps, taking them two at a time, nearly tripping in her haste to get away. He heard the wooden door slam solidly above them and winced a little, baffled by her behavior. What was that about? Stranger still, when he looked back, he found Lyanna and Cersei staring at him like he'd grown a second head. Oh, brother, his sister sighed. For all your brilliance, you can be a bit of a dimwit at times. Lyanna shook her head in faux despair. Best let him remain ignorant. I think not. She looked back to him. Have you not noticed anything about Nymeria as of late? When he made a confused noise, she slapped a hand to her forehead. She's more than a girl now, for one, though I'm sure you failed to notice these. She made a less than subtle gesture across her body, or rather her bosom. You've been distracted as of late. Small wonder you haven't noticed her figure. Naruto blinked. He blinked oh so hard. But that would mean, oh. He had not thought of that. Hadn't even considered it. Heat spiked through his cheeks and he studiously averted his gaze. Stop! Cersei most assuredly did not. Whatever do you mean? You know full well what I mean. Do I? She touched a finger to her lips and feigned innocence. I haven't the foggiest idea. He could feel Lyanna glaring at him, trying to puzzle out this latest development. Cersei grinned and he could just imagine her thoughts, preening in triumph. In the end, he flung up his arms and left them in the stone garden. Sage save him from wild, wanton women. 0.0. 0.0. Lyanna waited until Nathaniel departed. She counted the moments, the seconds, minutes now, just to be certain. Taking a breath, she ran a hand through her dark hair, pivoted, and whirled to face Cersei. What have you done to my betrothed? Nathaniel's sister barely batted a blink. I? She offered a languid frown instead. I have done nothing. No? She glowered at her. It seems to me you've been doing an awful lot of something as of late. I am not your enemy, strange as that might sound. Aren't you? She planted a hand on her hip and glared her down. You've been glaring at me from the moment I arrived. Now here you are, stirring up trouble where there's none to be had. Nymeria was a good girl. She liked Nymeria, but even a blind man could see how fond she was of Nathaniel. Why do this? She expected an argument, denial at the very least. Imagine her surprise then, when the Lady Lannister let her shoulders droop with a sigh. My earlier behaviour was uncouth of me. As to my actions just now, I am only trying to help. How? She challenged. By fomenting unrest in Nathaniel's heart? By making certain my precious brother is happy in all things? Her counter was steely, her green eyes sharper than cut emeralds. Nothing more. Lyanna eyed her warily. Who was this Cersei Lannister, and where was the broody bitch Nathaniel had told her off? He'd described an awful spoiled sow who threw fits and tantrums when she didn't get what she wanted. A vicious, venomous girl who lashed out at anyone and everything that wronged her. Who, then, was this temperate blonde who weathered her anger with such ease? Had his time away truly changed her so? I see the way you look at me, Cersei said. You think you know me, that I seek to lead Nathaniel to ruin? I do not begrudge you for thinking such. I used to hate him. Did you know that? The sudden admission startled her and gave the older girl a chance to barrel on. When we were younger, before Nathaniel left for the north, before he... Lyanna gulped, words sticking in her throat like so much taffy. Nearly what? Cersei regarded her gravely, almost pitiably even. Died. The word stung Lyanna like nothing else. What? Her soon-to-be sister-in-law tilted her head, golden curls falling to one side. You didn't know. He never told you. Her mouth had gone dry, making it hard to speak. I know enough. Cersei's smile thinned. But not the full story. Do you? She challenged. Mistakes were made. I remember it like it was yesterday. A dark, haunted look flashed across her face as she recounted the tale. It happened shortly after Tyrion was born, you see. Jaime was still in the rock then, still the heir, before he gave all that up. Before assassins snuck into the castle. Before everything changed. Taking a deep breath, she barreled on. Nymeria was one of them. Nathaniel fought his attackers off, even killed one, but he paid a price for it. He was poisoned. Pycelle said he might not survive the night. I sat with him, listened to his heartbeat, heard it stop beating. A little shiver shook Cersei's shoulders, and for all her ire, Lyanna believed her. I prayed then, swore a vow before the old gods and the new to be a better person, and the gods answered. They brought him back to me. Nymeria turned her cloak, or her face, I suppose, in order to live. I wanted to kill her at the time, but thought better of it. Now I save my ire for our true enemies, my venom for worthy foes. Why are you telling me this? So we can understand one another, you and I? Fetching a pitcher of wine from a nearby table in the cavern, she poured herself a glass and drank deeply to steady her nerves before offering a second cup to her, which she reluctantly accepted. Nathaniel has a habit of making allies out of enemies. He's very good at it. It's that silver tongue of his. A little laugh escaped her, broken by another sip of wine. And they say we Lannisters deal only in gold. We will have many enemies in the wars to come. I would not have us quarrel needlessly with one another. Lyanna hesitated. I still fail to see... Kurama chirped indignantly in his tree suddenly, crimson wings flaring wide. Lyanna almost smiled when she saw the source of his ire. Shadow was trying to get at him again. You're very lucky to have a wolf pup. Cersei almost sounded wistful as they watched the black pup claw at the weirwood bark to no avail. A trick of some sort, no doubt. I wish I had a lion cub of my own. Lions are rare in the Westerlands these days. Nearly as rare as direwolves south of the wall. Was that a threat? It rather sounded like one. She scowled at her. What are you implying? Nothing. If this is a game, sister, please. We are to be sisters soon, are we not? I love my brother. Cersei took another sip of her wine, and idly she noted her fierce expression. I love him very, very much, just as I know you do. At the end of the day, no matter, or quibbles and quarrels, he's family to me. I would do terrible things for my family, unspeakable things. But you are to be a part of my family as well, so I would offer you my aid. Lyanna frowned. What manner of help would that be? Cersei beckoned her closer, whispered in her ear. 0.0, there was smoke on the horizon. Oberyn wasn't particularly eager to meet its source, not when he and Elia were making such good time. He was rather proud of that fact. They had made good time into the Westerlands. It was no mean feat to ride all the way from Sunspear to Casterly Rock, least of all in disguise. They could not afford to push their horses too hard, as they had no replacements, and with no guards to accompany them, they were rather vulnerable to bandits. Alas, his sister was ever eager to push on and bring her gift to the young lion, so push on they did, until he wished they hadn't. They crested a hill on the sea road and blanched at what they found there. A castle was burning, beset by many men and ships from the sea. He could hear the screams from here. They chilled his blood. "That is Castle Crakehall, is it not?" Elia reared back, appalled at the sight taking place below them. Why would anyone attack it? Who would be foolish enough to even dare? They soon had their answer as they spied the flags and ships on the coast. Each bore the sigil of the Kraken. Oberyn vaguely remembered the banners of Crakehall. Their sigil was a tusked boar, was it not? Well, it seemed the Kraken had caught the boar in its grasp. Concerning. Elia looked like she wanted nothing more than to ride down there and aid those poor people. Oberyn grabbed the reins of her steed to stop her. "They'll be sailing north next." She turned a baffled look his way. "But north of here is—" Oberyn had a keen mind. He'd studied with the maesters of Old Town for a time, learning much from them before he decided such was not for him. Poisons had been chief among his studies, but also the great maps of Westeros, their families and likewise their keeps. He knew well what was north of this castle. Lannisport, and above it, Casterly Rock. They were going after the Lannisters. All the colour drained from Ellis's face. "Have the Greyjoys gone mad? They'll burn for this!" Oberyn wondered about that. The timing was suspect, to say nothing of the foolishness of attacking here first. Perhaps, perhaps not. He nudged her Norse with his. "We must go. The Lannisters need to be warned." She blanched. "But the people—" "Listen to me." He took her by the face and steered her back to him. "They will stop to raid and reave every hamlet and village they encounter. We will not. We shall beat them to the rock, I think. But only if we make good time." She tried to tear away from him, and he yanked her back. "Which we will not if we ride down there and get ourselves killed," he snapped at her. "We have no guards, no escort. None know we are here. If we perish, no one will know until it is too late." He looked back to the burning keep and grimaced. "We will avenge them. But for now, we must do what it takes to survive." "Can you do that for me?" Elia looked mutinous, but she didn't deny him. "You and I do not die here, sister." He kissed her forehead. "This is not the place of our death." His piece said. Oberyn cracked the reins of his horse like a whip and spurred his steed on. After only a moment, he heard Elia followed. They could but do 3 things. Ride fast, ride harder still, ride with vengeance in their hearts. Chapter 16. "Tell me, Princess, have you heard the tragedy of the Ironborn?" "No." "I'm not surprised. It's not a tale the Targaryens will tell you. Stupid of them, I suppose. If those rowdy reavers had only waited a little longer, they would have been in the perfect position to wreak havoc unopposed, and then it would have been a very different story indeed. Alas, the Greyjoys were seldom known for their tact. Nor was Tywin Lannister known for mercy, Nathaniel Lannister even less so. But I digress. You wished to hear a riveting bedtime story, did you not? Forgive an old man his musings. Now where was I? I remember. The Kraken's downfall began with 2 vipers, brother and sister, riding hard for Casterly Rock, and when they arrived, the lion's wrath was great. Tilda Grand Maester Pycelle regaling the Princess of Dragonstone. "Sharpen your swords, you've been avoiding Tyrion again." Could a man not write his letters in peace? Evidently not, for Tywin Lannister found himself interrupted once more, this time by his son of all things. He made Nathaniel wait nearly a minute, a suitable punishment for one always on the move, as he finished his letter, making wholly certain it was up to his exacting standards. The message in question was meant for the Crakehalls. There had been disquieting rumblings from the Iron Islands as of late, and they needed to keep an eye on the sea. Hopefully the lord there had not neglected his duties. Sumner Crakehall was a loyal and doughty man, but also an oblivious one at times. He had not the might for strategy or subterfuge. Like the boar that was the namesake of his house, he would often thrown himself any and all problems with naught but brute force, seeking to batter them down with brute strength alone. Nathaniel coughed into a fist and he finally deigned to acknowledge him. "One would think you'd learned not to broach such a subject by now. I taught you better than this. What can I say?" His second son granted him an amusing insouciant grin. "I've always been a slow learner." "Slow?" This boy. He was sharper than Valyrian steel and thrice as deadly besides. What did I tell you about lying to me? To not to. The boy, no, he corrected himself. He was a young man now, continued to grin as he clasped both hands behind his back. But really, you and Tyrion are more alike than you think. He's smart as a tack, that one. You should spend some time with him. It'd benefit you both. It would also provoke his temper. And it did. His face closed down. Leave me. Then you'll spend time with him? Such a relentless son he had. I will consider what you've said. Nathaniel stared intently. That sounds like a rather fancy way of saying no. A thought occurred to him just then, a useful way to get the boy out of his way for a few days. Lyanna and Cersei would doubtlessly protest, but it was only a day or so's hard ride from here to Cast Crakehall. Less if one were to ride their horse half to death. He would send him now if the sun hadn't set. Take 20 good men and ride to Crakehall, he commanded. Check in on the garrison there and make certain they are fulfilling their duties. If so, reward them. If not, punish them. Sure, I'll go. The sudden concession concerned him. If you spend time with Tyrion. And there it was, the hook beneath the bait. Cheeky boy bargaining with him. He could respect the spirit of it, if nothing else. He hadn't the time to ride out himself and deal with the matter, and sending anyone else would make him look weak. Joanna or Cersei were absolutely out of the question. Lord Sumner wouldn't respect a woman, Joanna wouldn't be taken seriously, and if Cersei went, they might get ideas about having his daughter's hand in marriage. He would have to refuse them if they made such an offer, of course, which would raise tensions with his vassals. Another headache he didn't need, right now. Best not to give them the idea at all. No, it had to be Nathaniel. His presence carried weight, not just as a Lannister, but his heir. Better yet, he wouldn't be taken in by a pretty face. He could fend off whatever wench Lord Crakehall flung at him, and would at that. The lion did not lay with the boar, after all. Such would be unseemly. With luck, they would receive his message well, and there would be no need for more punitive measures. All would proceed according to plan as they continued to muster men, with Aerys none the wiser. A chill shot through him, sudden and sharp. Tywin dismissed it with a shake of the head. Done, he relented. Do this task for me, and I'll speak with the boy. Use more than 2 words. He intended to. It was high time he made up his mind about Tyrion anyway. He should either resolve to hate him or discreetly have him set aside. Waffling between the two benefited no one. That he'd delayed this long didn't speak well of him. Such squeamishness was unbecoming of a Lannister. With a long-suffering sigh, he sealed his letter properly and presented it to Nathaniel, who in turn tucked it into a tight fist. You will ride at dawn, he decreed, watching him for any sign of duplicity, only to find none. Make certain you sleep well tonight. A spark of amusement flashed through the young man's gaze, as though he'd just made a joke. Worry not, I'll have sweet dreams. Strange turn of phrase that, but he thought little of it. See that you do. His heir saluted lazily and sauntered out the room at a sedate pace. Tywin shouted at this back. And see to it that he is fed. Nathaniel waved half-heartedly. Honestly, that boy. 0.0, 0.0. Rhaella was ready for Nathaniel. She knew at once that they were sharing a dream again, if only because she didn't recognize her surroundings. It was honestly a little quaint. Only a short moment ago, she'd laid herself down in bed, wrapped herself up in her blankets, and closed her eyes, praying for sleep to come once more, for her to be granted the sweet succor of escape. It was difficult now that she'd become younger again. Her body had boundless energy, and with it came the irascible desire to move. But remarkably, the gods had answered her plea, and she found herself swept away into dreamland. Now she opened her eyes and found herself upright, wandering the hallowed halls of Casterly Rock. Her pale blue nightgown was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she found herself garbed in Lannister gold on red. The sheer absurdity of it all struck her a moment later. This was impossible, of course. The Rock was at least a month away from King's Landing, perhaps less if you rode hard and fast. And besides, Aerys would never let her leave the Red Keep. Not that she could, with guards posted outside her door every night, the Queen in the tower caged by the mad dragon. A maiden fair, waiting for her knight to rescue her. It sounded like something out of a fairy tale. Well, this helpless maiden would be fighting back soon enough. A door opened ahead of her, and on a whim she entered. There he was, Sure enough, she found her heart's desire within, leaning over a large table poring over a great many maps. Her lips pursed at the sight. Even in his dreams, he was ever active. Small wonder he hadn't been able to reach into her dreams since they last spoke. That ended tonight. Nathaniel? Calling his name broke the young man out his trance. He looked up at her and smiled. Oh, there you are. This is one of our dreams, then. It's hard to tell sometimes. Raela tilted her head. It's been some time since we last spoke. That would be my fault. He pushed himself up off the table with a rueful grin, abandoning his formal dialect entirely to speak in a rougher, more natural voice. Using this jutsu takes a lot out of me, you know? Bleeds off chakra like a bitch. I'm still trying to perfect it, but it doesn't always work. It pleased her that he spoke so freely with her naturally. Only she knew who he was, who he truly was. He had shown her his truth and her alone, with no others hence. The thought warmed Raela in more ways than one. Yes, this is a dream. Steeling herself, the queen forced herself to be bold and sauntered to his side, hips swinging. A very good dream. Yes, be bold, be brave, be bawdy if she must. She needed to make her stance clear, show him how grateful she was. Nathaniel, Naruto, frowned at her, evidently noticing something amiss. Did you change your hair? Oh, no, and no. He didn't get to feign ignorance after what he did. Not tonight. You did this! She rounded on him, face red, and seized his face in her hand, cupping his cheeks. Look what you did to me. He squinted, undaunted. Your makeup? Younger. She gave him a good hard shake and let go of his face. You made me younger when you did whatever you did. Oh, he laughed a little. When I gave you a boost? Well, you were always beautiful, so I didn't really notice. Meep. Raela's herd somersaulted and she swayed where she stood. Gods, but that silver tongue of his. You! Blast it all, she couldn't be mad at him, so spun away with a huff. Be glad Eris is mad as a hare, else there would be problems. Would you like me to undo it? No! She practically yelped, recoiling from the very thought of it. I mean, no. Words escaped her in a frenzied babble, fearful he'd take this beautiful blessing away. This is fine. Just fine. In all honesty, I could stand to go a bit further back. Not enough to be noticeable, but she still felt the pains of age at times and wished them gone entirely. To be free of that broken old woman she was. Is that so? He smiled patiently. It shouldn't be too hard, if that's what you really want. Yes. More than anything. Raela fought down a whine, suddenly eager to awaken. She was a queen. She had her pride. She would not beg. No, mustn't beg. But to be in her prime. Her will buckled as he laid a hand on hers. Could you do it now? Please. Blast. She didn't want to beg. Don't see why not. For a single blinding instant, the reborn boy's very body shone with inner light, blazing blue. He laid another gentle hand on her cheek, and this time she physically felt the bitter years of age slough off her body. She perked up with a gasp, standing a little straighter, just a bit taller, filling out her dress, everything far firmer than it had once been. Granted, she couldn't see herself, and he didn't seem eager to give her a mirror, but she felt it in her soul, the renewed rush of vitality and the chaotic restlessness that came with it. There, he released her. Too soon. Leaving her to preen and glance down at herself. Any more than this and folks will definitely take notice. Raela scarcely heard him. She was veritably vibrating with energy. She'd not felt this way since near the end of her 20s. Oh. She twisted in place, rubbing her legs together as she squirmed where she sat. That feels rather nice. May I have a mirror? Nope. His expression was a study in amusement. You'll see when you wake up. She batted his arm, feeling girlish. Not even if your queen commands it. He shook his head. Consider it a surprise. Raela felt her face begin to flush. Gods, but he was so close. She could just reach out and casting about for a change of subject to desperately distract her from her burning desire, she looked back to the maps Nathaniel had been fussing over. Belatedly, she recognized a few of them, scattered though they yet were. The Crownlands, the Reach, the Vale. She eyed the maps. You're planning for war? Not just yet. Her beloved blonde looked back to the charts. Preparing, more like. We're not quite ready yet. He tapped a finger to his temple. I keep these designs in my mind, where only I can see 'em, and the king's spies can't accuse me of treachery. One day I'll draw them up in reality and we'll have ourselves a battle plan. So you say. Raella followed his gaze and sat at the edge of the table. Dream or no, she still wanted to be closer to him. Half the Seven Kingdoms still support Aerys, even in his madness. How do you intend to win with so many arrayed against you? We have the support of the North and the Dawn, likely the Stormlands. Including your own forces, that's still only 4 out of 7, she chided him. Victory is by no means assured. I do not wish to see you throw your life away meaninglessly. Nathaniel thumbed his chin and nodded, warming to the change of subject. The Tyrells are greedy little shits who want an in with the crown, so they'll likely remain loyal regardless of any overtures we make. Jon Arryn is a good and noble man who takes his oaths seriously. Father is working on swaying him to our side. Besides, Ned and Benjen have been fostered there for the last 10 years. They're on good terms with him, so we have an in there. And what of the Greyjoys? She touched a finger to the Iron Islands, so dangerously close to the north. They've no love for the Lannisters, and they've the greatest fleet in Westeros. True, he allowed. They might be a problem, but I'm working on a few contingencies of my own. He sounded so sure, so certain. But what if he was wrong? The Lannisters once thought themselves invincible against the Targaryens, until they, the Field of Fire, until they were forced to kneel before Aegon the Conqueror in humiliating defeat. There would be no kneeling for Naruto if he lost this war. No exile, only death. Aerys would take his head, his father's head, followed by the head of every Lannister in Casterly Rock besides, then give the castle to one of his sycophants. And where would she be once the dust settled? Lost and alone once more. No, if it came to that, if the Lannisters lost, she would not suffer another day under Aerys. She would do as young Helaena Targaryen had done before and fling herself to her death. Her life would end on her terms, not that of her mad, petulant, feckless lizard of a husband. Sensing her anxiety, Naruto took a hold of her hands. We'll win, I promise. And what then? Raella did not whine. She was a queen. No matter how powerless she might be at the moment, but she couldn't quite quell the tremor in her voice. What becomes of me if you win? When you tear Aerys from the Iron Throne and put another in his place. Even now, she didn't wholly know his true plans for the throne, and that frightened her more than anything else. He considered her for a long moment, assessing her, gauging her reaction. That depends on what you want, her mind wailed. Faith, love, and happiness. To have a child I don't despise. To be free. Raella said none of those things, for her lips ultimately betrayed her. I want you. He laughed a little at that, squeezing her palms. You already have me, she pouted. That is not what I mean. He leaned closer. Then what do you mean? Gods, was he that dense? Or ignoring it? Having her on? It was just too much. Raella felt her ironclad self-restraint crack. Time to make herself clear. You don't seem to understand, my lion. Bracing herself for rejection, she leaned in and kissed his cheek, making her intentions clear. I intend to court you, Naruto Uzumaki. She spoke his true name as she leaned back, reveling in his stunned expression. Which means I'll have you as my husband by the end of this, alongside those pretty wives of yours. He shivered most pleasantly against her as she pressed her forehead to his. It was a struggle on her part, but she narrowly managed to restrain herself from kissing him full on the mouth, pressed her lips to his forehead instead. This is a battle neither viper nor wolf or lion can save you from. Not even the Black Dread could stop me from pursuing this. What say you? What do I say? He laughed. It was a surprisingly pleasant sound, and not one of mockery as she first feared. I say yes. I've created a monster, haven't I? Indeed you have. She smacked his chest and kissed his nose for good measure, tempting him yet further. When we finally meet face to face, flesh to flesh, I expect you to take responsibility for your actions. Dream though this was, she still wanted to tackle him over the table and mount him, but no, mustn't give in fully after all. Not yet. Else she might jump him and scare him away. Such would break her. Then he knelt, held out his hand to her now. There was a strange ring in his hand, sparkling with a blood-red ruby. If you want me to take responsibility, will this do? The Queen blinked, baffled. What is that? A ring? He explained, as though that weren't obvious enough. In my world, the concept of marriage is a little different from yours. With that declaration, Raella Targaryen's entire world, completely and absolutely, shattered. Just like that, All her courage fled like so much morning mist before the dawn. Her thoughts fizzled out alongside them as she balked at the boy, no, this young man, holding out the ring towards her. Marriage, matrimony, wedding. Her brain blurted the words one after the other to no avail. This was all so unexpected, so sudden, so soon. Yet hadn't they been building to this in their letters all along? Fear clawed and a lone tear rolled down her cheek, struck the ground, followed by another. Do not toy with me, sir. Her lips trembled, nearly rendering her words a blubbering mess. If this is some sort of jest, wouldn't dream of it. Hardy ha ha ha, a most clever jest, but her brain wasn't working well enough at the moment to truly appreciate his humour. You told me to take responsibility. Here I am. His grin was surprisingly boyish as he held the ring out to her. Marry me. Her mouth worked wordlessly for a moment before she found her nerve once more. How does this even work? Naruto didn't rise from where he knelt. Well, there's usually a white dress, an altar, and a priest. Was it possible for one to faint within a dream? It felt like she might. Oh, very dear. She swallowed once to clear her dry throat. We don't have any of those. A blonde brow rose in challenge and she realized her mistake too late. Dream, remember. Naruto snapped his fingers together and several things happened at once. First, the world rippled around them like so much water, and she found herself standing before a humble altar nestled within a grove of trees down by the river. Second, her red dress morphed into quite possibly the most beautiful wedding gown she'd ever laid eyes on. Third, a priest, or was it a septon, stood before them. Craning her neck, she found Nathaniel standing before her now, ring in hand. Oh, he looked proper fit in that outfit. How's this? He gestured to their surroundings. She glanced about, worrying her lips between her teeth. This was all so tempting, terribly tempting, even if it wasn't real. But she knew what her answer must be. No, she decided. When we are wed, I don't want it to be in a dream. Let the whole kingdom see. And she'd likely have to figure out a way to involve that wolf girl of his and the viper too, because Nathaniel seemed terribly fond of them, and she had no desire to exclude them from her dear one's heart. Oh, but she had to meet them first, didn't she? Maybe marry him and the Stark and take on the Martell as a consort. Of course, that was assuming he didn't have any other paramours he'd not told her about. Still, she supposed she could make it work. She was a queen, after all. Decisions, decisions. Her lion didn't seem offended by her statement, bless him. A snap of his fingers and dream world rippled once more, returning them to the rock, if not their regular attire. She didn't mind. She wanted to appreciate this dress a little while longer. It didn't stop him from offering the ring to her. You don't mind being my fiancé for a while, then? Raella blinked quickly, not understanding the word. Fiancé? Sorry, I keep forgetting. His cheeks dimpled in another smile. It's another term for betrothed where I'm from. Fiancé. She rather liked the sound of that the way it rolled off one's tongue. Lifting her chin, she offered him her hand. I shall accept your sentiment then, good sir. Inside, she was all but squealing with glee. Ha! Yes! Victory! Those girls might have gotten their claws into him, but she knew who he truly was. She had gotten a ring, and she would be his unforgettable first. The thought set a pretty little flush to her cheeks. He saw through her, as always. You don't have to put an act on for me, you know. I can tell you're excited. She really was, wasn't she? Ring. Finger. Now. May I? It took all of her strength to stand still as he slid the ring onto the fourth finger of her left hand. Perhaps there was a reason for that too. Regardless, it was a perfect fit, because of course it was. This was a bloody dream. She took a moment to admire it, relishing in the feel of the cool metal against her finger. It felt so real, like it was alive. That settled it. She was jumping his bones the moment they met in person. Abruptly, he squeezed her hands and leaned in. I'm waking up, he confessed with a small smile. See you soon. The world shattered as the dream ended. Raella awoke with an exasperated shout. Of course he'd get the last word in. Flailing to her feet, she kicked off the heavy blankets and covers to stare at her hand. There was no ring on her finger, but she felt its presence all the same. It shouldn't exist in the real world, couldn't exist here, yet she undoubtedly felt something on her finger. Perhaps that was more of his strange chakra magic at work. She supposed it didn't matter. Belatedly, she caught sight of herself in the mirror as she rose. Oh! A wide smile split her face as she beheld her youthful visage, the very prime of her youth. Perfection. The sight left her nearly delirious with joy. He did it, she snickered. He actually did it. Then the giggling began. Point zero, 0.0. Jamie pressed an ear to the door, alarmed by the clamour within. My queen, are you all right? A vase shattered against the wooden frame, causing him to jerk backward with a startled hiss, more so the laugh that came racing in on its heels. Because the queen was laughing, make no mistake about it. Giggling her head off by sound of it and having a merry time demolishing her room, he could hear her breaking everything she got her hands on. Odd. She sounded younger, wilder, more energetic than she'd ever been. He found himself half tempted to open the door and reached for the handle. Nope, not getting involved with that. Best of luck to you, little brother. Point zero, 0.0. Naruto stumbled around in a daze. Dawn had come for him in brutal swiftness, bringing the sun alongside it and the day of his departure to Crake Hall. He dumped a bucket of cold water over his head to clear his thoughts, dried and dressed himself, then summarily staggered his way down to the stables. More than a few servants glanced his way as he stumbled by, but none of them dared to question him as he saddled his horse, packing light for the journey ahead. Just as well, that. Lyanna and Circe were sound asleep and Nymeria was hiding. He'd need to find her when he returned, if she wanted to be found. His thoughts were elsewhere as he made the necessary preparations, for good reason. Last night's dream had been a blur, albeit a very pleasant one. He remembered all of it, especially the surprise at the end. Surprises were seldom pleasant in Westeros, but this one was a most wonderful one indeed. In hindsight, he'd know something like this might happen down the road, but he hadn't expected to woo a dragon queen so easily. Letters, a bit of attention, and dreams. That was all it took to win her heart. Would that the rest of the world was so simple. Rhaella! What a woman. Such a fire she had in her. And he was responsible for it all. He'd fanned that flame, banked the dying embers, fed that fire when it might have otherwise gone out entirely. Thanks to him, the queen had found some semblance of her spine again, and woe betide anyone who got in her way. In but 2 visits, he'd flayed her fears and eradicated her envy. He'd be sure to help her with her other problems, hence, and there were sure to be some. He was still trying to wrap his head around it when he spied a shadow up on the parapet above. Craning his neck, he squinted up at what might have been Nymeria. Not going to join me. She didn't answer and slipped back into the morning shadows. He considered chasing her, then thought better of it. If a girl did not wish to be found, she would not be found, and he didn't have the time to ferret out all her hiding spots. Not by himself at any rate. Father and mother were unlikely to help him look for her, while Tyrion was busy tending to an increasingly hungry Karama. Lyanna and Circe would be of no help at all on that front. They were plotting over something too. He'd last seen them yesterday talking with their heads together, arguing in hushed voices. Maybe use some shadow clones. Granted, he couldn't make as many as he once could, but surely 9 would be more than enough. That would probably startle the servants, though, which would lead to more whispers. Whispers that would reach the ears of Aerys and probably cause more trouble than they were worth. He'd caused plenty of trouble for him already, but should he learn he was actively doing magic in Casterly Rock, he'd stop at nothing to claim him. Or take his head. Ah! So annoying. He couldn't wait to kill him. Calm. Be calm. He couldn't afford to lose his temper here. Not yet. Aerys and Rhaegar would have their destined death in due time. And soon. Steeling himself, he mustered the facade of Nathaniel once more and willed himself to be calm. Proffering an apple from his back, he offered it to his horse, idly stroking its neck. The task brought some small measure of peace to him. The sooner he got this task at Crake Hall done, the sooner he could come home and, discreetly, have a word with Nymeria. Maybe then he could figure out, riders approaching! A sudden hullabaloo near the rock's main gate had him perking up. His horse whinnied nervously and he left it there, still tied to its post, to investigate. Guards at the gate milled around anxiously at his approach, his 20 good men among them. He'd been wondering where they were. Raised voices, angry oaths, and stern shouts reached his ears as he drew closer, until he was utterly unable to make heads or tails of it all. Curiosity piqued, he barked a shout of his own. What's going on here? It was like a knife cutting through cloth. The world fell silent as the guards noticed him at last. One of his men, Thomas, he recalled, saw him and saluted briskly. Riders at the gate, my lord. They're demanding entrance. Let us in already, you fools! an accented voice snapped just outside the portcullis. "Or so help me, I shall shove this spear where the sun does not shine." Wait, he knew that voice. Peering past the wrought iron gate, he glimpsed two figures sat astride black mares. They wore dark colours, and though their faces were hidden by heavy cloaks and cowls alike, something about the sight of them tugged at him, a strange familiarity he'd not felt in years. "Open the gate," Thomas sputtered. "But my lord, your father!" He rounded on him, all towering fury. "Did I stutter? Open it!" The man complied, and the gate ground its way open. Almost before it had finished, the riders forced their way through, nearly trampling two guards as they did. The riders in question disembarked with vicious haste, and blades were drawn as some feared an attack. Not him. A small smile tugged at his lips. "Is that any way to treat an old friend, Oberyn?" The duo exchanged a glance, then removed their hoods and revealed their faces to his keen eyes. "You'll have to forgive the excitement. We were in a rush." Sure enough, the handsome rogue on the right was easy to recognize as Oberyn even years on, but who was that beautiful woman beside him? Oberyn nudged her with an elbow. "Say hello, sister. Your lion is here." Naruto damn near choked. Sister. Objectively, he could recognize her well enough now. He remembered that witty, sharp-tongued girl from his childhood, with her long, dark hair and sun-kissed skin. But she'd since cut her hair to her shoulders and changed her dress for riding leathers, having grown to fill them out besides and more. A sword hung at her hip, and was that blood on the scabbard? Her weary eyes lit up at the sight of him, like the dawn in dawn. "Nathaniel? Elia?" He was just as surprised to see her as she was he, her entire being tensed at once like a coiled spring. Naruto balked. Surely she wasn't gonna... Nope, he realized. She was gonna. Elia jumped him. One moment she was stationary, in the next she dove at him like a leaping viper. He caught her at the waist, spun her round once to bleed off momentum from her flying tackle and set her down. The moment he did, she latched onto him, hands fawning over his face and chest as she considered every inch of him. "Look at you! How you've grown!" Emotion choked his throat. "I could say the same of you." She reached up to touch his face. "You're taller than me now." How unfair. His heart thumped in his chest. "Elia." Oberyn coughed, ruining the moment. "As touching as this is, sister, we came here for a purpose, did we not? You can cuddle with him later." The guards shifted restlessly, reminding of their unwitting audience. Elia's face closed down. "I'm afraid we bring grim news." "You mean you didn't come all this way to visit?" He knew his attempt at humour had fallen flat when she lowered her hand and looked away from him. "What is it? What's happened?" "Castle Crakehall burns." The words struck him like a slap. "We saw Greyjoy flags and shisps." She shuddered in his arms. "The people! The screams!" Oberyn stepped up beside her. "We encountered two of their scouts not 3 miles from here." Well, that certainly explained the blood on her scabbard. But the Greyjoys? Why would they do this? His mind was whirling. "I see. Is your father in?" This from Oberyn. Still reeling, he managed to mutter an affirmative. He should be. Tywin was probably awake. He knew father had begun secretly training with the sword once again in the hours before dawn, when he thought no one would notice. He'd actually become quite skilled, but he wasn't keen to tell anyone that. Best to keep as many safeguards against the Targaryens as they could. When dealing with a mad dragon, one best keep one's cards close to their chest. Just thinking about it made him wince. They'd been caught off guard. He wasn't going to be happy about this. So much for his visit. 0.0, 0.0. "You are certain of what you saw?" "I am." Prince Oberyn once more recounted it all to him in grisly detail, including their close encounter with the Greyjoy scouts. "And you, my lord, are welcome to go see for yourself." Crakehall was burning when we left. Tywin was suddenly inordinately glad Nathaniel had spirited Elia away into the keep. He couldn't bear to look at his son right now, knowing the cataclysmic blunder he had made. There had been no ravens. He hadn't known. He'd nearly sent the boy to his death. Truly the gods were cruel. Sinking back into his chair, he stared at the crackling hearth for a long moment, watching the fires flicker and fade. "And for what purpose were you in the Westerlands?" "We had planned a surprise visit." The proud prince lifted his chin. "Fortunate of you." Indeed, his smile was sly. "My sister was rather keen to rekindle her acquaintance with your son. But of course, Dawn didn't just desire him, so did she. Here at last, Tywin felt a bitter smile come to his face. I'm sure she was most eager. Such pleasantries did nothing to mask his rage, his fury, his wrath. Joanna was even now taking Lyanna and Cersei aside to warn them of what had transpired. That was bound to be a battle he wanted no part of, but their absence only sparked his temper to new, towering heights. Aerys. This was his work. It must be. The mad dragon was laughing at him. He just knew it. How? How had they done this? How were they so lax as to miss such a sight? The Greyjoy fleet would have had to sail out to sea and swept back around to avoid being seen. Now Crakehall was set aflame, reavers raiding up and down the coast, and he hadn't been aware of any of it. They'd clearly acted with a plan, which was rare for the Ironborn. Was this some new scheme of the Mad King, or were the Greyjoys truly this foolish? Either way, the result would be the same. You have my thanks. He looked to Oberyn, fighting down a grimace. Feel free to rest at your leisure. I shall do so. He bowed shallowly, smug smile never once leaving his face. I believe I shall seek out your son Tyrion and regale him with tales of my recent exploits. He knew about the awkwardness between them. Damn him. Tywin fought down a murderous surge of rage and waved the proud princeling out. The moment he left, he immediately began writing a letter to Lord Stark. Soon the rains would weep over the Kraken's broken halls, with not a soul to hear. 0.0.0. Elissa disliked the darkness, yet now Nathaniel led her down into the deep and the dark as he had before, and belatedly she realized where they were going. The Stone Garden. 10 years since she had been here. She was but a child then. Now she was a young woman, not yet fully grown, but a woman nonetheless. She still felt small when she came here. She had seen her death here, in a future that now would no longer be. She did not like this place. Yet here she was, at Nathaniel's behest. He had something to show her, he said, something she must keep a secret. Granted, she did not know what said secret was, but it intrigued her regardless. Frankly, she was eager to be distracted after the horror at Crakehall. What was down here? What was so secret as to require guards and torches and darkness, even in the early dawn? She could see the heart tree now with its twisted face, that old weirwood tree a grim reminder of what she had seen. Nathaniel stopped suddenly, drawing her close. Then he whistled. Something stirred in the dark, a flicker of motion by the torches. She couldn't quite see it. It had wings. Elia stared. She stared hard. Is that what I think it is? He smiled ever so softly. See for yourself. A beast swooped down and landed before Elia, all red scales and 9 tails. She had time enough to behold a long neck and a horned head before it raised his wings with a defiant cry and chirped at her. For a moment her world stopped. An actual living dragon. Gods be good. She had always wanted to see one ever since she was a child, only to learn that they had long since died out. Yet here one was, a little piece of history literally standing before her in all its glory. Nathaniel hummed once. Kurama, come here. Remarkably, the dragon did as he asked, scuttling closer with a clack of claws upon the stone. It trilled at him, and he scowled. Be nice. Elia knelt reverently to touch its head, and she could have sworn it purred at her. It was like touching a shark, she supposed, all rough skin, yet it was strangely warm. A breathless gasp escaped her lips. She was right, then. She who? Nathaniel tilted his head. Right about what? Elia looked to him in return, remembering her initial reason for venturing west to begin with. I've something to show you. 0.0. I've something to show you. 5 little words, and yet they rooted him solid. Elia continued on, undaunted. I had thought it coincidence, but she delved a hand into the satchel and withdrew her prize with a small smile. The dragon egg, for it could be nothing less, was a strange shade of sandy brown, bearing eerie, rippling blue swirls across its length. It sent a chill shooting through him even as he perked up. Because, you see, he knew that pattern. He'd gotten a terribly good look at its owner as a genin when he fought Gara. But that was impossible. Absurd, surely. Shukaku? No, this couldn't be Shukaku, surely not. He rounded on Elia, trying hard not to glare. Who gave you that egg? Funny you should ask. She smiled a little. A red woman came to Dawn. She had this in her possession and gave it to me in exchange for a promise. Turning an eye on the egg, she hummed a little. Curious thing, isn't it? I'm sure it will never hatch for me, but I feel a strange fondness for it. Consider it my gift to you. Naruto's smile shattered like glass. Melisandre, she'd claimed they wouldn't meet again until the War of the Lion and the Dragon was done, but clearly that didn't preclude her from approaching others. What was she up to? No, that was a pointless question. Guessing at the mind of a madwoman would only lead one to madness in turn. That she'd simply offered Elia this egg didn't sit well with him. He looked to her with a scowl. What did she say to you exactly? Elia gulped. That you would wake dragons from stone. Of course she did. Meddling red woman. Let me see the egg. She frowned at his rough language, but offered it up to him gladly. Taking it in hand, he threaded a ribbon of chakra through its scaled surface, trying to get a feel for what, if anything, might lay within. This could all be a coincidence, a mistake, mere happenstance. Kurama was a miracle enough. But what were the chances of the other Biju popping up in Westeros, let alone in dragon eggs? Or the egg and the little life within spasmed suddenly in his hand, drawing a gasp from Elia. It moved tilled. Naruto's smile became decidedly strained. So it did. Kurama hissed a laugh from his perch. Naruto did no such thing, Sosuri. Well then, that confirmed it. Fate was laughing at him. Chapter 17. You forget yourself. Do not mistake my caution for weakness, or my easy nature for stupidity, nor my kindness for naivete. There is a time and place for all things, I have found. A time for peace and a time for war. Now you will see my claws and remember. Mine are long and sharp, my king. Longer and sharper than yours. Tilda, a lion still has claws. How large is he now? It was, Tywin felt, a fair question. Hardly the sort one asked at dinner, to be sure. Meals were meant for more pleasant topics, talk of family and weddings and heirs, not the size of an ever-growing dragon lurking below in the castle keep, but still a necessary inquiry nevertheless. Putting aside the matter of the other egg the Martell girl had brought, which may or may not hatch on them, and wouldn't that be just wonderful for all the worst reasons? They needed a sound plan of action going forward, or they were lost. They'd taken dinner together in his solar tonight, him and Nathaniel, just the two of them. Joanna and Cersei hadn't been best pleased by that, Tyrion even less so. But this was necessary. He would impress upon them the importance of the plan at a later date. For now, it was of paramount importance that they came up with a battle plan, and soon. Ravens had flown quick and thick in the last day. The West looked to them for answers, for action. Commands they could give, and had, but they needed action. And soon. The Ironborn were already revving up and down the western coast. They would come to Lannisport soon. It was not merely a matter of if, but when. Crakehall had already fallen to them, and given enough time, they might penetrate through to Cornfield. Feastfires was also a potential target, being on the coast as it was, but if the Ironborn commander had a proper head on his shoulders, unlikely but possible, he would seek to burn the fleet at Lannisport. Doing so would render them powerless to prevent further naval incursions and thus cripple any response they might make. Their enemy might well have pulled it off and caught them unawares too, if not for the Elia Martell and her brother's timely warning. The Dornish were going to be smug about this for years to come, he knew, if not outright, decades. Tywin supposed he would have to compensate them, or he'd never hear the end of it. The siblings' timing spoke of good fortune, but Tywin didn't believe in luck. Not these days. Luck would have seen Aerys dead a decade ago on the Iron Throne. Luck was fickle. Sometimes it favoured good men. Oftentimes it favoured a darker sort. Perhaps luck was real, perhaps not, but he could not entrust his stratagems to luck, even if it did, on occasion, swing in his favour. Hence the question about Kurama. Having a dragon burn the Greyjoy fleets over open water would simplify matters a great deal in the battles to come. With their ships burned, the enemy raiders would be trapped inland, with no escape, harassed from land and sky. Aegon the Conqueror had once done the same with another Ironborn at Harrenhal. It would be fitting to inflict the same fate on the Greyjoys in their towers at Pike. Flood all them with flame until wood burst and rock crumbled. Such would even put the reigns of Castamere to shame. Granted, it would expose Nathaniel's dragon to the world, but if he'd grown, not large enough. Nathaniel dashed his hopes as he polished off the last of his mutton with an annoyed sigh. Not for what you're thinking. Maybe in a year. Tywin bit back a growl and downed the contents of his goblet. Water, not wine. They'd been here for some time. We don't have a year. No, they did not. If they waited, They had at best a month or two before the raiders would be on their doorstep. His heir grunted, sympathizing with him. I know. Do you believe the other egg will hatch? Nathaniel thumped the satchel he wore, which no doubt contained the item in question. I only take this off when I sleep. I'll be the first to know. They all but had 2 dragons and they couldn't use them. Blast it all. They ate in aggravated silence a moment more. Tywin took the opportunity to mull over his plans. Once upon a time, the Targaryens thought dragons would be their legacy. And perhaps they might have been, if not the dance of dragons. That civil war of theirs wasn't merely foolish, it was stupid. Not only did they dance away their birthright, but the means by which to keep the other kingdoms in line. They'd never recovered from the dance, while the other houses only grew stronger. None would have dared cross Aerys if he had a dragon, but now they had one, and in time, the Mad King would burn. If they could only survive the Greyjoys. At length he deigned to share another tidbit of information with his son. I have written letters to the north, he said, noting the way his body perked up. Lord Rickard has responded. And Nathaniel bit into a hunk of bread, tearing a chunk free with his teeth. What did he say? Tywin granted him a grim smile. He has promised us his support in the war to come. So soon. But of course. He unbent enough to take another bite of his own meal, chewed briskly, then swallowed before speaking once more. His only daughter dwells within this castle. It's only natural that he wishes to protect her. After a moment's pause, he chose to further amend what he'd said. That was wise of you, bringing her here. Had you not done so, we might have found ourselves pressed. His boy barked a laugh, bitterly bemused. Ha! She was the one who wanted to come to Casterly Rock. You act like I had a choice in the matter. Nevertheless, you did well to woo her over to our side. Thanks to that, we've won over the north. Nathaniel's smile died an ugly death. That wasn't the reason I fell in love. I know. Tywin held up a hand to temporize. You care for her, and she clearly cares for you. She's one of the few brave souls actually willing to talk back to me. And curse at him, too. She'd been most vocal when she learned what the Ironborn were up to, demanding he write to her father for aid. Her exact words had been to rip those rat bastards out of their towers. That alone warrants my consideration. Here. He pushed a heavy sheaf of paper his way. Give these to the Stark girl. Nathaniel accepted it with some confusion. What are these? Letters from her father. For her eyes only. Did you open them? Tywin arched a brow. Do you want the answer to that question? He'd become rather adroit and unsealing and resealing letters in his younger days. Such was a useful skill. One he'd been forced to learn in no small part due to the weakness of his own father, often reading his letters and missives without him being any the wiser. It was necessary at the time, if only to prevent Tytos from making even more of a fool of himself. Tytos Lannister had been a good man, but also a weak man. Said weakness nearly led to the downfall of the Lannister name. Now their house was imperiled once more. He would not make the same mistakes. Pushing the remnants of his meal aside, he steepled his fingers aside and laid his chin atop them to regard his heir. For what it's worth, Dawn has also offered us some support, if only to ensure the safe return of Elia and Oberyn to Sunspear. Nathaniel set his own plate aside and tilted his head. They won't reach us in time. No, they will not. Tywin looked to the hearth, considering the flickering fire therein. For a moment he could have sworn he glimpsed something like his own death within the flames. No, this farce against the Greyjoys would not claim his life. The gods could not have him. He refused. His place was here. He was needed. This will not be our last war. But win or lose, this is the one you and I will be remembered for. Our legacy will be determined in the coming months. He made sure to include his son in that, subtly reminding him of his place in all this. The outcome will be passed down to your children, and your children's children. He didn't miss his heirs wince there. It will be your legacy as much as mine, what remains of me when I'm gone. Do you understand? His son nodded. Good. Subtly pleased, he asked another question, another test. Now what do you believe our next move against the Ironborn should be? He half expected the boy to suggest retaking Crake Hall, perhaps bargaining with the Greyjoys, or even calling upon others for aid. But once again, he surprised him. They're coming to us, aren't they? He drummed his fingers against the table, considering. They think we aren't aware of them yet, that they'll be able to take us by surprise. So naturally, they'll try to burn our ships at anchor. Tywin let him ponder the matter further, curious as to what he might decide and whether it would align with his own scheme. He might make the plans, but Nathaniel would be the enforcer to see them done, the fist that carried them out, and the hammer to smite the enemy. He did not relish the idea of letting his heir run amok against the Greyjoys, but perhaps that was needed. If the Kraken insisted upon being a beast, then the lion would remind them of their place. In the sea, not the land. Krakens may be mighty indeed on the open water, but those ever-grasping squids often collapsed under their own weight when they dragged themselves from the depths. After all, the beasts had no bones. Ironborn, like their namesake, were cowards, unable to face an army in a protracted battle. Balon Greyjoy had overstepped, or perhaps Aerys had goaded the oaf into action. It mattered naught. The outcome would be the same. This must be answered. Nathaniel thumped a fist down, snapping him back to reality. They mean to trap us, but we'll spring a trap of our own. What did you have in mind? His son and heir explained softly in a low voice and at great length, gesticulating wildly with his hands as he did. When that didn't suffice, he cleared off the table, found a sheaf of parchment, and began sketching out his scheme. It took the better part of 5 minutes for him to fully explain, but once he had, Tywin found himself warming to the idea. For all their strength and savagery, the Ironborn, much like the Targaryens, could be remarkably stupid. Unlike the Mad King, they had no spies, no intelligence network, and only occasionally used scouts. They often relied on hit-and-run tactics, and only ever truly attacked in force when they believed themselves to have an overwhelming advantage against their enemy. Doubtlessly, they still believed they had such against Lannisport. Of course they did. Tywin saw no reason to convince them otherwise. Your plan is acceptable. He granted Nathaniel a nod and watched the young man preen at his praise. The Targaryens may have their fire and blood, but we have our debts. Crakehall shall be repaid tenfold. You do realize this means war, don't you? His son pointed out. A pale blonde brow rose, bemused. Do you think I would be in my position if I'd lost a war? That's not what I meant. This won't stop at Lannisport. We'll have to tear them out, root and stem, or we'll be seen as weak. Tywin barked a rare laugh of his own, bitter and cold. No need for that silver tongue of yours. And here I thought you might try to talk them down. Not this time. His son's face was set in steel. They attacked us first, and would have killed Martells if they could. For that they die. On that they agreed wholeheartedly. It would be a race then, to see whom would destroy the Greyjoys first. The Starks, the Lannisters, or perhaps themselves? Tywin was not a gambling man. He made educated guesses and reasonable wagers, putting the safety and security of House Lannister above all. Such was his way. But if he were a betting man, he would say thus: the Greyjoys, and by definition the Ironborn themselves, had a year left to live. Maybe less if Balon did something exceptionally stupid. We do not so. Those were their words. But so they had. And now they would reap the whirlwind. None would survive. .0, 0.0. Rickard Stark slammed the latest letter down on his desk. Call the banners. His maester paused. All of them, my lord. Aye, all of them. .0, 0.0. Nathaniel! Elia cornered him the next morning. Naruto wasn't surprised when she hunted him down like a stag and pinned him to the wall. If anything, he was surprised she hadn't tried it last night. He thanked his lucky stars for that. He'd been so tired after that long talk with Twin. He wouldn't have been able to resist. Nevertheless, the princess was still presently pinning him to nearest wall with her body, eyeing him like a juicy morsel. We are going to have a talk, you and I. Weary though he was, he tilted his head and feigned a smile for her sake. Will I enjoy said talk? She leaned closer, lips brushing his ear. That depends entirely on you, Lannister. Enough. He spun her around, gripped her wrists, slammed her against the wall, and pressed a knee into her pelvis to keep her there. Do you think me a weakling? Ach! She ground herself against him with a gasp, chest heaving as he dug his knee in. Not at all. No? He tilted his head. Because you're acting like it. He wasn't prepared for her laugh. Soft, sweet, and smooth as honey. Lannister. She batted her long lashes at him seductively. If I thought you weak, we would not be having this conversation. He pushed harder against her, drawing another gasp. Small wonder the Stark girl wants you. Naruto made to say something more, tried to mention Lyanna, attempted to do so many things, only to pause as the satchel he wore twitched suddenly. Baffled, he cast a glare at it. No, not here. Not right now. Surely not. Shikaku had always been a bit of a bastard back in the old days, but surely he wasn't that much of a little shit. In defiance of that very thought, the egg within, Shukaku, twitched furiously. Spasmed, really. Elia noticed his confusion, promptly looking down at said satchel with a gasp. Is it about to? Naruto swore, grabbed her hand and bolted. Ah, 0.0. 0.0. Kurama creaked a blood-red eye open where he lay in the weirwood tree. He felt it, the stirring of life high above the stone garden. And now it begins. 0.0, 0.0. Father didn't much like him. Tyrion was a smart lad. He'd realised this immutable truth by his 10th birthday. He may not have inherited Tywin Lannister's looks, but he had his mind. His thoughts were sharp as a blade and growing sharper every year. He learned quickly, not because he wished to, but because he must. Mother and Cersei often praised him for that. Father, meanwhile, seemed to despise him, loathed his very existence, wished he'd never been born. He seldom smiled in his presence, and when he did, it wasn't a kind one. His aunts and uncles weren't much better. At times, it seemed even Uncle Kevin hated him too. Of course he did. He'd nearly killed his sister-in-law coming into this world. By contrast, Nathaniel was the truest of brothers, and Joanna the best mother a son could ask for, even a dwarf. He was forced to grow quickly in mind, if not necessarily body. He learned, oh yes, he learned. Cersei was technically the eldest of them, despite being twins with Jaime, having been born minutes first, and while he'd never met Jaime himself, despite exchanging the odd letter with him, he'd quickly deciphered his place here in the Rock. Despite her technical status as eldest, Cersei would never inherit. Jaime might have once, before he became a Kingsguard, which left Nathaniel as the heir, and Tyrion as the reluctant spare. Yes, that left him as something of the odd man out, didn't it? And so he learned. Not that he had much choice in the matter, mind you. In Westeros, it was either learn or die. But now he found himself somewhat adrift. Father either feared or hated him, avoiding him like the plague. Jaime was trapped in King's Landing, unable to do anything more than encourage him from afar. Cersei seemed focused solely on her swordplay, which she'd somehow drawn Mother into. Nathaniel schemed with Lyanna day and night, following Father's command to prepare for the Greyjoys' impending attack while the Martells— well, Oberyn and Elia Martell were odd guests, but at least they were kind to him. In the days that followed, he found solace only in his brother's dragon. Kurama didn't care that he may or may not be a dwarf so long as he brought him food. His life at least was simple. Everyone else was complicated insofar as he was concerned. Jaime wanted to be a Kingsguard. Cersei wanted to be strong. Nathaniel currently wanted to kill Krakens. But Lyanna wanted Nathaniel, and he was fairly certain Elia did too. Yet sometimes he caught Cersei staring at Nathaniel, and that promised to be an awful mess he wanted no part of. Tyrion had simpler ambitions. As the third son, his future was his own for the most part. He was left to his own devices and did as he pleased. Life would probably remain as such for a time. At least it was until Father found a suitable match for him and tried to barter him off to God's knew where. Sometimes he wondered who it might be. Selene would be nice, he supposed. Clegane's little sister was kind to him, even if the Hound did glare at him from time to time. A sudden commotion had him looking up from the meal he was preparing for the dragon. He had time enough to hear a muffled oath before the door to his room burst open. Nathaniel stumbled in, swearing like a sailor, dragging Elia in behind him. Before he could ask what was going on, his elder sibling ripped something from the satchel he wore and laid it on the bed before him. The sight of it nearly floored Tyrion outright. Another dragon egg? Wherever did you find that? The Princess of Sunspear squirmed silently but didn't say a word. Wait, had she? Nathaniel swooped in to save her and flicked his forehead before he could possibly pry. Secret. You do realize that, if by some miracle it actually hatches, you'll be expected to hand that hatchling over to the king, too. Nathaniel scoffed and began gathering up blankets for reasons he couldn't discern. Fuck the king, Tyrion snorted despite his anxiety. Dangerous words. Aerys might not like them. Don't care what he likes. Sweeping up the sheets, he began to cocoon the strange egg, much to his chagrin. Get over here and help me with this. Reluctantly, he did as he was bade, though it didn't stop his tongue from wagging. And then what? You'll ride another beast into battle? Nathaniel looked away with a hum, and so Tyrion returned his attention to the ETF. It looks like a stone to me. He knocked his knuckles against it, frowning at the dull noise it made. Certainly sounds like one. Elia nudged him aside him and laid fresh sheets to cocoon it. Ye of little faith, little Lannister. I have plenty of faith, he scoffed. Just as I have faith that this is fake. Imagine his surprise when the bloody thing cracked. Elia scoffed at him, bemused. You were saying? Odd, Nathaniel was hanging back. But why? Tyrion tried to reply, really he did. He didn't get a chance. Because the egg chose that moment to hatch. A tiny clawed limb thrust its way out the side of the shell, bedecked in brown, bearing odd blue markings interposed over its surface. Then came the tail, as in one, singular, not 9 like Kurama's. As he looked on in quiet wonder, a clawed foot thrust through the bottom of the egg, which in turn caused it to pitch over onto its back as the poor creature struggled. Tyrion looked to the still Nathaniel, then Elia. Should we? Hush! The Princess of Sunspear shushed him, eyes focused on the egg. I want to be the first thing this creature sees. Tyrion coughed into a fist, unable to hide his laugh. I don't think dragons work what way, my lady. Defying that very thought, the shell split apart, revealing the newborn dragon. It was a small winged creature, wet and slick, its eyes a piercing gold yet dark in the centre, its sclera dark as night. Those odd blue markings limned its scales in strange places, yet for all that it seemed as fierce and fiery as any of its kin. Much to his amusement, the baby dragon chirped indignantly, craning its slender neck to regard the three of them with a grumpy glare. Naruto barked a laugh as though it had made a joke. Hello to you too, Shukaku. He had a name for the creature already. How odd. Still he'd heard stranger. Tyrion stretched forth a tentative hand. Hello there, little one. Shukaku regarded his offered palm curiously. And then, chomp! The little bastard bit him. Tyrion's yelp echoed through Casterly Rock. Chapter 18. This is but a taste of the chaos to come. Tilda, let us meet. Interlude. Everyone had to meet sooner or later. Naruto reluctantly chose the former, if only because it was the best option. To delay further would be folly, he knew. Cersei had no prevarications about Elia or Oberyn, having met both before with him and Jaime back when they were both young. Lyanna did not, had not, knew neither of them, and was likewise very curious about their newest arrival and what her presence here in the keep meant. He certainly hadn't been avoiding her, no matter what one might say. Nope, not at all. Casterly Rock might be a large castle, but it was also his home. Safety, solitude, sanctuary, all those fancy words, but at the end of the day he felt secure here despite his issue with Cersei. He knew he could trust that his sister wouldn't betray him. Likewise, Lyanna and Elia, however highborn they might be, were his guests. He would treat them as such, respect them, but he wouldn't allow them to come to blows. Nor would he allow Cersei to dictate his pace. Time to put his foot down, as it were, and keep it down. He wasn't so foolish as to believe everyone would become fast friends from the first, mind you. This wasn't a fairy tale. This was life. And the road of life was brimming with all sorts of pitfalls and potholes. Few ever truly got along with one another immediately, but they needed to meet. Oberyn didn't concern him overmuch. He didn't seem the sort to stir up trouble on a whim. No, it was Lyanna meeting Elia that concerned him. He wasn't looking forward to it. So he opened with something he knew they would both adore. Dragons. Truth be told, he rather relished the squeals of surprise when the women saw Shukaku. Well, Lyanna and Cersei squealed. Elia had already met him, of course, having been present for his hatching. She merely crooked a dark brow his way and sat by Kurama, who in turn delighted in having his head scratched to his heart's content. There was no more secure place for a meeting than the stone garden after all. No one would or could follow them down here without his express permission. The scarce few that had tried were swiftly silenced and cast into the sea. Because, wouldn't you know, his garden was also a useful place to dispose of bodies. Whatever Kurama, and now Shukaku, he supposed, didn't eat, the tide would carry right out to sea, never to be seen again. Really, it was a win-win. Oi! Shukaku's indignant chirp brought him back to reality. Watch the scales, ladies. I'll bite. Naruto hid a snicker behind his hand. He certainly will. Shukaku flared his wings with an angry roar that emerged as a rather whiny, pathetic chirrup. Did you just laugh at me? I'll eat you alive. Kurama raised his long neck beside Elia and snorted, expelling a plume of smoke from his nostrils. Care to repeat that, runt? Shukaku met his glare for all of moment, then wilted like a drooping flower. No fair, you're bigger. Poor thing. Cersei stroked his back, sensing his despondency. Seems he's the runt of the litter. Lyanna hummed her agreement as her direwolf pup gave Shukaku a curious sniff, which in turn had him bridling all over again. Enough, Elia clicked her tongue out, admonishing them both. He is a noble and proud beast. You're crowding him. Smiling sweetly, she crooked a finger his way, beckoning. Why don't you come over here, dear one? So speaking, she held up a bit of meat before her face. You must be hungry. Shukaku's head snapped up. Now you're speaking my language, woman. Naruto bit his fist so damn hard to stifle a laugh as the brown and blue dragons scuttled Elia's way on unsteady legs. Once he reached her, she reached down to pick him up, gently, now don't get yourself bitten, and set him upon her shoulder. She didn't flinch even when he dug his claws into her for balance, and began stroking his head. Remarkably, the surly Shukaku allowed it in exchange for being fed. See? Elia preened at Cersei and Lyanna wholly at her ease. You need only show him the proper respect. The latter scowled. How did you... I trained vipers as a girl. She offered another bit of meat to Shukaku, kept her fingers out of biting range as he scarfed it down and began to stroke his scales once more. A dragon is more dangerous, yes, but you need only show them the proper respect, said reborn Biju, huffed indignantly. That's right, you best respect. Oh, yes, that's the spoot. Kurama scoffed. Whipped. Buzz off, fox! Shukaku snapped his tiny jaws at him. She gives good head pats. Cersei tilted her head. It's almost like they're talking to one another. Naruto snorted into a sleeve to no avail. Some things never changed. So many lizards. Here at last, Oberyn said his piece as he turned a bemused look upon Shukaku. They'll be calling you the father of dragons at this rate. Kurama and Shukaku chirped their laughter, much to his chagrin. Heat rushed up the back of his neck. Please, don't call me that. Shukaku snapped his agreement. Yeah, he ain't our old man. Say that again and I'll bite you like I did the brat. Despite their rocky start, Shukaku had tolerated Tyrion. He would have gone for the throat otherwise. Sometimes, he wondered if the little bugger would have breathed wind bullets like his old form. Wouldn't that be a laugh? It almost made him smile. Right up until he remembered the other Biju. Kurama had been a miracle, Shukaku sheer luck. But both eggs had been sent his way by Melisandre. One directly and the other indirectly, to be sure, but the fact remained. Bloody red woman. If the other 7 were out there, did she intend to find and funnel them his way as well? He hoped not. That was more company than he knew what to do with. 1 dragon was hard enough to hide, 2 was company, 3 was a crowd, but 9... He couldn't even fathom the concept of that dragons, even if they were really tailed beasts, under his command. It was madness. No, more than that, it was impossible. Surely that wouldn't happen, right? Right? Didn't dragons grow faster with company? His research said yes, but that they also grew faster with freedom. He'd given Kurama both, but maybe having Shukaku around would push him to grow fast. He hoped so. Sure, the Greyjoys could be handled without dragons, but a greater war loomed and they were running out of time. Shaking his head, he returned his focus to the matter at hand. With a less than subtle nudge from Cersei, Lyanna had turned to look upon Elia at long last, and now they were speaking. Belatedly, he caught the tail end of a conversation he'd missed. I've never met someone from Dawn before. Is it really as hot as they say? Elia tossed her head, flicking some dark hair out her eye. Hotter. Better to be here than there. Something must have shone through her face, because Cersei took her hand in her own. You're pale. What's wrong? The son of that wicked lizard sought my hand in marriage. My hand? She shuddered, horribly repulsed. I had to flee lest he return and Ari me away in the dead of night. We'd always planned to leave, but his presence in Dawn merely expedited our departure. The rest you already know. Oberyn laughed a little. You worry too much, sister. I still say it would have been a good match. Mother and father were quite cross with her for rebuking the dragon. Her face went grey at the mere mention of the city. My place is not there. It cannot be there. I will never be there. Elia's gaze met his as she spoke. She wanted to tell him something. He wasn't sure what. But it would have been a good match. Oberyn teased her still. Lyanna thumped his side and Cersei glared. What do you think, Nathaniel? Ugh! He winced as Lyanna stared at him intently. As did Cersei. Elia too. Why did he get the feeling they'd set a trap for him just now? And that he'd blundered blindly right into it. Still, they were awaiting his answer and he gave the best one off the top of his head. I think you should follow your heart. For some reason, that seemed to please all three of them. He wasn't wholly sure why. Wasn't he expected to choose between them? Bloody Lannister, Oberyn muttered under his breath. How is that you have three ladies longing for your loins? Naruto nearly choked on his spit, but the Princeling of Dawn fared far worse. Errors were made. The ladies rounded on him. Now wait just a moment, you. How dare you say that? I saw him first. Naruto found himself releasing a breath as they fell into a squabble. Yet no blades were drawn. No knives came out. Had he been worried for nothing? A small yawn escaped him. Gods, he was so tired. 0.0. 0.0. Are you quite done laughing? Rhaella didn't look away from the balcony. She knew who was approaching her, just as she knew he wouldn't make a fuss over the state of her room. She'd had the servant girls clean it most thoroughly. There was no sign of her hysterically giddy outburst. She could still feel all that youthful energy humming through her even now, begging for release. And yet, this one knew something. She should not be surprised. She huffed. Bloody Lannisters always poking their noses where they shouldn't. I haven't the foggiest idea what you mean. As you say, Your Grace. She craned her neck towards them. Sir Jaime, what brings you here? He stared at her for a moment, perhaps, struck by her youthfulness, before recovering. Did you hear? He leaned against the wall. The king's lost an eye. It just fell right out his skull this morning, plopped onto the floor like a rotten grape. Such a pity. Rhaella squinted at Jaime. You're enjoying his suffering, aren't you? As are you. She tore her gaze away from his and looked back to King's Landing and Flea Bottom below. I know not what you mean. He sat on the railing of the balcony beside her, beaming. Let us be honest with ourselves, Your Grace. The realm will celebrate his death. Rhaella bit her tongue for a moment, then sighed. I wish to sleep. Will you stay here and watch over me a while? Nathaniel's brother bowed. As Your Grace commands. 0.0. 0.0. A finger firmly tapped his forehead. Naruto ignored it with intent. They kept tapping away. He kept his eyes shut. Ignore. Tap. Once he was certain the girls wouldn't murder each other, or him, he'd snuck away and retired to his chambers for a mid-morning nap. He had questions for Rhaella about the Greyjoy incursion, and intended to grill her about in his dreams, the better to ascertain whether or not Eris had a hand in this. It seemed a sound course of action. Tap! Tap! It was not to be. Tap! 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 Naruto blew out a breath and creaked an eye open. What is it? Much to his surprise, he found Nymeria looming over him. The faceless girl, a woman grown now, he reminded himself, stared back him with intent. She'd removed all of her faces, revealing herself to him in her true entirety. Pale hair, scarred face, and all. She kept staring for quite some time, and he let her, unwilling to spook her. At length she found her voice. When it emerged, it was little more than a whisper. A girl wishes to speak. Naruto tilted his head where he lay, quizzical. Isn't that what we're doing right now? Her brow furrowed furiously. Okay, don't push it. Not here. She crept to the door and he followed her. Into the dark. Chapter 19. So be it. I have made my decision. Have you now? And what choice would that be? Do not feign ignorance. You know the answer already. Tilda, make your move. A girl did not understand Nathaniel Lannister. Make no mistake, Nymeria wanted to more than anything. But she could not, would not, or rather she absolutely should not. Perhaps that was for the best. Through understanding came realization. Through realization, knowledge, and knowledge, as she had learned, was often followed pain. Pain brought misery, and misery death. Yes, mayhaps not knowing might be a good thing after all. Ignorance was bliss, as they say. Better for one to go without and not know one's doom than to face the coming storm and know your end was coming. She tried to tell herself that, seeking solace in silence. It helped sometimes, in her darker moments. Oftentimes it did not. Lord Tywin's son wasn't just a puzzle. He was an enigma, wrapped in confusion, girded by swords shining like the sun. Approaching him was akin to a moth flying too close to a flame. She knew better, yet the light dazzled her all the same, inexorably drawing closer despite the danger. Inevitably, she would lose herself, go blind, and burn. Perhaps she already was burning and simply failed to realize it, and she had no one to blame but herself. She was his sword, his shadow, his dagger in the dark. When someone needed killing, she killed them. When tongues must be silenced, she cut them out. When his enemies conspired against him, she removed them. It had been her way for a decade now. Time and again she had removed obstacles in his path, all without him knowing. For ignorance was bliss, and her master was the sun. He need not know of the shadows that sought to dim his holy radiance. A spy in the north writing to the king, dead by her hand. A greedy peasant who wished to steal the dragons and sell them for profit, slain without a second thought. Vengeful enemies from both Bravos and the House of Black and White, quietly killed until they stopped coming altogether. She had slain dozens in Nathaniel's name, fought silent wars one by one, plucking the pesky pebbles from his path, clearing away the thorns that would otherwise impede him, leaving her lord none the wiser. Sometimes she hunted down the ones responsible for those thorns, and gave them a rather thorny death themselves, further dissuading others who might wish Lord Nathaniel harm. The Mad King had been responsible for most of his troubles, and she could not kill him. Well, she could, but not without plunging Westeros into chaos. Yet she could kill others, and had done so gladly. Her daggers had taken more lives than she had faces, and she had a great many faces now indeed. So many. Her hands were dyed red with blood. They would never be clean. She did not wish them to be. Her very soul was sullied, and that was fine. Nymeria knew well the sight of treachery and how to snuff it out, but what she did not know was how to defend against her own thoughts. They remained her own, yet even now she found herself doubting them, unable to trust in herself. She was his sword. He was the fist that held her, commanded her, directed her ever onward and forward. To even hope for anything more was foolish, and she had been content. Mostly, watching other women pine over him, seeing love blossom between him and Lyanna Stark, she'd felt the prickle of jealousy and turned her face from it. Then done so again when he inadvertently caught the attention of other women through his kind words and grand heroics. Now the wolf and the viper and another lion pined for him, as did the dragon. All the while she silently stewed. The hound knew her feelings on the matter, or suspected, and she'd sworn to cut out his tongue should he ever speak of it to anyone. He had not. Good. She rather liked Clegane. He understood her. It would have been a shame to kill him, but he wasn't the one to speak it. The women had, and in saying so, introduced the foul, niggling worm of doubt into her mind. It was better when she was his weapon. She craved the cold certainty of steel, knowing she could never be anything more. Her past did not matter. She did not matter. Now she was afraid. Fear was the enemy. Fear leads to anger, child. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. A strange little old man with green skin told her such once, back in Bravos, when she had just begun her career as no one. She hadn't understood his wisdom at the time, but his words had stuck with her long after their meeting in the market, until one day she did understand them. Nymeria dearly wished she hadn't. She never thought she would long for the old days, when she was but a tool in the House of Black and White, cold and unthinking, when she did not falter, when she did not question. Because after all these years, she'd learned what suffering led to. Quite simply put, suffering led to death, of the body, of the self, of the soul. Such was the choice before her. She could choose to live, or she could choose to die. One was infinitely more painful than the other. One led to escape, the other an end to service. There could be no third path, none that she could see at any rate. She had to make her choice tonight, or it would be made for her. A girl, no. Not just a girl. My name is Nymeria. Did not wish to fear Nathaniel nor hate him, and she certainly couldn't bring herself to try and kill him again. She may be brave, but not that brave. Frankly, a girl didn't think anything could end him nowadays. He'd grown far too powerful. Perhaps he'd always been such and simply pretended for the sake of others. That sounded like something he would do. No, she only wished to serve him and repay his faith with loyalty, to serve faithfully and find silent solace in service. But now even that had been being taken from her. Everything was slipping away. It wasn't fair. Had she been noble-born instead of a wretched Blackfire, she would be a Targaryen, fire and blood, royalty, a proper princess with riches, power, ladies-in-waiting, all the trappings she lacked in this life. She could have demanded her father, whomever it was, make a proper match with Nathaniel, and probably would have gotten her way, in all honesty. They could have settled down together and raised beautiful children with bright eyes and pale hair. But she was not that princess. She was just a girl. She was no one. Nobody. A lion could lay with a wolf or a viper, a true dragon, or even another lion, but not no one, no matter how much a girl might secretly wish otherwise. She could not give him anything. From the moment she'd been born, her only lot in life was death. She was only capable of killing, with perhaps the odd bout of kindness. And then, those girls ruined everything by saying the one thing they shouldn't. She had panicked, run, fled, sought to avoid him for a time, hoping the pain would go away. Yet, hiding him served no one, and it only worsened the wound in her heart. She understood that now. She just needed to make him understand. So she had waited until night fell, then slipped inside his quarters. From there, it had been a simple matter to rouse him to action, then lead him outside. Out his room they went, into the hall, past the battlements, down into the depths of Casterly Rock Castle, into then through the stone garden where the dragons dwelt. They did not stir when she led him outside, nor did they emerge when she ushered him out onto the beachhead near the cliffs, where none could see them. Still, that was not enough. For the better part of an hour they walked, until the castle was merely a sizable speck in the distance. The tide was coming in, water lapping at their feet, but she paid it little heed. Nathaniel hadn't questioned her. Not once. She didn't deserve his trust. Even the moon had hidden her face tonight, such was her shame. She lurked behind a heavy bank of clouds, leaving barely enough light to see by. Nymeria found a certain irony in that. Oh yes, the night was dark and full of terrors. Tonight those terrors were her own, large and looming. This is far enough, I think. I, she had said just now, not a girl. It was important to make the distinction between her wants and needs, however base they might be. Pivoting upon one her, she turned to face him and bowed, low and deep at the waist until she was staring down at the damp sand. Thank you. She couldn't see Nathaniel's face at this angle, but she could practically hear his brow furrow in confusion. For what? Nymeria dare not raise her gaze for fear of what he might find there. For taking me into your service. He laughed a little. You didn't have to bring me all the way out here for that. Let me finish. Her head snapped up and she snarled at him, the first time she had ever done so. The startled look in his eyes made her feel wretched. You are my world, my king, my emperor. My God, for all that you disdain such. A brief beat of panic seized her, causing her to take a quick breath and barrel onward before her nerve faltered or worse gave him a chance to speak. You are the one who stayed your hand, who granted me a second chance I did not deserve, and 10 years of happiness. For that you have my eternal gratitude. His face smoothed out, blanking at her words. This is starting to sound like a goodbye. She supposed it was, in a sense. One way or another, something ended tonight. Are you leaving? The question hurt. She'd thought herself prepared for it, and still it felt like she'd been stabbed. Shoving the hurt down into her heart, she smiled sadly. Do you want me to, my lord? He scowled, utterly appalled. Of course not. That was good, wasn't it? Anger meant he liked her, valued her, wanted her by his side. Yet when he took a step forward, she found herself stepping back like some frightened child. Because at the end of the day, she was afraid of what could be, what might be. Nathaniel saw it too. Damn him. He'd always been able to read her like a book. He held out a hand to her. What do you want from me here, Nymeria? Someone was laughing. Had they been followed? Who dared? Oh, it was her, wasn't it? She was the one laughing. This was bad. She'd overestimated her self-control. Want? She made an ugly noise torn somewhere between a strangled sob and a savage snarl. You know what it is a girl wants. What I want. But you dare not speak it. She wanted his hands on her, inside her, cupping her breasts, caressing her nipples, her hips on his as she slammed herself down onto him again and again. She wanted to ride him into the sand, hollering his name for all to hear as the very stars burned out and the dragons danced around them. She wanted to carry his child, hold the babe to her breast and rejoice in being a mother, as none had ever been to her. But it, and they, could never be. It was abhorrent to want what she wanted, to crave more of her lord when he had already given her so much. She may as well ask the sun to rise in the west and set in the east, demand the seas go dry and order every mountain to blow away in the wind like leaves. He had other loves and her place could never be among them. She was nothing. No one. Nobody. She shouldn't even exist. Worse, she was damaged. Broken. Probably insane too. And the worst part was that she knew it. She didn't even think she could bear him children. And what if she could? What would become of any offspring of theirs? What happened when Nathaniel became king? There it was. The terrifying reality that was likely to come, one that not even Tywin Lannister himself dared broach with his son directly. But a girl was clever. She might not know nobility, or how to curtsy, or drink tea properly, but she could read a room. Likewise, could read between the lines, see likely outcomes, and the future that was most likely to arrive. First and foremost, Aerys would die. It was no longer a matter of it, but when. Be it by fate, war, or through his own madness, he wouldn't live to see the next decade. Rhaegar would not be allowed to inherit, he couldn't, if only because it would be more of the same, and Lord Tywin would not tolerate the Mad King's son on the throne. So he too would die. Maybe it would be poison. Maybe he would fall in battle. Maybe she would be sent to kill him. Regardless, his death was certain. The younger son, what was his name? Viserys? Children died all the time in the Red Keep, didn't they? It would be easy. The Queen would likely be allowed to live. She was quite fond of Nathaniel, and he, her. All future Targaryens would pass through her after all. Or rather, her legs. It would be so effortless to bind the Lannisters to her and her to them. From there, Nymeria's notion of the future grew muddied. She didn't know what would happen once the male Targaryens were wiped away, not for certain. But she had an inkling. No, she would not speak it. She would not give voice to what may or may not be. Misery, misery, misery. That was what she would choose tonight, if only because misery was safe. She understood sadness and sorrow, and while they would not make her happy, they were better than an uncertain future. Love might not be a weakness, but hope most assuredly was. Hope was the deadliest dagger of all, and her lord was still silent. So be it. I ask that you treat me only as a girl. She forced herself to meet his gaze, bringing her voice back to a low monotone. A weapon. A tool. A girl cannot be anything more. It hurt to say that, hurt to lie, but anything was better than the pain she feared. A girl is no one. A girl is nothing. And if you cannot agree to that... Nathaniel held his tongue. All the while he said not a word, he just stared at her. She felt so wretchedly small beneath his glowing gaze, as though she barely came up to his waist. Why wouldn't he speak? Was she so unworthy of his words? Were her words truly so disappointing to him? Aggravated, she drew the dagger at her hip and knelt. From there, she offered it up to him with both hands, head bowed, uncaring as the waves lapped at her legs. If you cannot accept this, then a girl asks that you kill her here and now. Neither of them made a sound. The world was silent, save for the waves lapping incessantly upon the shore. Nymeria didn't dare move, didn't dare raise her head, scarcely dared to breathe, such was her fear. Did his silence imply understanding? Could they go back? Make things as they were before? No feelings, no emotions, no complicated matters, when she simply did as she was told and never dared to hope for more. Or was she to die here? Two paths stretched before, and she found herself not liking either. But what choice did she have? Nathaniel could never love her. He would be a fool to do so, and he was no fool. She heard him stride forward suddenly, boots tromping near silently in the wet sand. Felt him pluck the long dagger from her grasp, saw the low light catch the silvery steel and make it shine in the low light. He considered her for a long moment, gauging her, testing her, ready to call her bluff if indeed there was one. When it became clear there wasn't one didn't move, he did. He knelt and set the steel to her throat. Beheading, then. He was strong enough to deliver such a death. It would be a clean one, at least. Nymeria closed her eyes, exhaled a soft goodbye, and waited for oblivion. Let it be quick. Why wasn't it quick? Any moment now she expected to feel the cold sting of steel, followed by sweet oblivion. She longed for it, craved it. Release? No more pain, no more fear, no more uncertainty. She needed it. Didn't she? Then why did she feel so relieved that it hadn't come yet? The flat of the knife tapped the side of her neck. Once, twice, thrice now, tracing her jugular. At length, Nathaniel finally spoke. I hate people that lie to themselves. You, of all people, should know that. Despite her best efforts to rein herself in, a tiny tremble betrayed her body. I'm not lying. I wish to die. Please, release me. Are you sure about that? He spun the knife around, braved its hilt with both hands, and pressed the blade to his own throat, causing her eyes to bulge. "How about now?" she gasped. "You wouldn't I?" He stared back at her with a small smile. "I don't want to live in a world without you, and since you're clearly keen on dying, you won't mind if I go ahead of you first." Panic, raw animal instinct, seized Nymeria's body from head to toe, and she acted without thinking, all but lunging forward with a pained cry to bat the blade from Nathaniel's hands. He couldn't die. He absolutely must not die. She practically tackled him to the sand in her haste to save him from himself, determined to wrestle the weapon from his grasp. Imagine her surprise then when he let her do just that. She successfully struck the knife out his hands in a single slap. It flew through the air and plonked down into the water where it was swallowed by the tides. She didn't even have a chance to retrieve it. Even as she tried to rise, an arm clamped down around her waist, holding her fast. Her eyes bulged, but it was too late. A quick tumble in the surf and she found herself pinned beneath him, trapped. Nymeria went still, keenly aware of not just how close he was, but that she'd been deceived. "Well, would you look at that?" Golden eyes gleamed down at her. "You have something to live for after all." She growled up at him and tried to muster some semblance of anger. All that emerged was a sob. "Why couldn't you just kill me?" "Everything would be better if you just let me go." "Because." He helped her up and thumbed a bit of sand from her cheek. "You'd regret it." Could she regret something if she was dead? She didn't know, it frightened her. She'd always been afraid, hadn't she? "You need to stop doing that." He flicked her forehead, drawing a wince from her. "Perseverating about things that may or may not happen won't help you, you know." She tucked her chin into her chest and refused to look at him. "What do you want from me, my lord?" "That depends entirely on you." He sat down before her. "What do you want?" Nymeria already knew the answer before he finished speaking. Here at last, she looked at him. I think I want to live." He placed a hand to his ear. "Didn't quite catch that?" Damn him for making her saying it. "I want to live." A smile split his face. "You'll have to be louder." She glared at him furiously. "I want to live." He leaned back. "I can't hear you, Tild," she hollered. "I want to live." "Good, good." Nathaniel beamed like the boy he no longer was, unable to hide the little flutter of pride he must have felt just then as shouted at him. Rather than rebuke her, he took a hold of her hands and stood, pulling her up to her feet alongside him. "Don't you feel so much better now?" She did, remarkably. It didn't solve everything, but she felt lighter, as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. And yet, one thing was left unresolved. Nymeria eyed Nathaniel like the half-dragon she truly was, at heart, ready to bite, and not at all liking the trick he'd played upon her, yet for all that he made no untoward moves against her. Part of her wished he would, if only so she could finally have an answer. He was so incredibly close. Her hands had yet to leave his, and they were so very warm. Her face flushed. This would be foolish. She couldn't bear him any children. She had nothing to offer him, no dowry, no riches, no rewards, only herself. She knew nothing of the softer things in life. If, by chance, they did have children in the distant future, she could only teach them what she knew: how to defend themselves, fight, and kill. Was that enough? Could it be? Maybe. His fingers threaded through hers. Tell me what's wrong." She gripped his hands tighter. Nothing was wrong. Everything was wrong. She didn't know what to do. Liana made romance look so easy, downright effortless even. Yet here she was, frozen, wholly at a disadvantage, out of her depth. For her, stabbing was usually her modus operandi, her go-to method of extricating herself from any unpleasant predicaments in which she found herself. Somehow she didn't think stabbing Nathaniel would get her out of this. Well, maybe it would, but she didn't want to hurt him. She wanted... Her feet carried her closer to him. Remarkably, he didn't retreat but edged closer as well. She shook her head at a loss. "You can't be with me. I'm no one. Nothing." He scoffed, unafraid. "You're someone to me." A bitter laugh leaped from her lips. "That sounds horrible. Did you make that up yourself?" "Not at all." He hummed a little, the sound warming her bones. "You've been with me the longest, remember?" She had, hadn't she? The realization rattled her. As far as she knew, he communicated with the Queen through letters, but never face to face. He'd only met Ilia briefly, and she'd departed soon thereafter. He and Cersei hadn't been on good terms when he'd first left Casterly Rock. Lyanna had come afterward, but she had sworn herself to his service him almost from the first. when they'd both been little more than children. 10 years of loyal service, 10 years of doubt, 10 years of longing. I really couldn't have done any of this without you, you know. Acknowledgement, recognition, vindication. Nymeria squirmed happily beneath his praise, unable to find the right words to say. She tried, her lips parted, closed. Parted again, but no sound emerged. Salvation. How sweet it was. Nathaniel squeezed her hands instead, spurring her on. Talk to me. Tell me what you want. As if he didn't already know. What she wanted. What she desired. What she craved more than anything. She scooted closer and looked at him, nose brushing his as her eyes flitted up to his lips. I want to do something foolish. Judging by his expression, he had a good idea of what that foolishness was. Then what's stopping you? He made a fair point. What was stopping her? Herself. Common decency. Nothing at all. Hadn't she given enough? Sacrificed enough? Been enough? It's all right. He laid a hand on her cheek, dimpling in a small smile. To be honest, I'm out of my depth here too. A pitiful flicker of hope fluttered in her heart like a candle in the same. Then you feel the same? I'm not sure. At least he was honest with her. But I'm willing to see where this goes. She squirmed anew under his gaze. I may not be able to give you children. That's fine. He held up their interlocked hands and kissed them. And if we have any? He paused, realizing she was quite serious. Then we'll raise them properly. He added at her stunned look. We'll make 'em strong too, just as strong as any other kids I might have. How does that sound? Raise them. Just like that? They wouldn't be treated as bastards, nor set aside. Her greatest concern, a hurdle most fearsome for the future, and it wasn't even one at all? Talk about making mountains out of molehills. Had she truly been afraid for nothing? Perhaps sensing her concern, he pressed his tanned forehead to hers. I'll be there for you, whatever comes our way. What was she to say to that? What could she say? The assassin struggled against herself a moment more, and fell. I don't deserve this, he chuckled. Of course you do. Everyone deserves happiness. With that, the last tenuous thread of Nymeria's self-control snapped. To the hells with it. Words had failed her, so she let her lips do the talking. She stood on the tips of her toes and leaned the rest of the way in to kiss Nathaniel. Softly at first, testing the waters, probing. Then fiercely when it became clear he had no intention of running away. She all but bit his lip in her haste to get at him, no longer caring if she made a fool of herself for it. So be it. She no longer cared what they called her. Tilting her head for a better angle, she drank him in deep and felt her blood warm as her body tingled with excitement. His arms briefly settled on either side of her hips to hold himself fast, but she ruined that by kissing him again and again and again, scarcely pausing to breathe. Her heart was beating so blasted fast, her every thought, cared and regret stripped away in this moment. Was this what she'd been missing out on? All this time? It was not fair. Her lord didn't run away. When her lips sought his for a third time, he chased them with his own, preventing her from pulling away. Not that she would have. One arm dripped lower, curling possessively around her waist to hold her close, heedless of her damp clothes from the surf. Her hands reached up to tangle in his damp hair, a smile gracing her lips as he reached down with one hand to cup her cheek. The other found her flank and lifted her left leg to stroke her inner thigh through her breeches. That tore her tenuous control to pieces. Too many clothes, too damp, too cold. In conclusion, off. It was there that things truly grew heated between them. Her hands fisted in his tunic and found the buttons there, opening it quickly as he fiddled with the laces holding her own shirt garments in place. She laughed when he failed to untie them properly and instead leaned close to nuzzle his neck, lavishing a series of long-lasting kisses upon his throat until he finally succeeded. From there, clothes flew in every direction, scattered about the sands. It was frenzy. It was madness. It was glorious. Let chaos take the world. She kicked off a shoe. He lost a glove. From there, they made a crude blanket of their clothes and capes and laid atop them. In hindsight, Nymeria wasn't sure who got whose shirt off first, only that at some point she could feel the salt air tickling the skin of her bare breasts, his fingers running down her exposed back as he lifted her into his lap, the better to usher her onto new heights of carnal glory. Two could play that game. She dug her nails into his shoulders and he retaliated in kind. One hand pinched her rear to distract her even as the other delved between her thighs, gently parting her legs. From there he began kissing her stomach, then lower, lower still. By the time she realized what he intended, it was too late, and he had her gasping in pleasant surprise. Oh, that felt very nice. Wait, that was a Bravosi technique. Where had he learned to do that? Vengeance would soon be hers. She had his trousers off almost immediately thereafter, and there was no escape. She planted herself atop him and ground down, reveling in the pleasure of it all. The grunt drawn from him before she dove down and kissed him again. No words were said on their part, nor needed. They were, the both of them, certain what they wanted, and none could have stopped them. Nymeria would have taken the hand of any who dared try, and their head besides. This felt good. No, better than good. It was bliss. How had she gone without this? She wanted to experience it every day. She wanted him. He wanted her. The outcome was simply inevitable. Sitting up atop his lap, she bared herself to him, but not fully, trying to hide her scars in the dark. There were so many after all, yet he wasn't having it. Nathaniel, Naruto, kissed each one of them. 3 by her bosom, 1 just shy of her heart, another near her ribs, and a 6th at her neck. She had more still on her legs from narrow escapes when she was much younger. Each were of the wounds she'd taken since she first took up her daggers, of injuries gained both in Westeros and Bravos alike. Each were blessed by his lips. He lavished attention upon her full breasts, nuzzled her neck, devoting himself to each and every one of her old wounds until she was gasping and mewling in his lap, begging for mercy. Her lord granted it to her almost reluctantly, turning his attention to her scarred facade, followed by her mouth. He muttered something between those kisses, speaking in a language she didn't understand. His fingers brushed her marred visage. She felt a strange tingle in her face then, just over her old wound. The words were older than High Valyrian, ancient even, and for a moment she could have sworn his palms actually glowed gold. Whatever he'd done, whatever was doing, she had no mirror by which to see. In the end, she didn't dwell on it. She'd see come morning. For now, she had concerns of a more carnal variety. Lyanna and Cersei and Elia and that bloody dragon queen may well take pieces from him in the future, but she would be first, his unforgettable first. Whether the realm learned of her or not, she didn't care. In fact, she was quite content to fade into obscurity, so long as she had him. Her hands cupped her lord's face and she kissed him deeply as they coupled, letting his fingers tangle in her pale hair. Nuzzling her forehead with her own, she rubbed her face against his, gasping but a little as his hands settled upon her flank and urged her on, quickening her pace atop him. She tilted her head back, arched her neck, and pushed him back down to the sands. Reveling in his stunned expression, she swayed atop him as she'd once seen the dancers of Bravos do, breasts bouncing as she ground herself against him. Each movement was made in sensual slowness, drawing out every moment for her own enjoyment and his pleasure. To the hells with the rest. She wanted this. She needed this. She'd stood idly by for so long, suffering in silence while everyone else got what they wanted. No more. She was a girl no longer. She was a woman. She was Nymeria. Nathaniel bucked against her, and suddenly it was she who found herself pinned, pressed atop their scattered clothes into the sand. If she'd thought their earlier positions were grand, then this was even better. She locked her legs around his waist and arched her back, urging him on. Sweet, glorious release. 0.0. In hindsight, Naruto shouldn't known it was too much to hope the ladies wouldn't have a catfight. Thankfully, he wasn't present to witness the chaos that followed the next morning. Alas, it began as most things often do, with a careless remark. So you are to wed Nathaniel, then? Lyanna lowered her blunted blade and lifted her chin, bridling just a little at the sudden inquiry. In an instant, she became keenly aware of Cersei's green gaze piercing her from across the room. She wasn't the one to make that inquiry, however, nor had the hapless straw man she'd been wailing on. No, the question came from Elia Martell. She didn't think the Dornish woman meant anything untoward by what she'd said just now, but it was so hard to tell sometimes. Even the most innocuous remarks often held a hidden edge beneath the satin. Even now she couldn't quite quantify the meaning behind her words, as though she were testing, probing her, gauging her for any sign of weakness. Well, she would give her none. I am, she said instead. Our fathers made a match between us. He is to be my betrothed. What of it? The Princess of Dawn hummed once, reached down, took up a practice weapon, a short sword, of her own, and waded into the ring after her. And you love him, I trust? Love! Her face flushed to the very roots of her hair, causing Cersei to tut in mild amusement at her plight. Sister. Oberyn saw it and blew out a sigh as he prepared his own spear to face the Lannister girl in mock combat. Do not torment the poor girl. Elia clicked her tongue at him and adopted a loose stance, smooth and shifting as the sands of her homeland. I am not tormenting her, brother. I simply wish to satisfy my curiosity. By embarrassing her? Cersei saw an opening and used it to land the first strike against him, sweeping low to make the princeling hop backwards. The moment his feet touched the ground, she went on the attack, putting him on the back foot in a whirl of strikes that, while not necessarily graceful, more than made up for it in ferocity. Tyrion applauded happily on the sidelines. Well fought, sister. Lyanna watched them warily, fearing she might one day pursue Nathaniel with the same intensity. In all honesty, did not know how to feel about that. Such love between kin was technically taboo, yet had the Targaryens not wed brother and sister together for centuries? It seemed a slippery slope, made all the more treacherous by Cersei's implicit offer of help in the bedroom. Why, just thinking of it made her burn. Surely the art of lovemaking couldn't be that, but this was Nathaniel's sister. I asked you a question, girl. Right, she'd forgotten about the Martell. Annoyed, she used the reprieve to rally and glare Elia's way. Of course I love Nathaniel. I wouldn't wed him otherwise. Are you sure about that? Swift as a serpent, she flicked the blade her way, forcing her a hasty parry. Love and lust are two very different things. One lasts, the other does not. A scowl writ itself across her face, a thrust leading into an overhand swing that was in turn nimbly dodged. And what do you know of love? More than you can possibly know, Stark. Elia circled round and slapped her vulnerable flank with the flat of her blunted blade in passing, drawing an indignant squawk from Lyanna in return. Perhaps if you paid attention, you would learn. Indignant, she sputtered at her. I've learned a great many things. In Winterfell, perhaps, but not of the future, not where it matters. Elia granted her a small, sad smile, suddenly seeming decades older than she truly was. You think that chivalry and honor and nobility will save you from what is to come, but they will not. You know nothing, Lyanna Stark. Love least of all. Her right eye twitched, and not for the reasons one might expect. Silence. The princess backed away, crooking one finger after herself. I'm afraid you'll have to make me thus. Lunging forwards, Lyanna braved her blade with both hands and barged into Elia's guard, ignoring the riposte that rattled her ribs to smack away her weapon. This time, Oberyn's sister wasn't quite quick enough to get out of the way. Howling her triumph, Lyanna landed a powerful blow against the smug girl's shoulder and sent her staggering. Blazing with triumph, she drove a boot forward into the girl's bosom to kick her to the training room floor. A distant shout informed her that Oberyn had landed a similar strike on Cersei, via sweeping her legs, leaving her sprawled on the flagstones. Better. Elia climbed to her feet, dusted herself off, and knelt to retrieve her sword once more. There may be some fight in you yet. Lyanna growled and waded in, sword swinging. Alas, the Martell girl had learned from her mistake and was no longer easy prey. She might well be stronger than her, but the girl was older and faster. She swayed away from each sweep, gladly giving ground one step at a time, yet careful to never let herself be backed into a corner. The result was something of a circular chase that rather left her feeling like a fool, unable to reach her. Round and round they went, with Elia ever out of reach, a cycle without end. Until it didn't. Quick as can be, Elia stopped evading and danced into her defences, stomping down at her foot before striking with startling speed. Lyanna didn't recognise the style, yet handily blocked the first lung, slightly less so the second, and when the third swooped in at her legs as Oberyn had done for Cersei, she immediately made to block her lower torso, only to find herself blocking only empty air. A feint? Elia swept up under her chin before she could recover. Yield. You are beaten. It is useless to resist. Lyanna desperately wanted to. More than anything, she longed to fight on, win, prove herself, but she couldn't. Infuriated, she cast her sword down to the ground, the steel creating a harsh clatter as it met the stone. Across the makeshift arena, she dimly saw Oberyn helping a sullen Cersei to her feet. There was a small tear in her right sleeve that wept blood, and Tyrion was already toddling over with a fresh roll of linen to wrap it. Seemed she hadn't fared much better than her, at least. But for some reason, Elia still hadn't moved the sword from her throat. I will ask you again. Do you love Nathaniel Lannister? Will you be true to him? Are prepared to defend him against the wars and horrors to come? Lyanna thumped a fist to her bosom and inclined her head curtly. I do, I will, and I shall. Elia scrutinized her for a long moment. Only then did she lower her blade. We shall see, Stark. Nathaniel would have had something to say about her tone just now. But Nathaniel wasn't here to defend himself now, was he? He'd wandered off to do God's knew what last night and hadn't returned. Lord Tyrion didn't seem too concerned. Her betrothed was likely looking for Nymeria or some such, and hopefully to knock some sense into her. Thick as thieves, those two. She hoped he could talk some sense into her. It would be a shame to lose such a loyal friend. Why all these questions? It had something to do with that heart tree in the stone garden, didn't it? She must have seen something. She just knew it. They had one just like it back in Winterfell, but older, healthier. Yet for all that, it had never once spoken to her. But here Elia was talking of multiple wars that hadn't even begun just yet. And what horrors. Surely she wasn't talking of them. They'd been gone for ages. She finally understood. Elia cared deeply for Naruto. Perhaps almost as much as she did. That much she could respect, even if she secretly wanted him all to herself. Alas, that seemed less and less likely by the day. They were going to have a long talk about this, he and her. It was going to be loud. Whether that was an angry loud or a more satisfactory one would be entirely up to him. Now then, another question. Here at last, Elia's smile turned sly. Do you know how to please a man in bed? She does not, Tild, Cersei sang from across the room, wearing the biggest smile. It's quite the problem, Elia huffed. Quiet, Lannister. I'll deal with you and your nonsense later. Nathaniel's sister smiled on, undaunted. Lyanna scarcely heard either of them because her mind had fizzled right out. Why was everyone asking her that question? They'd come close, yes, but they'd not yet done that together, though she knew much would be expected as husband and wife. She was rather looking forward to it, in all honesty. Now if only everyone would stop teasing her about it. There, Elia tutted as an older sister might, taking her by the hand. Do not fret. We are taught such things, in Dawn. I can teach you. She could. Lyanna squinted at her, not trusting her quiet yet. And what would the price for such assistance be? A modest sum. She didn't think it would be modest at all, and it was not. You can be his wife all you like, Elia said, all smiles. I'd much rather be his mistress. Tyrion balked. Cersei's jaw clicked open. Lyanna choked on her own spit. Oberyn clapped a hand to his forehead. Dear sister, why are you like this? I am rather fond of our lion, as you well know. Still wearing said smile, the Princess of Dawn took a hold of Lyanna's free hand, preventing her from squirming away or worse, lashing out. I was fortunate enough to meet him before you did, but I can hardly claim to have done anything with him. We merely held hands while we walked and talked for a time. Had she been a dragon, Lyanna would have spat sparks. What? Held hands? Before she had? That scandalous harlot. It was even worse than she feared then. Another challenger approached. She wanted to thump her over the head and leave her for dead, but no. Nathaniel would never forgive her if Elia had an accident in Casterly Rock. Worse, it would make the Lannisters seem untrustworthy and make an enemy of Dawn. She knew better. She did. Really? Must. Not. Kill! Oh dear. Elia giggled with saccharine sweetness. You seem rather cross. Perhaps I touched a nerve. Keep your lessons. Lyanna forced the words out through grit teeth. I'll bed and wed him myself. Elia tilted her head. Are you sure? That sounds rather unwise if you ask me. She didn't want to woo him with another woman's methods. She wanted him to love her for, well, her. Even if his heart could never truly belong to her and her alone fractured as he was, she was damn well determined to hold the largest piece of it. I said no. Cersei sidled up to her with a smile, sensing a challenge. May the best woman win, then? Lyanna scowled her way. Why are you even involved in this? Because I have his best interests at heart. As do you. Her face flushed. You cannot be serious. A shrug was her sole reward. I concur. Elia clapped her hands and inclined her head in delighted agreement. We all want what's best for him, do we not? On that, they were of one mind. They only disagreed on what they thought the best should be. Lyanna bridled, rightfully incensed. Fine, then. She would show them both. And every other challenger besides. This meant war. Chapter 20. I suppose we should be getting back. Must we? Nim, we've been gone the better part of a day now. They're probably worried sick. Just once more? You're insatiable, you know that. A girl knows and a girl regrets nothing. Tilda, change the world. Naruto blinked, frowned in disbelief, squinted hard now as he beheld the sordid mess before him. What in the hells did I miss? To his credit, he and Nymeria had returned to Casterly Rock with all due haste, in the hopes of quietly quelling any dissent that might have fermented in their absence. He was used to the chaos, expecting it even, given their unceremonious departure, and some of it he had been able to predict. Tywin father, for instance, had asked to speak with him later while Joanna merely looked at him and Nymeria and just smiled. Hiding was fruitless there. Mothers always knew what you were up to. They were scary like that. To be fair, he had not seen neither hide nor hair of Tyrion as of the moment, but perhaps that too was for the best. He wanted his little brother to remain innocent of such things a little while longer. Alas, in all his years, he'd not been prepared for this. Anticipated it? Yes. Prepared for it? Nope. How did one prepare for this sort of thing anyway? Answer. You do not, for you cannot. Truth be told, ED expected something else altogether. Instead, they found this strange sight, awaiting him in his bedroom. Rather, the three of them sitting upon his bed, in varying states of disarray. Lyanna's beautiful blue dress was ripped near the shoulder to expose a hastily bandaged cut there. Cersei bore a bruise of lively purple and black on her cheek, while Elia was nursing a split lip with a bloody handkerchief. Of Oberyn and Tyrion there was no sign. Wise of them. They must have got while the getting was good. He couldn't blame them, because the girls didn't even seem to notice him. They were too busy glaring at each other. They were not nice glares. Too sharp. Too angry, promising pain to one another at the least, outright murder at the worst. Judging by their injuries, they'd must have had a fight of some sort while he was away. Ordinarily, that wouldn't have troubled him whatsoever. People fought all the time, noble ladies more than most. Best to let them air their grievances and be done with it, right? Wrong. He might just be marrying Lyanna once this mess was over. His feelings for Elia were still something of a mystery. And Cersei, no, not going. They're right now. No matter how good she looked in that crimson dress of hers, gah! Heresy! Foul treachery! From his own mind, no less. For a wild moment he thought about just backing the hells up, easing the door shut and simply not dealing with this today. He was sore, sleepy, really needed to have word with Rayla in his dreams, come to think of it, and he had an attack to plan. Too late they saw him. There you are. Cersei spoke first, idly noticing a silent Nymeria at his side. Brought her back into the fold, have you? I have. He hedged warily, not liking the look in her eyes for a moment. Oh, what did I miss? Oh, nothing. Elia tossed her head, flicking a strand of dark hair out her eyes. We simply had a little talk, Lyanna said. Just the three of us. Cersei seconded her. A very enthusiastic talk. Seems like more than a talk to me. Elia blinked. Does it? They were trying very hard to play innocent about something, but what, exactly? They'd clearly gotten into a fight, but what would they possibly be fighting over? Ugh. It would have to be him, wouldn't it? He couldn't think of anything else that would rouse the three of them to violence so swiftly. Unless they'd simply decided to start thumping one with training weapons for no reason while he was away. Unbloody likely, Tilda. Cersei granted him a grim grin. You must be seeing things, little brother. He scowled at his smug sister. You've got a bruise on your face. Elia sniffed. We haven't the foggiest idea what you mean. And you have a split lip. Lyanna opened her mouth to refute that. Not a word form you. He jabbed a finger her way and snarled her into silence. The three of you are going to sit and allow yourselves to be healed. Do you understand? Credit where it was due, Cersei and Elia knew better than to protest. Not so, Lyanna. She had to be stubborn. I'm fine, my love. Really? It's just a scratch. Naruto drew on the natural energy in the air, yanked it inward, and made his eyes gleam gold. Do you understand? Nymeria hid a giggle behind her hand. Perhaps you should let them keep their injuries? After all, they've clearly claimed that they have none. Nim, he chastised her under his breath, not the time. Oops, they noticed that. Or rather, Lyanna did. 0.0. 0.0. Lyanna idly noticed the nickname. In the same moment, she noticed Nymeria lingering close by his side, closer than usual. She had returned, it seemed. That was good, she supposed. Nathaniel had been most morose without her, but she was standing awfully close to him, almost leaning against him. Wait! Suddenly concerned, she peered closer at the pair, and while there were no overt signs of foul play present, she knew. She didn't know how, or why, or when, only that she did. Although Nymeria wore yet another of her many faces, the faceless girl's eyes were half-lidded with smouldering smugness, her cheeks pleasantly flushed, her posture at ease and well relaxed. She favoured her right leg over her left for once as well, which seemed rather unusual for one normally so fleet of foot. All signs pointed to the obvious. Call it a woman's intuition. And right now, Lyanna's intuition told her that they were, all of them, currently fighting for second place. She was merely the first to realise it. Already Cersei and Elia were staring her way. Perhaps they knew, or merely suspected the truth. Regardless, it didn't change the facts. That sneaky bitch. Small wonder Nathaniel had convinced Nymeria to return. He'd lain with her. Multiple times, by all likelihood. The realization stung, less than Lyanna thought it would. Oh, it still wounded her. Make no mistake. And she was going to get Nathaniel for that, but it more a warning to hurry the hells up lest she be left in the dust. She couldn't even blame Nathaniel for what he'd done. He was a young man, and all men had their urges. Nymeria was, by rights, the safest option by which to sate his carnal desires, with little risk involved. She herself had the prospect of children to fear for, and while there was always the option of moon tea, accidents were known to happen. She'd no desire to bear a child out of wedlock. Such would dishonour her house and result in her bearing a bastard. Nymeria had no such obligations, and by all rights, she'd known him much longer. Truly, it was miracle she hadn't jumped Nathaniel's bones before now, and due in no small part to neither of them realising their feelings for one another. But now they had, hadn't they? It seemed so obvious now in hindsight. She saw it in the way Nym hovered over Nathaniel as he tended first to Elia's bloodied lip, the act of which drew a startled gasp from the Martell princess. The way in which she would occasionally glance his way as he healed Cersei's bruise. Her brow furrowing as the older Lannister gasped and squirmed under her brother's ministrations. All the while she stood closer than ever before, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation, not solely out of duty, not anymore, but rather love. Seeing it hurt an awful lot. This hurt, it hurts a damned much. Of all of them, it seemed only Nymeria was truly free to do as she pleased, when she pleased, how she pleased. It made her so wretchedly jealous. When it came time for Nathaniel to heal her, Lyanna barely noticed. He asked permission, she muttered her assent, and held out her arm, ready to have this over with, find her cot, and sulk. She could, and likely would, be angry later. Right now, she just wanted to be alone with her own thoughts and cry. She was of the North. She was proud. She was strong. She would not let something like this break her, no matter how much it might hurt. Yow! At his touch, a warm tingle shot down her wounded limb and pooled in her chest, drawing a startled gasp from her. What was this sensation? It didn't stop at her bosom. His healing hands sought out other unseen bruises, mending her every ache and pain garnered in today's spa one by one. She allowed it, still cross with him, but began to relax as he spoke to her ever so softly, asking her how she was, how she'd been, how she felt, until slowly but surely, like an unwound knot, her anger came undone. Unlike his time with Cersei and Elia, he didn't stop at mending her arm. He touched her delicately yet expertly, fingers stroking her sore shoulders through her dress in slow, rhythmic circles until he gradually reached her back, followed by her ribs, then her hips. His strong yet so supple fingers dug into her muscles to render both her thoughts and her body a gooey mess. Oh, that felt rather nice. Very nice, really. In the wake of his touch came a strange, giddy euphoria, leaving her swaying where she sat. Nathaniel didn't give her time to savour it. He'd already gone on the attack. Without pausing, he dared to lift both her legs and rub her sore feet, and when working the kinks out of her toes didn't satisfy her fully, he went to work on her calves with dexterous aplomb. Next came her thighs, where she'd pulled a great many muscles. Right muscles. Those things. She'd pulled a great many muscles, hadn't she? She could see why Elia and Cersei made those noises now. This was heaven. It felt rather nice. Downright tingly, really. Among things. Her breath hitched at the thought as he touched her again, and she became as putty in his hands, With only a little prodding on his part, he had her sprawled out on her stomach upon the bed, arms tucked under her chin. Undaunted by what appeared to be a most compromising position, he deftly sat atop her legs and began to dig his dog, his thumbs into her lower back, followed by her hindquarters, leaving her pleasantly numb. And then, not so numb at all. She shivered and bit at a fist to stifle a groan of relief, then pleasure as her senses spiked to no avail. Her back arched a little despite her best efforts to maintain control. All for naught. Oh gods, it felt like she was about to... Distantly she aware of Circe and Elia staring, eyes wide and faces red as she cried out in blessed release. But in her blissful haze, she couldn't bring herself to care for their jealousy. He'd probably have them gasping his name soon enough, but she got to experience this first. What had he called this technique again? A back rub? No, that wasn't the right word. A massage? Yes, that was it. By the gods, it felt good. This was better than sex. I'm sorry for upsetting you. Nathaniel leaned down to whisper in her ear, lips brushing her outer lobe as he continued his masterful ministrations. I'll explain later. Hopefully this makes up for it. Yes, explaining sounded nice. Loud explaining. Noisy explaining, preferably tonight. That settled things now, didn't it? His massage had done much to curtail her worries, but not all of them. Still swimming in a pleasurable haze, she made up her mind and cast a glance Nymeria's way. The faceless girl-woman wore the sweetest smile. They were already at war, but now it was personal. 0.0, 0.0. A girl was smug. Smug, sore and spent. Nymeria luxuriated in the feeling as she lounged in her cot. For once she didn't have to guard Nathaniel. He was perfectly safe meeting with his father, which in turn gave her rare leave to lay back in bed and just breathe. Inhale. Exhale. Revel in her most heady triumph. It felt rather nice, actually. Winning. She luxuriated in the feeling almost as much as the silk sheets rubbing against her bare skin. What? She liked so sleep in such a manner. Such was her way. Had been for quite some time now. Bereft of both clothes and her many faces, she stared up at the slate-grey ceiling of her quarters, clasped both hands behind her head, and took a moment to contemplate her victory. She wasn't all that surprised by the Starks' reaction. She had not intended to take Nathaniel's first time, or his second. And third, she simply hadn't been able to help herself. Having discovered the rare pleasures of the flesh, she found herself craving them all the more. She might have taken care in the future, lest she lose herself to it. Regardless of her feelings on the subject, Lady Stark wouldn't be in any position to demand answers from her anytime soon. Nor would Lady Lannister, and Lady Martell for that matter. They had, each of them, demanded a massage after Lyanna had her turn, naturally. They wouldn't be walking about anytime soon. Perhaps she should ask for one of those as well. But no, she much rather preferred the sex. Her face warmed as she rose. Here at last she caught sight of herself in the mirror. Confusion dawned. Her violet-grey eyes widened, bulged now in disbelief. She'd not had a chance to look at herself since returning to the Rock. In truth, she simply hadn't felt the need. Nathaniel's healing ministrations hadn't gone unnoticed last night, but she'd paid them little heed, thinking he was merely healing the worst of the scars on her breasts and shoulders. She was both right and so very wrong. Because, you see, it was gone. Vanished. Her facial scar was nowhere to be seen. She sat up, scrubbed at her eyes with both hands, but the scene before her did not change. That ghastly mark that had once carved the length of her true face was now nowhere to be seen, as though it never existed at all. She made a small hysterical noise, momentarily unable to believe it. So that was what he'd done last night. Nymeria began to laugh. Still laughing, she moved to don one of her few dresses, a long, lovely thing in golden Lannister red arrayed herself before the mirror, then spun about for good measure, pale hair lofting about her head like some holy halo. Her reflection preened back at her as she came to stop, proud as a peacock. She looked like a proper princess, even if she would never truly be one. She could take solace in that, at least. The door opened behind her, and she jolted as Joanna Lannister herself entered the room. A girl wasn't prepared to face Nathaniel's mother. Lady Lannister? Thankfully, the older woman looked like she'd seen a ghost herself. You look just like Rhaella now, Nymeria sputtered in quiet confusion. The Queen? What did she have to do with this? A girl does not understand. A look of anguish flashed across the Lannister matriarch's face before she shook her head. Never mind. With one hand, Lord Tywin's wife closed the door behind her and locked it for good measure. Nymeria eyed her warily, wishing she had a knife. Did you need something? A wan smile was her only reward. I had hoped we might talk. About poor Nathaniel, no doubt, if that is your desire. Joanna glided into the room, hands clasped before her golden gown. A perfunctory inspect of her surrounds followed before she sat on Nymeria's bed, leaving her with no choice but to stand. The power play wasn't lost on her. Nobles were often like that. Master was the only one she'd ever understood, and he baffled her sometimes. His mother mystified her. My son cares for you a great deal. Speak carefully now. He does, my lady. Joanna stared at her for a long moment. You've been with him. Nymeria contemplated lying, then thought better of it at the last. I have. When? Recently? She retorted instantly, lifting her chin. Last night, then. Joanna nodded softly to herself, as though confirming something she'd silently suspected all along. Good. Had you lied, I would have cut out your tongue. Nymeria did not quail. She'd long since grown inured to such violent threats. Instead, she raised her chin higher and stared her down. A girl is nothing if not honest. So you are. Lady Lannister shook her head. If only she could see you now. Would she be proud, I wonder? Or would she hate you? But the lady was still speaking, and she must attend her. Be good to him, Nymeria, and if you betray him... Quick as a flash, Joanna burst to her feet and crossed the distance between them to seize her by the face. She pinched both cheeks viciously, fingernails biting into her recently healed visage. Nothing in the world will save you, she hissed at her. I would sooner die than harm him. Joanna released her. I believe you. One more question. How sharp are those knives of yours? Have you gotten rusty? Her smile proved just as sharp. A girl is not. Good. Then I have a task for you. 0.0. You seem satisfied. Naruto didn't look up from the battle map. I suppose I am. Finally brought that faceless girl of yours back into the fold, did you? A muscle jumped in his jaw, quietly quelled. On a certain level, he knew Tywin was trying to goad him, the better to measure his reaction. He didn't begrudge him for it. Such was simply his way. Even so, he couldn't quite conceal a prickle of irritation at the dismissive tone he'd used just now. Like she didn't exist. Didn't matter. Her name is Nymeria. For some reason that made Tywin laugh. A rare, genuine sound. Good. Remember that, and do not lose sight of her again. Confusion had him looking up from the plan he'd sketched out, hiding his confusion behind another glass of wine. Did the old man know? No. Surely not. Keep her close. Tywin took a brief drink of his own, paused now as their eyes meeting his over the rim of his goblet. That woman will give you strong children. Lannister children. Naruto nearly choked on his wine. Stop that, his sire chided him as he coughed for air. Even I was young once. Nymeria is loyal, if not to House Lannister, then to you. Beyond that, I trust her to be discreet. Nothing else matters. Now about this latest scheme of yours, I must protest. He traced a finger along the fleet of ships he'd arrayed across the table. Even you cannot walk on water. Naruto's strained grimace became a beatific grin. Couldn't walk on water, eh? How little he knew. 0.0. The Stark forces arrived just in time. Only 2 days before the Greyjoy fleet was set to arrive, a mighty column of men reached the gates of Casterly Rock. Some of the Northmen grumbled at the idea of helping Westerners. That much was to be expected. Still, they were Northerners. They kept their word, and the Greyjoys were an old enemy. For a wolf, the Kraken seemed as good a foe as any. Lyanna saw the man standing at the head of the column, leading them. She leapt into his arms with a delighted cry. Father! Lord Rickard Stark caught her with a startled grunt, laughing but a little. Come, there is much we must discuss. 0.0. The Greyjoy fleet sailed into Lannisport under cover of darkness. They were well prepared for those foolish Krakens. All of them. From his hideaway in the docks, Naruto considered them intently, watching as they drew closer. Ready? Nymeria's chin came down over his shoulder, her leather armor creaking ever so softly against his own. Always. Since making peace with Nymeria, he noticed her more often, strange as that might sound. She wasn't always at his side directly, but when she was, she no longer shied away. She'd found her confidence. Good. She'd be needing every bit of it tonight. A unique variant of hidden mist jutsu on his part had likewise emboldened the Greyjoys. Doubtless they thought themselves safe under the fog. How little they knew. It was almost sad. Truly. Did you bring your mask? A girl has it. She held up the item he'd made for her, carved from darkest night and fiery paint, shaped in the likeness of a snarling dragon. He had one himself, fashioned by his own hands of black and red ceramic carved into the horrific shape of a roaring lion. Proper spooky, he thought. For the invaders, it would be terrifying. Kurama and Shukaku had a good laugh over that one. Shame they wouldn't be joining them in this battle. But now was not the time for such things. Reaching behind his back, he drew his great black blow. It was an absolute monster of a weapon, nearly as large as he was tall when full drawn. From there, he held out his hand and Nymeria placed 3 arrows into it, large bulky things with strange cylinders affixed to where the arrowhead should be. He knocked 3 of them to heavy string, grunting as he drew it back fully. Such an act was difficult even for him, but he managed. Push chakra into them now and let them fly. Each soared into the air, silent as a whisper. Even as they flew, he flung out a hand and Nymeria gave him 3 more, each loosed after the last. As for what followed, well, that proved telling. The Greyjoys never stood a chance. It was not Wildfire. Aerys jealously kept that under lock and key, but it didn't have to be. He'd created a marvellous substance of his own. He called it blast powder. In the centuries that followed, it would become known by a far different name, gunpowder. It would change the world. But for now, Naruto merely let another explosive arrow fly. It was akin to firing a rocket, an apt comparison. Not that he knew what such a thing was. The explosion was massive. Not only that, it ignited the mist in a fiery cloud of napalm, immolating a vessel outright. This mist was no mere mist after all, but filled with explosive chemicals. Flammable materials all. Lots of things that went boom, discovered after a great many days of experimentation. Unsatisfied with the yield, he loosed another arrow after the second, sending it streaking forward in a fiery missile of death. It struck a longship's hull and detonated explosively, blasting a massive hole in the craft. The vessel floundered and began to take on water, still struggling forward, until he loosed another arrow, followed by another, yet another, another. By the time he was finished, 3 craft were disabled and a score more were well on their way to sinking. Time for the grand finale. He yanked on his mask, drew his weapons and strode across the water, hollering at the top of his lungs, chakra warping his voice into something horrific. As he spoke, he reached out with said chakra to weave quite possibly the most powerful killing intent-based genjutsu he'd ever created. RP and tear. There is something to be said for the brute force approach. The men on those ships did not see a young man in a mask. They beheld a towering terror, a creature straight from nightmare, a beast conjured forth of their worst fears. Blood for the blood god. He fell into the act completely, menacing them with rich peals of raucous laughter. Skulls for the skull throne. Fly, you fools! I shall reap your souls. When faced with what they thought to be a demon from the mist, the Greyjoys reacted much as he knew they would. Like the cowards they were, they bolted for land. The surviving longships rowed like mad to make it to shore. Naruto gave chase, cackling all the while, for it was there that Starks and Lannisters awaited them with drawn blades. Henceforth this battle would gain a horrifying moniker, the Night of Bones.